So here's the pitch, okay? We've all seen Myth Swifts. It's that outtake show, and it was running in, and I saw chat spamming when I told Jordan to focus. So we're gonna run with that. Strike while the iron is hot. Jordan sitting at his desk at the video team section. I don't know what they do. I don't care what they do. But for the premise of this video, cannot be focused. Watching anime butts on one screen. I don't care what he's doing. Just can't be working. All right. And then he hears Myth Swifts. Big TV right behind him. Myth Swifts playing. Here's the line. Says Jordan, focus. Okay. And then his eyes go wide. He turns around, turns off the TV. He's trying to get rid of me. He knows he's not focused, but he knows he needs to be. But goes back to his desk, goes back to doing whatever he's doing. But he has to focus. So I'm at his window. Boom, slam on the window. I'm like the Babadook, okay? He doesn't know where I'm coming from. I slam the window, piece of paper, says focus. He does a little bit. He focuses a little bit. He doesn't turn off the anime butts. No. He flips his hat around, Ash Ketchum style. I don't know. And then he goes back to doing anything he wants, but not focusing. That's not enough for me. That's not enough for hi-rez. It's not enough for what we stand for. So I appear behind the wall behind him, okay? Boom, Mifflin, up there. I tell him to tighten up. He needs to focus. He does a little bit more. He focuses a little bit, but not enough, okay? And then it's not enough for me. It's not enough for me, okay? We have to go even further beyond that, all right? He does eventually close the screen, but that's not enough. I'm still appearing. I'm appearing everywhere. I'm in the bathroom. I'm in his cereal. I'm in his snacks. I'm telling him to focus, and eventually he switches desks. I'm under his desk, okay? I'm telling him to focus there, and that's where it happens. He sits in a maxonomic chair, his eyes dilate, and he finally finds his focus.
Okay. Approved.
I sold it? I sold it! Yes! I'm gonna sell so many chairs.
Jordan, what the f was that? We just lived a fever dream. I have no idea what just happened, and we approved it.
What kind of anime butts we talking? What kind of anime butts we talking?
You broke me.
That's right. You can go to Need for Seat and get chairs on chairs on chairs on top of that. Yeah. We've got 3 Maxnomics, baby. Well, there's also a 4th, I guess, in the backside. We can stack it. So if you are wondering how big the max, I don't know what it's called, like the large, I guess, the extra wide, whatever it is, Maxnomic seat is. It's large enough to fit another Maxnomic on top of it, at least while Dave's holding onto it. And then the other one, I'm sorry to tell you guys, but is unfortunately not for sale. Jithan's 3D printed that one. But you too could 3D print a Smite Maxnomic chair to put on your Smite Maxnomic chair to then put on another Smite Maxnomic chair by going to the link below. Of course, you can use code SmiteMax on the way out. Needforseat.com as well, but hrz.io/MaxnomicSmite will take you exactly where you need to go in order to get it, and of course be comfortable through all your gaming needs. So thanks so much for Maxnomic, and of course thank you to Aggro, and I guess Dave for modeling the chairs, but Aggro for hanging out with me.
Yeah, okay. I didn't do anything. Dave was the one doing all the
thanks for
heavy
him
lifting.
for holding it, but you're here, you know?
Yeah, here we are.
So that's my participation award, right? Like, hey,
Nice.
You're right here with me, baby.
We take those.
We're going to be watching some Smite, as
We
it
are.
turns out. It's continuing going on. We're going to be qualifying a team for the World Championship one more time. We've got the Dragons, we've got the Bolts, and that's what we're about to break down. Instead, we can go ahead and look around and see what's going on throughout the week. If you've missed this group, well, the VODs will be up on Smite VOD at some point, but at this point, you can just go ahead and take my word for it. It's been nothing but 3-0s, 9 games played in Group B, and I think this set is going to break that Chen Dragons, taking on the Bolts today. Winner goes to Worlds. Loser goes to Sunday. We'll play the winner of tomorrow's matchup of Sleekness and Valhalla Valkyries. Whoever wins on Sunday, guess what? They also go to Worlds, and that is a big deal. So if you're looking at Match 4 and Last Chance, those are the two that qualify you in. The Dragons and the Bolts will be trying their hand at it today. And Aggro, there's a lot of weight. You know, we were talking about it with the Leviathans, but if you're looking at it right now, you get to relax for 3 weeks if you, well, quote-unquote relax. You get to prepare for Worlds for 3 weeks if you qualify today.
And that's a huge advantage to just know that, hey, you know, we get our chance to just relax a little bit, see what everyone else is doing throughout the rest of this tournament, and then formulate our strategy for the World Championship. Plus, you don't want to have all that pressure on you of, oh, if we don't win this game, then we end up not going to Worlds. You know, just getting that opportunity now and getting it out of the way when you know that your back isn't quite against the wall yet with our double elimination format it's going to take some of that pressure off of you and make you play a little bit better potentially.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at these teams that are playing. We're going to talk about the Dragons here. We watched the Bolts at the end of yesterday. The Dragons also got themselves a nice 3-0 for this tournament. But something that they've been playing through and someone that they've kind of had at the forefront of their year has been Fine-OK. Has been doing incredibly well in the solo lane, causes a lot of trouble for not only lane opponents, but realistically everybody in the game once he starts rotating.
Yeah, I think solo laners are just in such a commanding spot right now in the meta, and they bring so much to the team composition. You know, all their picks seem pretty important. Their itemization is really good. And so when your solo laner is going to go out there and perform well, your whole team's going to look really dominant. And we saw that in the game where SOT looked really good for the Scarabs. That team looks way better. You know, Yarkor is going off the other games in that set, and they win all those. I just think that solo lane is one of the most important lanes in the game right now, and it's due to a lot of the strength that the characters they play have and the itemization they have. And if solo lane is near the top of the meta in importance, then that's a good sign for the Jade Dragons, because this guy, Fine-OK, has been at the top of this role for a long time.
There's also a lot of good news, because not only is solo as dominant as it is right now, but realistically, every tournament time they have matched up against the Bolts, they've won. So, I mean, this is the perfect time for it. You go back, you look at the regular season this year, it's definitely been a mixed bag for them. So this Bolts team has given the Dragons more trouble overall. But you look at Phase 1, Phase 3 playoffs, the 2 times they matched up this year in tournaments, and the Dragons came out on top. You go to last year, guess what? The Dragons get to come out on top. They have been doing a lot of winning up against this team, and like you said, a lot of it is channeled through the solo lane. We'll get to talk to Fine-OK himself and see how the Dragons are feeling going into the set.
That's right. Fine-OK, solo laner for the Jade Dragons, is with me. Fine-OK, I want to start with talking about the bat, though. The Camazotz, all year long, I asked Goremizer, the man with all the stats, all year long, what has Camazotz been first picked at? And it's like twice. All of Season 8, he's been first pick like twice. Here in this tournament, feels like if he's open, he's getting first pick. What changed around that, God?
The axe changes were pretty big for him. Kind of just made like really aggressive, like lane characters really strong. So that definitely
Malice.
helped. Yeah, and yeah. I mean, if you get a lead, you can kind of build anything on him. That's how strong he is. But I mean, some of the other item changes as well, like nerfs to Mystical. Obviously, you're not building that on him. He's more of like a bruiser character. Blackthorn's really strong on him. So if you go like a Blackthorn Transcendence and the CAD shield, you basically have infinite health and infinite mana. So you can just run around the map and do whatever you want. So
It's been looking good for a lot of players. You as well, with the Malice in that one game. Maybe we'll see it today. Catering to that, Goremizer just mentioned it. Bolts are a team that you've matched up well against previously during these tournament events. Do you think your play style is just good against their play style?
yeah, I think so. I think we match up really well. Some of our characters play similar. Our players play
There
similar.
are a lot of characters on both teams.
Good personalities, but yeah, we just play similar stuff and similar play styles. But I think we just kind of had their number for like the past 2 years. We've, like you guys were talking about it, we've played them in basically every tournament.
Feels like it.
And nothing's changed. So I think we'll get the better of them again today. But obviously a very good team, and we'll see what happens.
Kind of final thoughts from you here. Talk to me about pressure. World's quarterfinals on the line. You get another chance if this one doesn't go your way. Do you think this is the most pressure-filled set you've played so far this year?
I think probably not. The only reason being is that we still have an opportunity. There's a losers bracket, and that hasn't existed in the other tournaments.
Right.
And also the team that we're going to play, we already beat 3-0, or we're going to be playing the Valkyries, who are obviously at a big disadvantage. And so we're pretty confident either way going into that set if we have to. But we don't want to have to do that. I don't want to have to stay. I want to go home for Christmas sooner.
That's right.
So
let's get it figured out
yeah,
here.
so it's definitely some pressure on the line there.
Sure thing. Well, fine. Okay, let you get back with the team. Best of luck. We'll go back to the desk to start it off.
Well, it seems like the confidence is going to be there as of right now for the Dragons. We'll see if they can stand up to that. Of course, like you said, not necessarily feeling as much pressure because they'll still be able to play on Sunday in the worst-case scenario for them. So things are going relatively smooth if you look at their history. But it's the Bolts on the other side that they're going to have to match up against, and that is where things get a little bit difficult. And especially if you look at the solo lane, we talk about Fine-OK, we have to talk about Haddix. And this is his rookie year. It's very easy to forget that this guy has not been playing at this level, for 3-4 plus years. I mean, it feels like he matches up and slots in so well, and he fits in perfectly with this Bolts comp.
Yeah, he's been unbelievable this year. There's no doubt about it. I mean, he has been a primary win condition for them at times. He's been a facilitator for them at times. He's just been able to do it all, and that type of versatility is very, very impressive out of a rookie in particular. But Like you said, it's easy to forget because he hasn't played like one at any point this year. He's been absolutely excellent, and I expect more of the same from him here today. I mean, he can play just about anything. I think that when I think about the best mechanical solo laners in the game, Haddix is certainly one of them. He's definitely up there with some of the best, not just in his role, but in the entire league. His mechanics are really on that top tier. So that's been a big reason why he's been so successful this year.
And this is actually, we just saw a couple of highlights of the Achilles. I wanted to talk to you about that as well because, we see the Odin is something that we don't get to see too often. He's usually banned out or left by the wayside. Achilles has been pretty big this tournament, though, and I feel like we've seen a lot of that being successful overall for Haddix, especially throughout the year, but here in Group B as well. I mean, do you think this is something that's going to be pivotal in today's set, or do you think it's just something the Bolts are going to run?
Yeah, I think that, we saw some clips of Final K playing it as well. I think it's a god that both of these players are willing to play, and they have pretty similar play styles, I'd say, for how they want to be attacking the enemy. So I think Odin definitely one of those gods that we could see some heavy prioritization, because picks and bans are kind of all over the place right now. I mean, Camazot's being top pick, like Dave was just talking about, has really changed a lot, and overall the way that we've seen more teams go for these more target ban styles as opposed to what do we just think is good right now. Something like Odin could easily get let through the cracks because of that.
Well, it's going to be fun to watch how these teams are going to be able to match up. Of course, it's always interesting to see these teams before they go into the set because, they mentioned it during the interview, but a lot of characters that exist on both of these teams. They always seem very relaxed. I mean, you can even see it now. Like, the Bolts are having fun and laughing. I'm sure the Dragons are feeling very similar. But this is a set that, you win, you get all of that comfort out of there. We'll see what they're going to be able to do here in picks and bans for game number 1. And the Bolts having first pick. This goes back to what we were talking about. David asked about it and had mentioned up to this point this year, Camazotz has not been a big deal. Solo laners have been loving him this week. Junglers still love him this week. Do you think he's going to be in this position to really pilot, kind of dictate maybe the picks and bans of the game?
Yeah, very possible. It's just that he has no bad matchups, right? Like what matchup really is horrible for him over in solo? There's not many. So it makes sense that we would see him be near the top of the list when it comes to prioritization.
Well, this is unsurprising. Kind of forgot about it. We've been talking so much about solo lane, I forgot mid lane existed.
Yeah.
That Amus and Cobb, you might be thinking, man, Barracuda, he must be nuts on it. It was Vin the other day who was playing it and who actually looked the best on this pick. So it feels like a little bit of a target towards them there. Of course, what we've seen, he's been in mid a little bit more often than not. Hell gets banned out as well by the Dragons. The other side, though, it's the Zeus that stands out. I'm sure you're happy now that Zeus has escalated up towards the top. But realistically, we've seen the Dragons and we saw Nehu in one of the SCC teams have been picking him up and have been performing out of this world with him. Zeus alongside the Erlon, the Camazotz. It just feels like that is a good way to control a little bit of Whirlwind.
Yeah, I like the ban there on the Zeus. I mean, Hurry has just looked so good on that god. I don't think that, we haven't seen a lot of mages in general right now, and the mages we do see are mage ADCs. Zeus can make this Book of the Dead build look really good. I think that he brings a lot when it comes to early pressure. But if I had to guess what's going to be the return here now that he's banned, I think that Sol has looked like Hurry's next best god. The Zhongkui's looked very good as well, but I would expect Sol to come through for the Jade Dragons if given the opportunity. They lock in their front line here instead. Kind of thought it was going to be Sol top 2, but hey, Odin Yamoja, you're not complaining.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. We get the Achilles. We talked about that a little bit there for the Bolts. But you get Odin for Fine-OK, one of the highly regarded, not just solo lane players, but gods that is now in his hands. We got a lot of highlights from that. And Yamoja! I mean, Mike, outside of Wrong U, Mike might have the best Yamoja. And honestly, it's for two different things. Mike's Riptides might be the best in the league in terms of keeping people in the impact. So they get the front line here for the Dragons, as you had mentioned. Izanami, Ganesh now join the Achilles for the top 3 for the Bolts. This Izanami's been on the rise, paired with a Ganesh. It helps, alleviate the fact that Ganesh has nothing in terms of clear early on. But, matching up against the Yamoja, is there anything to be worried about specifically in this lane? Does the Ganesh help against her?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't get trapped in by the River's Rebuke, which is really big. So that helps. But overall, you're looking for the Izanami to be all of your clear, basically. And that's the case for basically any support she's playing with, and it works very well because she just does it all on her own. So I've got no problem with the Izanami-Ganesh combination. you know, the Jade Dragons were the team that really made Ganesh look really good at Phase 3 playoffs. Then, you know, Aurora started playing it, and a lot of other players started playing it. But that was usually in conjunction with something like Zeus. It depends a lot on what Ven is going to be going in this mid lane and how I think this Ganesh is really going to work for them.
Mercury. I can kind of let it sit there. They played 3 games of him the other day, and they won 3 games with him the other day. And it's a pick that only Sam has really been picking up, and only Sam has found a lot of success with this year, and only Sam has had it banned against him. Like, it is definitely a Jade Dragons-centric pick, and it gets to come through. But you've got Achilles, the Izanami, Ganesh. Like, Mercury isn't necessarily the end-all, be-all. Otherwise, everybody would be playing it. Is this just Sam's so good at it, we can pick it up?
Yes.
Or there's some counter match? It's just that?
It's just that. Yeah, Sam's just like, give me that, and he's going to make good work with it because he has looked unbelievable on this god during this year. I don't love it up against Ganesh because special delivery, you know, he spins around the enemy god, takes some time, very easy to get ohmed out of that or knocked up out of it with the stun and the 3. You know, they can drop Dharmic Pillars right on you during that time. So that's a little bit spooky, I would say, as a matchup goes, but otherwise, I mean, Achilles and Izanami, those are pretty free ganks for you the vast majority of the time, and Sam has made this god look pretty much unstoppable at multiple points this year.
We can catch up on the bans. Fenrir and the Daji here for the Dragons get banned away, trying to isolate Lasbra a little bit. Heimdall and Zhang Hui. Now, if this was literally any other team, that would seem absolutely ludicrous, but this is something that Hurry and FidoK like to play, and it feels like it's a little bit more isolating for Hurwind this time around. The Heimdall as well has been a very big pick. Although I will mention, PandaCat is definitely one who's more willing to go out on a limb. I think he even played Danzaburo the other day. He's like one of the only hunters in the league that likes to pull a pick out like that. So even though it helps the Izanami a little bit, I don't think PandaCat's feeling that upset.
No, I don't think so either. He's got a deep god pool. This Neath could be for him. I think it's more likely to be in mid, but we saw Barracuda play it in duo yesterday. Don't expect to see meditation alongside of it, but hey, you know, you never know, I suppose. I'm really surprised that isn't Soul right there. That feels like such an easy Soul lock into me. You know, you're slow immune, so you don't have to worry too much about Ganesh ultimate. You can just pop right out of that. It's been such a good pick for Hurry this year, and they could still go to Soul if they so choose and give this over to PandaCat. Certainly capable of playing it, but a little surprised that's the direction the Jade Dragons went, and it means that maybe they do want to go for a magical hunter. You know, Freya looked awfully popular in the first set, not picked or banned here. Could still be the option for PandaCat.
We get the Gilgamesh on the other side here for Lasbra, something that has been a very popular pick. I'm happy they lock in the Merlin, although it is outrageous because we haven't seen it in a while. I was going to talk about the Morrigan because that's something that we know Vin loves to play and has performed incredibly well on.
Yeah.
But instead, we'll ignore her until she becomes relevant. Merlin gets locked in here. We talk a lot about objective burn. He's got decent safety, things like that. We don't see a whole lot of him lately.
No, his early game isn't very good, and right now the mid lane meta is really determined based on early game, and that's why Hunters have been very strong, as it is Freya for PandaCat. The one reason
clairvoyance.
Yeah, I guess so. I think the one reason that we see Merlin over something else in this mid lane is that there are very few characters that you can react to the sonic boom sort of line to with an escape. And Flicker is like the only one. You know, you're looking at a god like Raijin still has some startup on the dash. You know, a god like Scylla has to place the Sentinel. You know, there's not a lot of mobility for mid laners that you can react to it instantly with, and Merlin's Flicker is one of those. So I think that this is Ven trying to stay safe from these Mercury ultimates, just quickly flicker off to the side. Now, you still likely die a lot of those times because after your Flicker's down, he just dashes on you and kills you, but at least you don't get hit by the ultimate, and maybe that can be enough in some of these situations.
That's actually like a huge deal. When we watched it the other day, specifically this Mercury paired with anything in mid, but realistically Neath, who is a little more early game, like Sam was looking to get hands-on quickly.
Yeah.
Is that something that Vin's going to have to worry about in this game, especially with a Neath beside it?
Yes, absolutely. There's no reason that the Bolt or the Jade Dragon should shy away from playing aggressively in the mid 3v3 early on, because they've got Yamoja, who's fantastic, they've got Neath, who's fantastic, and Mercury can make it work if he's the one initiating the fights for you. So I think that those all look very good to me. I think the Jade Dragons, when they looked at when they were playing their best at Phase 3 playoffs, it was because they had pressure in lanes. The duo lane should not have pressure. I mean, Freya versus Izanami is a pretty big power gap there in terms of lane push. but Odin should be able to get pressure, Niche should be able to get pressure, and if the Jade Dragons can consistently be on this right side of the map, I'd expect to see a lot of blue buff invades, making sure that Achilles doesn't get to that really, really potent mid game for free.
Speaking of pressure, though, and maybe lack thereof, right? We always talk about how Ganesh needs a little bit of help. That's the Izanami in this case. We always talk about how Freya needs a little help. In this case, it's the Emoja. But, like, this duo lane, Freya takes a little while. We even saw that. Like, Zap playing it, he loved going back to it, but it still took a little while for it. Is this really just going to be funnel through the 3v3, get aggressive on solo, and hope Panda Cat makes it there? Or is there a spot where the duo lane could really be a win condition?
I mean, your Mojo always gives you those, oops, they messed up, they used their dash, now I drop my ultimate and they lose sort of scenarios. But for the most part, I'd expect the Jade Dragons to be focusing on mid and solo side, leaving Panda Cat on that island, and letting him farm up towards the late game. And I think that, if they're trying to nail down their strategy, that it was all 3 lanes with pressure. Sometimes we get outscaled. Now 2 lanes with pressure, we've got a scaling lane as insurance.
Well, it's game number 1. The Bolts and the Dragons. Winner of this set goes to World. Let's see how it starts.
World's quarterfinals on the line between the Bolts and the Dragons. In Mifflin, the Jade Dragons, they bring us some late game. Mercury, that's worked for Sam. Freya, that worked for Zapman, I guess, today, but still a bit of a new pick here that really over the last couple sets we've started to see the rise of.
Man, Freya's late game scaling, it's one of the highest DPS gods in the game, bar none. You've also got the OG Freya plus Odin combo, so Gungnir's Might going to give Panda Cat a little bit of additional attack speed going forward. That's going to not only help Panda, but Sanford Soccer and Hurrywind as well are going to benefit greatly from that. Neutral objectives, well, they should be scared. The Jade Dragons will shred them pretty quick. The Olympus Bolts have got similar levels, Dharmic Pillars, Merlin as well, an auto attack jungler, as well as Izanami having one of the best stims in the game. Means that they could similarly remove these objectives, but I think the Jade Dragons are going to be the ones bringing that threat first.
I think it's hard to gauge. I asked Gormeister about this on the desk prior to the break just a few minutes ago. What are levels of confidence looking like for these two teams? The Jade Dragons made quick work of their opponent, the Olympus Bolts did so as well, and so both, I think, coming into this set with maybe similar levels of confidence that their game plan worked the way that they wanted it to in the first set of this tournament for the Bolts and for the Jade Dragons as well. I think an interesting rise pick as well here, Miff. You look over to the duo lane. Awesome Jake on this Ganesh. We've seen a wide variety of gods from Jake so far this year. I think Ganesh is certainly a unique look for him.
Yeah, it's a lot more of that facilitator's traditional support style. When I think of Jake, I'm still thinking about the Hercules support. I'm still thinking about the tier support.
Right.
This not exactly fitting in that
Have we
style.
seen that this year? Tier
Tier
support? Like once or twice,
I don't
if
know,
so.
man.
No, and I asked that question because of
Gore just walked out of the room.
I
We're
think
out of
back
luck.
to like how it was in Season 7 for Jake, and it felt like we were seeing tier support on a pretty consistent basis. Been a little bit different. The God pool has grown to standard levels for Awesome Jake 408. This is such a unique matchup between these two teams. We talked about it on the desk. The Jade Dragons and the Olympus Bolts, they've met frequently, not only this year, but in past years, as Final K pointed out, in a lot of these playoff format events. And the Jade Dragons roster has traditionally performed very well against the roster that the Olympus Bolts are bringing to the table. So you're fighting against a little bit of history if you're the Olympus Bolts, but history is made to be changed a little bit, I suppose. That's an aggressive dash in from Awesome Jake. Stun, no good from PBM, and there will be no punishment on the use of that mobility.
Man, Jake backstepped like 4 of Panda Cat's auto attacks. Had even 2 of them landed, Jake's probably around 30% HP right now, so even off of flubbing the dash, Jake looks just fine here. And while we've got the duo lane, take a peek at these builds. It's a Death Toll in that first slot for Izanami. That's going to help out a lot insofar as sustain. But more interesting is that Shuriken.
Yeah.
I believe that's going to be a Shadow Steal, which means that Panda Cat, Freya rather, is a god that really benefits from lifesteal. She's got some phenomenal lifesteal scaling off of her autos. Well, Shadow Steal is going to put a bit of a damper on it, whereas Panda Cat has gone for the Gilded Arrow Ring Star.
Oh man, you don't see that often. That's just a walk-in, speed buff steal, and Lazaro walks back from base, realizing it's gone. Mike uses the sprint, should avoid first blood. Don't love having to burn that active, though, especially against some of what the Olympus Bolts are bringing to the table. So a small moment where the Boltsmith maybe feel like they can get aggressive and forces the utility out of Mike.
I wonder if Barracuda just had not leveled his dash until just then at level 4. Had he had it up, I think the chase down could have been there, maybe worried about where Panda Cat was standing. The Olympus Bolts did not have vision on him, so a dash forward could have been a little bit over-aggressive. Had they had the information that Panda Cat was hovering around purple buff, I'm pretty sure we would have just saw first blood.
Sam is stealing just a little bit away from Lasber here. A moment ago, Sam walks into the speed buff when Lasber's resetting. I mean, it was inch perfect. Second perfect timing from Sam for Soccer to get there when Lasber's speed buff was spawning. And then takes away at least one of those mid-harpies while Lasber is trying to catch up. All right, so we've reached that level 5 mark now, Mifflin. That's a big pivot point here in this game for Sam for Soccer and the Mercury.
And now he's got so much global presence, can start to rotate over towards this dual lane, alleviate some of that pressure, which is why we're starting to see Barracuda play a little bit more respectfully. Barracuda, during the Hunter Roundtable, was one of the most vocal haters of Sam for Soccer's Mercury pick.
Whoa.
He doesn't love it.
And Sam's in solo now. Haddix locked into the cage, gets a double stun, has the dash away. Fatal Strike is there on the other end, and Haddix will survive, and that is everything used from both Sam for Soccer and Fine OK, but the Achilles shrugs it off. About all Haddix could do there was play it the way that he did, and it was enough.
Man, he uses the
World
wave.
Weaver too?
Yeah,
Weaver?
that's nuts. How does he live all that? That's the mechanical play that Aggro was talking about earlier. Hovers within the wave, blocks a couple of auto attacks, survives the stun, survives the triple ultimate combo of the Jade Dragons, and Haddix living there is massive for the Olympus Bolts. Now for about a minute, the Jade Dragons, they're running on fumes. They don't have a whole lot of fight potential. This could create an opportunity for the Olympus Bolts. Head back, start to regroup, and play around that mid 3v3.
Let's talk about this World Weaver a little bit here, Mifflin. Now 1 out of 1 uses has made its way to Fine OK, or made its way to Haddix rather. Didn't work out. Won't get a chance to talk about it though. Barracuda's been stunned in place. Dash use this time. Oh, the banish is perfect. From Panda Cat, Dark Portal is down though. Valkyrie's discretion is up. And Barracuda trapped in the wave, and he will die. First blood to PBM.
That's so good for the Jade Dragons. They needed to hit pay dirt somewhere off of committing so much on the right-hand side of the map, but what was true just a moment ago, where the Olympus Bolts had a power play potential, well, it remains true. That's PBM and Panda Cat's ultimate.
Yep.
Luckily for the dual lane of the Jade Dragons, it doesn't cost them any relics. Beads are maintained, as is the Heavenly Sprint, so the Jade Dragons can play a little bit safer for now. Expect the pace to slow down for about 20 or so seconds while they wait on those cooldowns.
Well, Hurriwin's ultimate is back up, so is Sam for Soccer, and so that, you mentioned, Miff, maybe the cooldowns around PBM and Panda Cat, the most important. But targeting around this World Weaver, especially early to mid-game, always a fun topic of conversation. One has already connected onto Haddix as far as setting up for Sam for Soccer. Is this going to happen again? I guess it might. Here comes everything onto Haddix. The Achilles lived it last time. Is this going to happen again? The cage times out on Haddix. He's getting aggressive now. He has turned this fight around. Lasbro rotates on over from the jungle. Stun out from Haddix. But it is a disengage yet again. The Jade Dragons hell-bent on making this combo work up against Haddix. Sam at least held his ultimate this time. But Haddix was further from death the second attempt than he was the first.
Yeah, I've seen enough from the Jade Dragons gank at the soul lane. It doesn't work. Haddix is too tanky already.
Can they fight, though? Can the Bolts re-engage? The ultimates are down for the Jade Dragons. All of them are there for the Olympus Bolts. It is just a greater Scorpion dive by the Bolts, and it looks like that's the only amount of pressure the Bolts looking to put out. And so now we can take a deep breath. That would have been a good fight opportunity. The Bolts just trying to exert a little bit of pressure onto the Jade Dragons. Might be time, Miff, to retire the double or triple ult onto Haddix. The Achilles is felt unkillable.
Yeah, maybe send some of those Barracudas way, right? He's already fallen down this game. Maybe you can keep exploiting that and have your Freya get a little bit of a helping hand transitioning into the mid to late game, especially considering Izanami's already got crit.
Do you think it's because Haddix has med and no beads or anything like that early on? You think you can punish this Achilles just outside of his Fatal Strike CC immunity?
I mean, that's all right, I suppose, but the meditation is getting canceled out by the Odin cage.
Oh,
luckily, that's Jake. Luckily, it's Jake this time.
I see someone on this side of the map, and my immediate reaction is that it's somebody on the Jade Dragons. I guess there was a slight hovering by Mike. No, Haddix was the one receiving some help this time.
Not that he needs it.
Not that he needs it, right. He's doing just fine. Even in levels. Gone Blackthorn on the other side. Final K, Breastplate of Valor. So there's this momentum on the right, and it's happening again. Mike silenced, and silenced permanently, at least for the next 18 seconds, as Lasbra and the Olympus Bolts pile it on, and they're leaving up the kills.
That was 100% Jake. Jake did just about everything there besides get the last hit. The ultimate hits on first tick, locks him down with the dash, and there's nothing PBM can do. If he had beads, maybe he lives that engagement, but he drops the Heavenly Sprint, and it got him 5 steps before he fell down.
What happens to Panda Cat here? Does have the ultimate, also has Banish. Banish no good. Pull back in by Ven, no good. Ultimate down, so you might call that a win for the Olympus Bolts. If nothing else, you also delay the back from Panda Cat a little bit further. And so Panda Cat off to the 1 assist start. Ring of Hecate, his first item there. And here's a look back at exactly what Jake got done in the mid lane.
Yeah, immediately locks him down. Lasbra keeps him there as well.
Oh,
The
that's
double
nuts.
CC chain.
Yep.
Nobody could help him. Hurrywind's standing 5 feet away, and he says, Mike, bud, I love you. I really do. There's nothing I could do about this.
Yeah, literally nothing to be done in that fight. So now Mike has fallen. Barracuda, the one who's died off for the Olympus Bolts. But Bears kept things fine in that lane. Just a level down to the Freya.
Not ideal.
Not ideal, right? I said fine, and then Panda Cat ticks over to maybe a half to a 1-level lead. Ideally, the Freya's behind, but that has just not been the case. Hurrywind, I wonder, Myth, if you start to push that lead a little bit, maybe you can start to send some World Weavers on Barracuda's way. Maybe even burn some beads.
Yeah, I think that is definitely the potential. As of now, we're about 1 item away from where I think Panda Cat's going to hit a power spike where he wants to take engagements up against Barracuda. It's only about a half-level lead, but Shadow Steel Shuriken is so strong. It's gotten power added onto it throughout the years. It's really gotten to be a great stat stick, and having 20% crit means there's a 20% chance you just win a fight.
Especially you apply the stem, like eventually at some point one of those autos is going to crit. You have to assume you're going to get benefit of that passive at some point throughout the fight. And we'll see if Barracuda can leverage that a little bit later on in some of these skirmishes. Anti-heal, of course, going to be very important when you're going up against a Yamoja alone, but Freya, of course, as well. So Divine Ruin first for Ven here. Vampiric Shroud is his starter item. Immediately into the Spear of Desolation. Could be a 1v1. Sam from Soccer and Laz. Lasper drop kicks in. Sam immediately turns around. Here comes a World Weaver. It's going to go onto the Gilgamesh, but he immediately just shrugs off the stun. It was the 1v1 that was not to be. 2 ults spent for 1.
Man, Sanford Soccer misses the Sonic Boom and says, all right, well, I tried. Sorry, Hurry, not much I can do about this one. Lasra is able to seal away some of those back camps, and it seems like the Olympus Bolts are just playing with so much pressure everywhere on the map. Earlier was the Jade Dragons playing around the Soul Lane. Now it's the Bolts, and they've got the Pyro pulled out. Where are the Dragons? Nowhere to be seen.
And not on the Dharmic Pillars this time. Instead, it's a Pyromancer, and the Olympus Bolts take away an objective quietly. But look at the Jade Dragons grouping. 4 members, everyone but Fine OK, grouped up around this Gold Fury. The Olympus Bolts are rotating over from mid. Sam is so low here in this fight. He's got to juggle the aggro. Could be a kill potential if the Olympus Bolts were close enough. They are not, and the Jade Dragons answer back in the best way that they can. Send 4 to the Fury and take it down.
I wonder if that's worth it for the Olympus Bolts. They chose to go to the Pyromancer first. I'm sure assuming that the Jade Dragons would not have been able to burn down the Gold Fury as quickly as they did, especially considering Sanford Soccer is only sitting on the short sword in that second tier, so it doesn't have crit available, and it's not exactly the best tier 2 item in the game, barely gives you any power. But despite all that, it still is a Freya. You still have a Hunter in mid, and they were, the Jade Dragons that is, able to strip away the Gold Fury, the more important of the 2 objectives at this point, netting themselves a slight gold advantage, the macro game favoring them as well. The pacing, incredibly slow, has got to favor the team that has Freya. I think the Dragons are very happy with this pace.
Yeah, you would think. Not that Merlin or Iza are anything to scoff at later on in the game, but Freya, for years, has just been touted as this late-game powerhouse. Mercury as well. And so the Jade Dragons definitely have their way into the late game, and the win conditions can lie there. I want to go back to Ven's build here. It was Vampiric Shroud, double flat pen early on, Divine Ruin into Spear of Deso. I believe it was the tier 2 item, got a slight buff in that tree here recently.
Yes, sir.
And so you're finding some maybe early pressure on this Merlin. Maybe, Myth, we're not going to get to talk about it yet again. Because
no.
That's a fantastic Riptide, a fantastic World Weaver. But are the Dharmic Pillars good enough? They seem to be for the time being. Mike has got the back end stun onto Awesome Jake, but the Ganesh will live. It's a dark portal, but then a double ult from Sanford Soccer as Barracuda dashes away. We are on a knife's edge, and none of the kills falling.
Man, meditation goes crazy there for Awesome Jake, living throughout the entirety of Valkyrie's discretion, even able to drop the Dharmic Pillars. It was nearly a perfect re-engage from the Olympus Bolts. Had Sanford Soccer not connected Sonic Boom on 2 key targets, that's it for the Jade Dragons. Panda Cat had already used Beads and the Aegis. That would have been a very easy pick for the Olympus Bolts. Sam coming up huge for his team. Unfortunately, the Jade Dragons, just not enough damage to finish off that Ganesh.
Panda Cat had to use both of his actives as well. Beads off of Barracuda. Both mid laners retain control of both of their actives. That's a drop kick and a lot of damage onto Panda Cat, but an immediate disengage from Lasbra. Barracuda's here. He'll provide some peel as well.
Goodness.
But is this collapse quick enough from the Bolts? They are relentless. Panda Cat He might die where he stands. World Weaver's going to be late, but Barracuda does not
Silenced
get
it!
The Ohm, massive from Awesome Jake.
What?
Barracuda will use the Aegis, and he will walk out alive. The Jade Dragons desperately trying to chase down this kill, but the dash away will be enough.
Awesome Jake still has Final K hot on his heels,
Oh
then
my.
pulled back
Oh
in.
my God,
Will the Dragons dive?
It's another fantastic silence from Awesome Jake. He is preventing the second re-engage now twice, but Haddix is rotated over. He's got a double stun on the left side of the map. The cage is down, and the Riptide will secure the escape of the Jade Dragons. Despite the health bars being full, the Jade Dragons will leave. They've got less numbers on the map.
I gotta highlight that awesome silence from Awesome Jake. He drops the silence onto Sanford Soccer as he's channeling Made You Look. Made You Look would have killed Barracuda, stops it in his tracks. Sam has to wait for the entirety of the Ohm, and then tries a Made You Look again, but this time Barracuda's ready for it, isn't able to Aegis and keep his life. That is insane T-play from the Olympus Bolts. These guys are playing with hot hands.
Awesome Jake on this Ganesh. The question was, how would he look? This is different from that wild, aggressive style that Awesome Jake is known for.
Oh, tell me we get to see it.
I think we will here, Myth. This is right around where it happened. Panicat gets deleted, and this was the nerve-wracking moment.
Stops him. Oh, my God.
Yeah, that's a nice play there from Awesome Jake, and that's so scary. I mean, Barracuda is so low, has to use the Aegis anyway. But when Jake's playing this way on a god that provides the amount of control that Ganesh does, it's going to be hard to find these kills.
Man, Jake's got to put that on his own personal highlight reel or something. That is an amazing clip.
Does it again.
The Jade Dragons nearly get the re-engage. I thought when Final K was sitting on tower line, we would have saw him completely engage, maybe a blink into tower to try and dive it out, but they spot out Haddix on the rotation in, the Jade Dragons that is. He walks over a ward, and the Dragons realize we can't take the fight with Haddix on our heels like this, and they are forced to walk all the way back to their own tower. Haddix nearly sets up the entirety of the bolts for another kill, regardless with a double stun, but luckily the Jade Dragons with the Riptides are able to get out of there.
Well, Myth, Sanford Soccer is underway on his build here. Draugr taken down by the Olympus Bolts. But as a crusher into rage, that said, when we've seen Mercury so far this week from Sanford Soccer, it's already had a few stacks on the rage by this point, so still searching to add some of that crit chance. Going to take a moment. What is this? From Awesome Jake, drops the Dharmic Pillars.
Good
Maybe
question.
it's being annoying, trying to stop the back from Panda Cat. Dharmic Pillars not the longest on the ultimate cooldown.
Yeah, no, I still don't think that's worth it.
I'm trying
per
to help
se.
out here.
Hey, look, Jake's made such a phenomenal play just
Right.
moments ago. I'll give him the benefit
He
of the doubt.
earned my benefit of the doubt, right?
Yeah, but he also earned our ire a little bit for that ultimate. Now, for about a minute, Awesome Jake's not really going to be able to participate in the team fight.
Look at that, quarter of the way back on the ultimate
You're such a fan.
of Ganesh. Yeah, the cooldown, not too bad. Look, halfway back already on the Dharmic Pillars. Maybe you'd like to have it if a fight breaks out. There is some pressure kind of building on towards the right. A few minutes ago, remember, it was the active decision by the Olympus Bolts to go for the Pyromancer, give the Fury over to the Jade Dragons, and that has kept the gold lead where it's at. It has shrunk a little bit, that said. But the Jade Dragons with that Gold Fury were able to nudge out just a bit of an advantage. But tier 1 tower on right here, Myth. There's just been continued pressure from this Odin against Haddix. That'll finally net the first tower of the game. No
Oh, wow.
chance, right? There's a Frenzy here for Mike. Mike just hit level 12. He goes back for the Frenzy. The Olympus Bolts
They
are
know.
not on this side of the map, but they have to rotate in. Will it get dropped? The Jade Dragons just testing the response time of the Olympus Bolts. No Frenzy gets used, but Shoguns plus Frenzy for Mike could have kept that door open. Barracuda is over here on the Oni Fury as well. Panda Cat sends some damage in. Awesome Jake is going to take the World Weaver.
Whoa!
Oh, they take away the Fury, and the Olympus Bolts leave empty-handed. Can you get the kill onto Panda Cat? At least you would hope so. You'll get his Aegis on the other end
Good
of the fight.
Riptide!
The Riptide for Polar Ray Mike. Fantastic. The River's Rebuke separates it, but there's a fatal strike awaiting on the other end of the ultimate. Not needed, as Lasbro's gotten the kill.
Wins the Shamash, is able to secure the kill on a PBM, and now it's the Jade Dragons back in.
Oh, the cage is massive from Final K, but there's a stun from Haddix on the other side of the fight. Sanford Soccer, he'll dash away from this. The Jade Dragons want no more to do with it. And the fight is disengaged. A couple kills for the Bolts, but a stolen Fury by the Drags.
Man, the Jade Dragons pull the Fire Giant initially for one of two reasons. They either say to themselves, we know the Olympus Bolts are on gold, and if they don't have vision here, we just get Fire Giant. Love that for us. Or, even in the worst case, the Olympus Bolts are forced to peel off of the Gold Fury and rotate over to stop the Dragons. So, effectively, the Dragons slow down the neutral objective from going down and buy time for exactly what you see on the screen. Panda Cat with an admittedly lucky steal.
No, this is all we're giving. Look, if I'm going to give credit to Jake for the ultimate that he drops down, we'll call it pure skill by Panda Cat, just to be fair on either end. But this is an actual Fire Giant.
Are you serious?
They're going to drop the Frenzy and the Dharmic Pillars on the FG. We are at a breakneck pace here in game number 1 of this set. Somehow with only 5 kills on the board, these teams relentless. But enough damage onto the Olympus Bolts are going to force them off of the objectives. The Jade Dragons now posturing around the Pyro. They don't have Frenzy either, but there is still plenty of objective burn. Maybe a steal chance for the Olympus Bolts. Won't be, though. Jade Dragons secure the Pyro, and the Fire Giant just being toyed with.
I was so sure we were going to see the Jade Dragons pull the Fire Giant itself, considering how many resources the Olympus Bolts just used. It was what? The Winds of Shamash, Dharmic Pillars, Frenzy, both Meditations down on the Olympus Bolts as well. I mean, look at their relics. They've got just about none. A couple pairs of beads, 1 Aegis on Barracuda. I think the Jade Dragons may have missed out on an opportunity there. But that said, still, great response time from the Chaos team. And a cheeky attempt from the Olympus Bolts squashed.
If I do want to check in with some of the builds here as far as the carries go, because with the speed of this game, we might not get another chance. Hurrywin starting to get under his build a little bit. Stack Transcendence, Jotuns, Brawlers, Beatstick, get some good anti-heal. Mainly Panda Cat, though. As far as power spikes go on this Freya, you got 3 completed rings and then a tier 2 ring after that. You got to imagine, 1940, almost 20 minutes into the game, this is when the Freya's wheels really start to spin up.
My man Panda Cat's going to run out of fingers pretty soon. So obviously, the Telkine's coming up next. Some yellow damage. It's essentially the magical Kinsai is going to help out a lot against the front line of the Olympus Bolts, especially when you compare the junglers builds here. It's a much more facilitator style from Lazra, who's gone for raw bruiser. I mean, you got a Blackthorn in the third slot. You've already picked up the Mantle of Discord, whereas Sanford Soccer has gone for a objective/frontline shred build. Already has the Rage, no stacks, unfortunately for him, but Serrated Edge is going to do a lot of damage and help you out with survivability. So I think that Panda Cat, once he finishes off this Telkines, he is going to be the major threat on the Jade Dragons. He's going to put a massive target on his back. But you brought up Hurrywin's build. He's going for the one-shot. My man's trying to be an old war sniper right now. Likely going to be the Mannequin's Hidden Blade and the Heartseeker coming up very shortly. I mean, whoever he hits is losing like
World Weaver?
They're losing 50% at least.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. Man, I didn't even consider that. That'll be big and bursty from Hurrywin as this build continues on. Barracuda, though, let's check in with his build. He's kept up with some of the crit mindset here. He's gone Shadow Steel, Aussie, of course, Wind Demon, and then a little crit later on in this build. Spectral then becomes a question that you start to ask the Jade Dragons about. But at 0-1-3, just seeing the game kind of revolving around Barra up to this point. Haven't gotten a great damage check in just a moment. That's a lot of CC onto Haddix.
He's fine.
Cannot move. But we have seen plenty of CC find its way onto the Achilles this game, and Haddix yet to die.
I'm looking at the ward coverage around the Fire Giant, and as of now, the Jade Dragons are pretty dominant in that. So I think the play of putting pressure onto the mid tower was just to kind of count heads on the Olympus Bolt. Say, all right, they're all here, so now we can start working on our rotation path towards the neutral objective. But in seeing that even with all that chain CC, they weren't able to put much damage into Haddix, it seems like the Jade Dragons are happy to reset, pick up some more of their farm, pick up a couple of pretty significant power spikes. Fine, okay. Just finishing up his Pridwin as well. You're getting your full relic strength back. But the same is true of the inverse. The Olympus Bolts, who had about nothing left in the tank just 20 seconds ago, full relics, all the ultimates are up. This next team fight could be very indicative of the entire pace of this game going forward.
Quietly, the Jade Dragons, Myth, have pulled about 2,000 gold in the lead over the Olympus Bolts. Just a slight downward trend. No meteoric events that have really caused that. Just better farming. Maybe some objective secure for the Jade Dragons. Let's put the Olympus Bolts just a bit behind in that category. Levels, the widest discrepancy in the jungle here. Lazra, despite being 2-0-2, 2 levels down to Sanford Soccer, who's apparently just been power farming over the last couple of minutes. And we're worried about the Freya. Hidden Blade completed, by the way, for Hurrywin, so that's something to look out for here. Also watch out for this Mercury. No stacks yet, but what can he get done? Barracuda, his health bar is halved.
He's done.
With 1 ability, and he's got to now leave this fight. Aussie will help you out a little bit, but you don't want to walk back into the fight. Haddix, he is alone in the back. Final K jumps forward, does not have his cage, so this should be a disengage by Haddix.
Lazra forced to jump away, but the Jade Dragons TKO Barracuda. Haddix has to go back to base as well. It was an expensive engagement. It cost you Hurrywin, Final K, and Panda Cat's ultimate. Where will the Jade Dragons go? They're not going to risk it on the Fire Giant. Instead, Tier 1 tower, and that's pretty easy. Nobody here to defend.
That is a simpler objective. The Gold Fury is up.
Sam gets solo.
I was going to say, Gold Fury is up, and this is probably the right call by the Jade Dragons, because now we've seen both teams throw caution to the wind, pull the Fire Giant, and just react check the enemy team. If everyone from the Dragons goes over to the Gold Fury, that's maybe a pull with a frenzy by the Olympus Bolts. Might be anyway. But Panda Cat and Hurrywind are both here. This is both the carries.
The Bolts know.
But Mike hovering around the mid lane. It's a Rift hideout. Stun from Haddock. Some good damage from Barracuda. Has found its way in here as well. And the Achilles now is relentless. Nice banish. Keeps Awesome Jake at bay. And so just a little bit of pressure from the Bolts while the Jade Dragons get the Gold Fury.
Yeah, Mike likely going to be having to go back to base here. Luckily, though, Final K has been able to make the rotation over from the Gold Fury. He can show presence and make sure the Bolts don't go for the larger of the two objectives. Pyromancer, pretty valuable at this point. The ability to rotate out of your own base, very significant. 24 minutes into a game, and the Olympus Bolts will get credit for this one. Final K unsuccessful in the steal. But the Bolts stop showing face immediately. They strip all the wards off of the Fire Giant pit itself. They get a couple of aggressive wards on the Jade Dragon side of the map. Everybody on the Bolts headed back to base except for Haddox, who has to stay because there is threat that the Fire Giant goes down to the Dragons. But keep your eyes on the pockets of the Olympus Bolts. Every single one of them that has gone back to base has either upgraded some relics or picked up some wards. 3 sentries in the pocket to the Jade Dragons too.
That'll be the case for the Jade Dragons though as well. Just looking at the gold charts right now, there's still a few members with 1K plus on the Jade Dragons if they're going to get the opportunity to reset. 4 members with 1K plus. It was near a perfect reset for Hurrywind, who completes the Heartseeker. That damage onto Barracuda just a moment ago was without the Heartseeker. Now Heartseeker is there for Hurrywind. And so if one of these carries gets connected with on the World Weaver, you know, Myth, maybe if you're Hurrywind, you're not even worried about officially getting the kill. That's icing on the cake, right? But if you can burn actives or just get the carry out of the fight, then you've done your job.
The Olympus Bolts, or specifically Barracuda and Ven essentially, are going to be forced to use their Aegis on reaction to Hurrywind's ultimate if they want to participate in the team fight that is currently happening. It might not kill them, as you already said. It will drop them pretty low. I think Ven probably gets dropped to about 30% HP from a fully channeled World Weaver ultimate. But that's a TKO. You're not sticking around at 30% HP against this dive-heavy composition of the Jade Dragons.
Positioning in the jungle then can become important if you're all kind of grouped up anyway. Maybe that allows Jake or Haddox. I mean, they don't want to be taking much damage either. I mean, damage will still be big onto the front lines. But if they're able to body block it, at least you're able to keep your carries in the fight a little bit longer. There's no Pyro here. There's no Fury here. Left side tier 1 tower. Under threat by the Jade Dragons minion wave. That's not something the Bolts are worried about at this point in the game. With just the speed that both of these teams have shown that they can do the Fire Giant. And that was like 8 minutes ago. We kind of saw that dual pull. You can't leave this side of the map if you're one team or another. That's a good banish on Awesome Jake. Is there follow-up? Yes, there is, but it's by the Olympus Bolts. Lasbra's health bar is missing before my eyes. He's got to leave. And the Olympus Bolts have lost their jungler in health bar only early on in this fight. Haddox pulled back.
Oh my God!
Saga right down Main Street, and it's a massive Rivers Rebuke from the Jade Dragons, and they will get 2 kills, but it feels like a hell of a lot more, and back to the FG go the Drags.
The Jade Dragons are just funneling the Olympus Bolts into these inopportune fights. At no point was Lasbra allowed to play in that engagement. Haddox is an incredibly tanky frontliner, if you would believe me, and well then, you're on the wrong side of town.
Oh no, then he's gonna die here on the other end as well, and that is a 1-minute death timer. Barracuda's gotta leave to give any sort of chance here to the Olympus Bolts. This is a Fire Gianted up Jade Dragons. With the eyes on the tier 2 on right. You don't have your mid laner, you don't have your late game Merlin with Tahuti, Soul Reaver, and Obshard, almost Obshard, for 40 seconds.
Man, that team fight was just massive frontline gap. Where were Hurrywin and Panda Cat throughout the entirety of that fight? Behind the Fire Giant, essentially.
Off the screen.
Yeah, they just waited for the rest of the frontliners to set them up, and that's the correct play when you're playing this type of composition. Fire Giant goes to the Jade Dragons. Right side, Phoenix stripped away from the Olympus Bolts, and you've got 3 minutes to play with this buff. Yeah, head back to base, spend up some of that gold, and strip away the remainder of the towers.
Yeah, this was massive from Mike. Look at the cage from Fino.
Sam's going to go over his shoulder, too.
That sets things up over the beginning. Yep, this right here.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, that feels horrible. And then Ven was stuck in, forced the flicker away. And so whether or not that ultimately caused Ven's death later on, unsure. But that setup is nasty. This is what we saw from Mike in the first set of the week for the Jade Dragons, where Mike has more kills than everyone else on his team. And the Emoja a bit unhinged in the best way possible now for the Jade Dragons. Level 19 to Jake's 17. So despite some good plays from the Ganesh, that setup from the Jade Dragon support makes all the difference.
But the Olympus Bolts have got some of the best pieces for base defense, Dave. Dharmic Pillars, great space control. Merlin is, for my money, the best siege defense mage. Just the ability to throw out poke consistently, as well as keeping the minion waves out very easily. If anyone gets dropped low, generally the Jade Dragons will have fine okay tanking up these Phoenixes. If he gets dropped low ever, Haddock should be able to finish him off with the execute. If there is a disengage from the Jade Dragons, the chase down potential is certainly there for the Bolts. Winds of Shamash very good at locking down some of these picks. So the Jade Dragons, despite playing with a massive advantage right now in both gold and with a Fire Giant and map state, they still have to put some respect on the Olympus Bolts, which is why we see this soft defense around the tier 2.
Right, not a siege that you can take for granted. Panda Cat went back to base and sold off the starter item, picked up the Typhon's Fang. So, nice boost for Panda Cat. Fire Minions on right. Luckily, you got a Merlin with all the late game advantages and the good itemization that I mentioned for Venenu. So, you'll be able to clear out those waves somewhat quickly, but about half the wave still makes it in onto the Titans. You're going to lose a little bit of HP in that regard. And in games this year where we've seen Titans down to like 100 HP, those little ticks could make a difference. It's this next wave where someone from the Olympus Bolts is going to have to leave, and that might be the Dragon's go button.
When the Olympus Bolts get the opportunity, I'm expecting an all-in attempt.
Oh my, it found its way onto Barracuda, who is down to half HP, but there's no immediate jump in from the Jade Dragons, not just yet. Haddox has been left alone, and now he is being worked down to half HP. Dharmic Pillars from Awesome Jake is just going to push back the Jade Dragons, and it's only World Weaver spent by the Drags. And the Olympus Bolts use 2 pretty big ults, space control ults at that.
And 50 seconds left to regen all your HP with Fire Giant. Mike might not have Omi, but he still has the ultimate, so that'll come back very shortly.
Here's Fino, flicker out from Venenu, nice silence out from Awesome Jake, right down Main Street. Goes Sam for Soccer, but it's a jump back in and a drop kick from Laz to peel from the back line of his team, the Olympus Bolts. They're gathering together, but is that the right call? It's happening again, the River's Rebuke. Sends Awesome Jake right where he doesn't want to be, and that's into the grave. But Ven and Barra, they're left untouched on the backside of this fight. Titan is not going down quick enough, not for the Jade Dragons liking, and that's giving the Bolts a re-engage opportunity. Woo! The damage is massive, and Haddox is down the first kill, but Hurrywin's back in, he's got another.
Little more.
Still alive in the back of the fight, but the Jade Dragons nearly got
Can
the
Mike
damage.
do it?
It's all down to Mike. No, he cannot. Barra, 3-piece, baby, and this game goes on.
But maybe just for a little bit longer, Dave. Sure, the defense is there, but the Titan is only hanging on by a thread. You need all of your Phoenixes back before that's going to have any level of regen. So I think the Jade Dragons may have gone for the all-in. I can see the chat right now, panic and spam, but I think the Jade Dragons have built enough of a buffer that can feel just fine falling down.
Don't take away my hope, Myth. Don't take it away from me. No, you're likely right. That, but at this point, all right, so now we got to talk strategy. Realistically, this is still the Jade Dragons' game to lose. Probably hard when the Titan's that low up against a Mercury who can just bypass your team, it feels like. But if you're looking back at the Titan defense, let's live in this moment right before the Jade Dragons close the game out, potentially anyway. And it's Barracuda, who's just untouched the entire fight.
Yeah, nobody's looking at him because they're looking at the objective that wins them the game. The Jade Dragons wanted to kill the Titan. Even Mike's throwing autos in there, but it just was not enough, and Barracuda goes unchecked, picks himself up a triple kill. In the smaller feed on the right side of your screen, the Olympus Bolts also get a Primal Fury on the tail end, meaning that they deal bonus damage to neutral objectives, but I don't think there's going to be any opportunity for them to step up to it. The Jade Dragons back at full fighting strength, and they're at the Fire Giant, enhanced, by the way.
Do you have to, all right, now I do want to talk strategy for the brief time that we can. Do you have to take this fight, though, outside of your base? I mean, we're still looking at minimal percentages for the Olympus Bolts. You can't fight anywhere near your Titan. I mean, you're just going to lose. One auto attack is in there. Do you have to try to do this, group up and find an engage in your side of the jungle?
I think you do. Maybe the Olympus Bolts could play the coin toss game, just sit in the lantern fog on one side of the map and hope that the Jade Dragons walk down that side, but you're absolutely right. You can't take the fight in your own base. You can't take it anywhere near. I don't even think you could take it in the Phoenix, right? Like, you want to take this fight right outside of Phoenix line, because the second the Olympus Bolts start to give space, if they do defend in their Phoenix, they give their Titan away as well.
Yeah, and you want to do it in 5 minutes when the enhanced Fire Giant has fallen off, but the Jade Dragons, not a team to play slow in any metric of the game, much less. And they've got a massive lead and a great opportunity to find the first win in this best-of-5 set. All 3 of Barracuda's kills came in that engagement. It's been a quiet game from effectively everyone outside of the first couple of minutes. The Jade Dragons, remember, had 1 kill for the longest time, but that scaling has really started to catch up. Important to remember, though, what we just saw. The Izanami scaling is there as well. But you shift some focus here. That World Weaver connects into some setup. That's what the Jade Dragons are looking for. Barra ate the last one and just walked away.
Dave, I got a question, man. By the way, San Francisco can ult through all this and like 2-punch
Right,
the
that was my
Titan.
thought.
I'm
Yeah,
looking at
ask your
Jake's
question
build.
quickly, because
Did he sell? Like, he's got nothing left.
Yeah, I don't know. You're right. He's been sitting on that Pridlin for a while. Now he's got Sovereignty. Sanford Soccer has got some auto attacks.
Oh my God!
Well, what happens to Ben? He just absolutely evaporated. He'll use his Aegis.
Still
but he doesn't
living.
die. He still lives. Haddox has got the execute. Hurrywin, though, finds a kill onto Lasbro. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Solo laner for jungler. Venenu had to use both actives. Everyone on the Olympus Bolts had to use both actives outside of Barracuda.
The Jade Dragons have got plenty of time to play with. Left side, Phoenix going to respawning shortly for the Olympus
Ven is
Bolts.
there.
That drags Ven away, which means the Dragons have a massive advantage.
Oh, right down.
He wants it.
Oh, he's onto the Titan. Unreal. That's how this game ends. Sanford Soccer doesn't care about the fight. And the Jade Dragons, it took 2 pushes, but they get it done. I was praying there was one more shot in there for the Olympus Bolts. But there was not. Outside of the miraculous defense from Barra and the rest of the team, the Jade Dragons set it up nicely.
Man, what a fun match. The Olympus Bullets bring the fight early. The Jade Dragons try to camp out the soul lane. It doesn't necessarily work for them at any point. Haddox lives through every engagement. But it was just a back-and-forth battle where a couple of micro plays, a couple of frontline gap engagements spells a dub for the Jade Dragons.
That feels like a game that, I mean, we got to keep things light and exciting. That ended on that last defense. And it just took a sonic boom from Sanford Soccer to end the game. I still think some good moments for the Bolts and their fans to be happy about after game number 1. You fight back in the early, you keep yourself relevant. Scaling for the Jade Dragons just felt a little bit too good down the stretch. Game number 1, it's a barn burner. Hopefully we got at least 2 more of those. Game number 2, right after this.
But he had the Horsey, and Horsey, don't you stop! Fido King! Fido!
I gave up dabbing for Lynn.
Cool. No more dabbing for Final Call. He looked at me and said, I'm going to be on that stage next year. I'm going to become a world champion.
Ripping through! Titan down, ball 3! A double kill myself!
Not just team jerseys, not just your SPL merch anymore. We even have something special for you. You might have seen it earlier today. You might have seen it on Twitter. But you can go ahead and see it on the website. I believe it's all hrz.io/SWC merch. Important, SWC merch, all caps. Make sure it happens that way because you can go get some of the championship edition jerseys for your favorite teams, the black and gold that are coming through. Of course, if you are a Titans fan, a Kings fan, or a Leviathans fan, as of right now, you know your team is going to be there and you can get that merch. Hey, jerseys aren't your thing? Cool. It's fine. We've got joggers. We've got mouse pads as well, all in the black and gold. Of course, that mouse pad looks fantastic, and I'm a big fan of those joggers as well. So I think all of it worthwhile. And again, you can go to shop.smiteproleague.com to pick that one up, or hrz.io/SWC merch, all caps, in order to get taken directly to the page and get some of your championship merchandise for this week. And of course, for Worlds, when it is coming up in 3 weeks. That is still kind of blowing my mind that it is 3 weeks away. But we'll deal with that after we deal with the teams that qualify. Right now, the Dragons one step closer to being able to do so just with this win over the Bolts. And a lot of it feels close, but you watch the gold lead, Aggro, and the gold is slowly and steadily funneling into the pockets of the Dragons.
Yeah, those fights were so close. I mean, so many times players would get away with slivers of HP, but it was always the Dragons that I felt like were doing the first step, being the initiator, asking the questions, and that's just the better place to be. You would just much rather be in a position like that where you're able to force them to answer what you are doing. And the way that Mike played this Yemoja was absolutely unbelievable, man. That ultimate got first blood. Panicat made this huge play by coming over and sealing away this Oni Fury. You know, sometimes you need a little bit of luck involved, and that one's just a coin flip Fury that ends up working out really well for the Jade Dragons. But
it's this one.
This ultimate from Mike changes this entire game, and Final K sets it up as well. Sam's right there with the follow-up. But this ultimate just completely changed how this game came out.
And again, you can see the team getting separated, but like all those kills, It's one thing to have the gold going in your favor, but into that fight, 26 minutes in, they're up by about 4,000.
Yeah.
Not, a great place for the Bolts to be, but not the end of the game place for the Bolts to be. It is the ults that Mike had that really set things up. This Emoja kind of showcased once again, why these Riptides, why that River's Rebuke, something to be worried about, and why Mike probably shouldn't have this god in his hands. The Bolts, though, put up a good fight, even in the defense. I mean, Barrett gets a triple kill, stopping the Titan. If their Phoenixes had been slightly closer to respawning, then it heals up, and the Dragons have a much more difficult time getting into that base and winning the game the way they did.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that we didn't see any Phantoms from the Bolts. I mean, you've got an Odin Cage and a Yemoja wall. I think that would have made a really big difference for them. I mean, everyone, save for Haddix, has a way to get out of an Odin Cage or a Yemoja wall, but do you have a way to get out after you've gotten out of one and then go straight into the other? No. So I think that a Phantom maybe could have made the difference, but at the end of the day, you just got to tip your hat to the Jade Dragons. They played really well. Hurry was consistently putting people really low with that build. That Neath build looked really good.
Yeah.
I mean, Panic Hat was doing a ton of damage on Freya, did 22k or something like that, a pretty high amount for how sporadic the fighting was in that game. Definitely a good start for the Jade Dragons, but I think as long as you take Mike off that Yemoja, I want to see Jake on something a little bit different than the Ganesh.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, I think the Bolts will be much better.
We'll see what they're going to be able to do and how they adapt to this one as we move into picks and bans here for game number 2. The Bolts are going to be on the Chaos side this time around. Dragons get that first pick. Last time the bans for the Dragons, AMC, Hell, Olarun, all taken away. Bolts had gone for the Zeus, Erlongshin, Camazotz. We'll see how that shifts up with the shifting in dynamic. It's still the Amus and Cobb. And it's one thing, like, Barra can play it really well. We saw Vin play it really well. And it definitely took note for the Dragons.
Yeah, and that's the right type of ban, I think, because it enables so much in different team compositions. I mean, we saw for the Leviathans how much better they looked with Uller or AMC in mid in comparison to Medusa. So, I think that there are only a few hunters in mid that get me really, I feel like I'm going to be able to make a big impact on that type of pick, and AMC is at the top of that list.
Well, you had asked for it. Yemoja, gone. You don't need a Phantom, though, because now Odin also gone. Just straight up taken out of the equation here for the Bolts. Hell, Olarun will join the top, and this is the same bans that they had going into game number 1, which, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, which is the way the Dragons are feeling this time around. Neath joins the fray, so 3 brand new bans, leaving the Zeus, the Erlong, and the Camazotz all available.
Yeah, I feel like it might be Erlong here for the Jade Dragons. Maybe calling the bluff that they won't pick the Zeus, but I think that if you go with Zeus first pick here, I'm fine with it. Kama makes a lot of sense. This just gives you so much flexibility. I do think this is pretty likely to be in solo lane for the Jade Dragons, but like I said earlier, this is just a god that doesn't have a lot of bad matchups, so you can afford to take something like this with the first pick. And it almost feels like, if the Bolts are going to first ban Zeus last game and now not ban it at all, it seems like they're kind of wanting you to take it. They've got some type of strategy in order to beat it. If you could at least look at the first 2, you can get a better idea of something like that and decide if you want to go that direction.
The question is whether or not they value it, because we know Hurry is really good at it, and the Dragons are good making it work for them. Or if they value it for themselves. I mean, we see, when I think of Venenu, especially lately, Morgan is still one of the first gods that comes to my mind, although we haven't seen it as much lately. We'll see if they value it highly enough, or I guess realistically, he values it highly enough that it's worth playing. But like you said, early on, like he's still Zeus at the end of the day. It's the Osiris instead. A lot of flexibility there, but a bounce back to the Ganesh, which it was not the most standard Jake play.
No, but Jake did play well on it. It's just about what they wanted to play alongside it, and I don't really love Merlin alongside it. I will say that when the Jade Dragons were playing Ganesh, it was alongside Zeus, and that's the type of pick that I think Ganesh works really well with. But it also does pretty well into Zeus, because you just cage him, and what does he do?
Yeah,
It's
cries.
Cries, exactly, or has to beads and run away, and then still takes the damage in the prot shred. So I actually don't mind. I know I said I wanted Jake on a different pick. If you're worried about Zeus, that he's been left open, this is a fine selection to take in the face of that.
And alongside that, Osiris, something that we've seen a lot in the jungle, but realistically has been bouncing back and forth, at least this week, as to where he is going to be. So we'll have to wait to see how the Bolts continue to round out their draft moving forward. Mercury and Zeus being hovered. And honestly, you could describe that maybe not throughout the entire year. At least the Mercury would give it away. But those two are just pinnacle dragons at the top of what they have. Instead, though, Heimdall gets locked in, was banned away from Panda Cat last time, so it seems like they're trying to get that up. But he has, in the past, flexed over to mid, maybe not the most common. Now with the Zeus, feels like it is Panda Cat. Do you like picking that up over getting something for Sam?
Yeah, I don't mind this because Sam, he probably wants to see a little bit more. Traditionally, they have really tried to save his pick until later in the draft so that he can get as many counter picks as possible. I think that giving him that type of opportunity is fine, especially now that the Bolts have locked in Thoth. It is crazy that they are willing to lock in Thoth with this many junglers who just absolutely decimate him. Still on the table. I'm talking Erlong, I'm talking Daji, I'm talking Fenrir. Susano's another good one that's good into Thoth. Here's the thing, a lot of Assassins are good into Thoth. Like, Assassins just eat this character alive. So, but I think that they have to ban Fenrir. Like, it can't be a choice for the Jade Dragons because Mike will take it or Sam will take it, and it will look too good. I think that Fenrir, yes, you've got the Ganesh silence out the brutalize. It only takes one fight where they aren't right next to each other. I'd be very surprised if the Bolts don't ban Fenrir here.
Now, and this might, it depends on, I guess, what their bottom two are, but from a draft perspective, it seems a little wild to pick Thoth up in your top 3, period. Just because,
I agree.
I mean, in the list of top 10 mages, if I asked you right now, Thoth's not going to fall in that list.
Nope.
Like, hands down. So it is interesting to see them prioritize it so highly here. Fenrir is banned. Susano also banned. Daji and the Kleena taken away by the Dragons on the other side. So a lot of Assassins getting whittled away here. We'll see what exactly they're going to be able to do as they pick up the rest of their draft. The Osiris is still the big question mark for me as to whether or not it'll be jungle or not. But what do you pair with a Thoth to make it look good?
Yeah, I think Ganesh, the reason that I think Ganesh works well with the character like Zeus, which is what I was talking about earlier, is because you can drop Dharmic Pillars from a range, and then they can't walk out of the cage. They either get Lightning Stormed in the cage, or they walk out, get Prot Shredded, take damage, and then die to detonate. Thoth can do similar things to that, so that pairing I already like. I think Osiris could work as the jungler, and Lasper has played a decent amount of that in the jungle, but it doesn't have that type of CC you're really looking for. Thoth, ideally I would like some type of guaranteed CC to guaranteed land my ultimate every single time, but it's also not necessary. Thoth is really all about your hit percentage on Hieroglyphic Assault on the 1. If you're consistently hitting that, you're going to be in a much better spot. But, if they're able to just run you down, you're not going to get a chance to return a whole lot of damage.
The question for the return. Hachiman locked in there for the Bolts. Very safe, very standard. Honestly, I don't know if there's much more to break down about him. Khepri locked in. And there was a period of time towards, well, actually not even that long ago, 2 months ago, where Khepri was the end-all be-all of every SBL set. I mean, he was getting banned, he was getting first picked, because having to deal with that res was such a problem. You close it out alongside the Mercury. The Dragons now have their draft as a whole. It is going to be that Camazotz in the solo. And this feels, despite not having the control that Yamoja brought, very similar in a lot of ways. Maybe even better, actually, than what they just had in game number 1.
Yeah, I like their draft quite a bit. I mean, the Mercury Khepri is classic. It lets the Mercury get way into the back line, overextend, and then get rezzed back to his team. Zeus Khepri also very classic.
Zeus will literally never die this game.
it's and when he does, it doesn't matter because he's gotten his damage off guaranteed, so that feels really good. I think that this Thoth pickup is one that has just got to impress if you're Venenu, and he clearly picked it into the Zeus. I think that is a major reason why we saw it right after, right before the second ban phase. Is that's a matchup that he might like. Zeus just outclears you so hard. But that's true for every mage pretty much. The thing is that he doesn't have, he's got fairly long range with being able to chain lightning off his shield, but he doesn't have any sort of sustain, of course. And so Thoth's play pattern in mid is not clearing the wave. It's hitting you with Hieroglyphic Assault because it reduces his cooldown, and then he can just go to the wave afterwards.
And then also you cry if you're me because you're in mid and you're like, oh my god, I can't do this.
I'm 2/3 I lost third of my HP for being somewhere near him. Like, yeah, it's very difficult. And so if for that reason, I wonder if Ven is just going to try and make Hurry really uncomfortable on this pick. force him to give up lane priority, not because his wave clear is worse, but because he's too low and too poked out, and then allowing something like the Osiris to come in. You know, I don't know if Osiris is my favorite pickup alongside the Thoth, but Thoth can still put out so much damage. You know, Thoth Hachi is a backline that has a lot of range and really, really good poke potential. If the Jade Dragons aren't able to close gap onto this backline, I could see this draft working really well for the Olympus Bolts. And there are tools to keep them off. You know, there's the Dharmic Pillars, there's this Hercules. There are ways to stop the Jade Dragons from getting in onto them, but I'm pretty sure if the Jade Dragons are able to infiltrate between the Mercury and the Kamazots, which are two gods who are really good at doing that, it's going to be hard for the Bolts to stay up and alive in this game.
It's definitely going to be interesting. When we see Zeus, we always look at this ultimate specifically in the fact that we've seen it used a lot to burn down objectives. I mean, Gold Furies, Fire Giants, they don't stand a chance,
right?
Especially with a late-game Mercury alongside that.
Right.
But when I see the boulder from a Hercules, I see Thoth with his ult, especially the range that Thoth has.
Yeah.
I mean, you always talk about it, how whenever we get closer to Worlds, the closer and closer it gets, the more often you start to see the secure mages really start to shine through. Thoth, Hercules isn't a mage, but like he follows the same similar thought process. Do you think the Bolts are going to be able to capitalize on that throughout this game?
Certainly possible, but that's where this Kamazots and Mercury come in. They're able to really, even the range that Thoth would operate in for Final Judgment, that's well within the range of a Kamazots who can then just bat out of hell and escape and do a whole lot of really easy things to put pressure on you and then still survive. So I'm curious to see how it's going to go here.
We'll have to find it out. It's Thoth in game number 2 for the Bolts. Let's see what it can do.
What year are we living in here, Mifflin? Game 2, we've got a Thoth versus a Zeus in the mid lane. We've seen a little Zeus.
A little.
No Thoth, I think, right?
We've seen a couple from Zeros.
That's true, right throughout the course of the year. The two of them together almost never, at least so far in Season 8. Looks like Hurrywind has his eyes on that Book of the Dead build. And Venenu will stick with something in the flat penetration tree to start off here. Let's talk about this Thoth, though. Aggro expressed some concerns, though, Miff. Notably around Samper Soccer on the Mercury and Final K on the Kamazots and their ability to dive this mid lane mage.
Yeah, in the late game, Ven's going to be suffering. But throughout the laning phase, Thoth and Zeus together is a matchup that I'm pretty familiar with. Back in the day on Xbox, and Aggro can speak to this as well, the meta was large circles because aiming with a controller is impossible. So Zeus was incredibly meta. And then eventually some people actually got good at playing on console. And then Thoth was the immediate answer. I was not. Because he doesn't have to put himself in range for that damage after level 2. Once you get the wall and you can extend the range of your first ability, Hurrywind doesn't really have many answers to the damage output that Ven has in the laning phase. It's a ton of poke.
I have high hopes for this Thoth. Every time we see these unique picks, of course I always want them to work out. I would also not mind a 5-game set here, but let's take one thing at a time. Let's hope for a good Thoth game first, and then we can approach the rest a little bit further on. Lasper is behind Sam for Soccer here.
Wave's dead.
Would be difficult, though, maybe to lock down a kill. We are going to see a kill, and it's going to be Hurrywind, who drops her first blood, immediately answers back with a kill of his own in the mid lane. Now Sam for Soccer chasing down Laz.
Wow.
I'm not sure the damage is there. Both junglers live. One of them gets a kill, but it is first blood, that extra bit of gold over to the Olympus Bolts. Could there be another here as Mike has taken a lot of poke. Awesome Jake has as well. Looks like this one will be disengaged. Kill a piece.
Man, that was a dangerous play for Laz would have taken mid, but it pays off as Final K shoved into a wall. But Sam for Soccer's here. See if he decides to chase that one out. He does not, just soaking up some of that farm. With the wave already being cleared out in mid, you'd think Hurrywind would be able to sit inside the wave, just kind of juke out some of those auto attacks, but it was an early Aegis. I think if he hold on to that relic for just a second longer, maybe that fight goes a little bit better for the Jade Dragons. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but the Bolts come out ahead.
Yeah, no surprise Lasberg gets active early. He's got the mannequins. You know, the Osiris likes to play that way.
Oh, wow.
Stuns, counter now. Pandacat's gone in with the Bifrost. Awesome Jake is rooted to the body blocks.
Med.
Just going to seal the deal here. Med doing work, but not enough. Polar Bear Mike sets up a big kill for himself this time, but Pandacat was there to do most of the damage.
Man, somebody's going to stop Mike. This is 2 games in a row. He's taking all of Pandacat's kills. Lasper, though, he's on the blue buff. Final K hovering nearby.
Could there be a fight over the blue buff? Not much of one.
Oh my God!
We are at a breakneck pace. We have 4 kills in 2.5 minutes. no chance for us to speak about anything else. That is a solo kill from Hurrywin onto Ven on the red buff.
That feels like a call-out play, right? For those of you Smite historians,
Oh, that's a good point.
that is an aggressive
point.
1v1. Then gave Hurrywin the moniker the Salty Tower Boy, and the Salty Tower Boy just killed Ven inside of his own red buff on his own as an immobile Zeus throughout the early game after falling for First Blood. That's crazy.
Without his ultimate. And that feels incredible now. The momentum for Hurrywin here.
My man's holding waves. Celebrate.
Yeah, I'll just drop my ult on the wave. I'm going to go back and spend here shortly anyway. So level 5 and 2 kills for Hurrywin. Remember, it was not the first blood, but it was still the kill for Hurry. So we figured he would at least walk away with the advantage because Ven only got the assist. And so now this Zeus already at a scary spot here, Mifflin. 2 of the kills centered around this mid lane. And we know that Sanford Soccer, fantastic at facilitating his players who are ahead. So you start to put some more pressure on mid. Ven has bees in 10 seconds. You have to get those likely away first. But fantastic area for the Jade Dragons to play around.
Barracuda just now ticking over to level 5, so Sanford Soccer was hovering nearby, seeing if maybe he could find a Sonic Boom engagement. He still has that opportunity, considering Awesome Jake doesn't have the Dharmic Pillars available just yet, but having not been able to take out the Hunter there, I think changes his mind and decides to rotate elsewhere. This Sonic Boom, man, I feel like if this next gank for the Jade Dragons goes well, that could really start to open the floodgates. Your Zeus is already playing with a lead. That's a ton of pressure. You've already got a slight lead in the duo lane as well. So if this bleeding gets any more out of control, that can make it really tough. That said, Hurrywin also starting to stack off that Book of Thoth and goes for the Axe, so Sundering Axe a little bit later on. Hurrywin wants to do that exact same one-shot playstyle that we saw in Game 1.
Yep, Hurrywin with the Axe start on Zeus in mid.
Gross.
It's worked out so far. 2 kills for Hurrywin, one of them assisted by Sam, one a solo kill on Ven around the red buff. The Jade Dragons now know this time. They know it well. So do the Olympus Bolts, though, and they know what happened last time. Hurrywin will get his second stolen red buff. Actually, not even sure if he confirmed the last one. He got the kill. That's all he was worried about. Confirms this red buff over Ven. And so Ven, it looks like Ven might have to be waiting a little while to get one of these red buffs uncontested, but the purple buff as well. Now has pressure put on it by Sanford Soccer. This Mercury is all over the place. The saving grace is that Laz knows that speed buff's coming back up, and that'll get stolen from Sam.
And Laz has also invaded the blue buff just beforehand as well, so the Olympus Bolts trading out the entirety of their left side jungle for all of the Jade Dragons' right side. And Final K is fine with that, I suppose. I mean, he's been left alone on an island. He's playing at a 1-level deficit, but not the biggest deal. Your Camazotz is eventually going to do Camazotz things regardless. He's playing a very safe pick, so even with Lazbra hovering nearby, I don't think finds in very much trouble to a gank. The Jade Dragons, they left him alone. They said, we're going to play elsewhere on the map. Hurrywin's massive. PBM's already got a kill. Let's play around our leads. Sorry, Fine. That's just not you this game.
But Fine's doing
He's doing fine.
Right? He's doing fine, okay?
And he's okay.
Right. Mine was better.
Okay. I mean,
Okay.
Oh, jeez.
No, that doesn't work for any of their names. Not yet.
Not yet.
I don't know. Maybe someone's going to change their name.
Rebrand.
Miff, I don't know. You broke me, and I filled it in with what I could. I'm sorry. Fine, okay, is doing fine.
Okay.
And so the Camazot's in a good spot now with the Blackthorn Hammer online. Haddock's able to go back and buy just a little bit quicker. So he'll have the item advantage at the moment, but Fine OK is going to go back and spend here shortly. We were at a breakneck pace around the objectives in Game 1 as well. Lots of frenzies. The Dharmic Pillar setting up for objective burn. The Olympus Bolts still have that Ganesh. No frenzies yet. It was level 12 when we saw those relics come out. And this is the story. On cooldown, are the red buffs going to get invaded? Are the purple buffs going to get invaded? To this point, yes. The Jade Dragons have been there on every red, on every purple since that solo kill. The Olympus Bolts are here this time. The eyes are on a different objective, though. It is the Gold Fury that is just going to get lightning stormed on down, confirmed up by the Jade Dragons. In the early game, you know, it's not a massive gold lead, 600-700, but just a bit starting to slip away from the Bolts.
Jake going for a solo invade on the speed buff, and what we missed while the Gold Fury was falling was that Fine OK was actually able to secure his own blue up against 2 people on the Olympus Bolts side of the map. Jake commits the Dharmic Pillars as well as his dash. If Hurrywin finds him, Jake's dead. This is not worth.
Yeah, I think he's just going to die here, right? I mean, there's nothing that Jake can do. He doesn't have his ultimate.
Not worth at all.
Yeah, you don't think so, Miff. And so Jake takes some farm, but now Hurrywin's got 3 kills, and he's immediately going to go into the Book of the Dead. after he's finished up stacking this Book of Thoth. This Zeus is already a problem. If it wasn't already, it certainly is now.
Man, if I'm Ven right there, I'm just rolling my eyes, right? Like, Ven's had a tough time this game. You can't afford to be giving over any more free farm to Hurrywin. Hurrywin's had every single red buff that has spawned this game, barring the very first one, because that is uncontested thanks to Invader's Curse. The Olympus Bolts have got to do something to limit Hurry going forward. Luckily, with Jake not really splitting much farm in mid or any farm whatsoever, that has allowed Ven to catch back up. But somebody's got to suffer if that farm's not getting split, and it's Jake this time. 2-level deficit. He just now ticks over to level 6. It was 3 levels just a second ago.
Yeah, luckily everywhere else feels okay, at least within 1 level. There's actually a slight lead for Lasbra. We've, you know, the byproduct of Jake dying there is that another speed buff gets invaded. Sam for Soccer, that's probably the difference here XP-wise, just the speed buffs that he hasn't been able to get that Lasbra has. But mid lane, bit of a gap there. And you wonder, Miff, I mean, now you might be starting to nitpick here, but Polar Bear Mike is going to hit level 12 a decent bit before Jake is. That's not going to stop Jake, though, from finding the engage. Dharmic Pillars down onto Hurrywin, but it's the Skinner's blessing for Polar Bear Mike to save the Zeus's life. But Lord of the Afterlife back in from Lasbra, and the Olympus Bolts will find their second kill of the game. Mike is rooted in place, and that is where he will die. Haddix has got the double and signs of life from the Bolts.
Man, Hurrywin just so far out of position there. Very easy for Haddix to use the driving strike not only to get out of the Lightning Storm, but also to put Hurrywin in the middle of the entirety of his team. The Jade Dragons have been losing every single engagement on the right-hand side of the map. And then we saw for the last 9 or so minutes, it was an active decision. Okay, let's not fight there. That's where the Olympus Bolts are at their strongest. Now the Jade Dragons rotate over. It seems like they forgot after getting that Gold Fury. Yeah, that's the Olympus Bolts side. They've been winning there pretty handily. Jungler and solo very far ahead.
Looks like another speed buff taken away from Sanford Soccer. Miff, I've seen a speed buff stolen here and there. I don't know if I've seen like 4 on cooldown taken away from a jungler in every single game. I mean, I guess in one aspect, when Sam is known to be by the reds and the purples, when those are respawning, you know he's not going to be over by the speed. So they've kept the Mercury behind, the Olympus Bolts have 1 level. Jake still probably a level and a half behind. But in all of this time, both of the Hunters have been left alone, Miff, and Panda Cat has pulled 2 levels ahead of Barracuda. The Heimdall needs some time to kind of spool up. And Panda Cat's there. I mean, at least levels-wise, gold-wise, feeling just fine as well.
Yeah, he's backing for Aussie very shortly. Whenever he gets the chance to head back to base, he's going to get that lifesteal available to himself. And Barracuda, a little bit further away. Needs a couple hundred more gold before he can finish up his own lifesteal. I'm not even sure it's that Panda Cat is getting the majority of the farm away from Barracuda. It's not as if Panda himself is benefiting from these purple steals. It's mainly just Sam for Soccer and PBM playing up there. But it's just the farm denial. Barracuda is pretty far behind on purples. I think he's gotten 2 so far this game.
I got to admit, this is such a unique game because in some aspects, the Jade Dragons feel they're far and away ahead, notably in support. And then you start to glance around the map, and the Olympus Bolts are far and away ahead in other aspects of this game. Haddix is a level up, 2 levels for Lasbra now. I mean, I just keep looking at the levels bouncing back and forth. The Olympus Bolts have responded well to otherwise early pressure from the Jade Dragons, and they will put some pressure of their own onto the Pyromancer. The Olympus Bolts get a big neutral objective. Sam for Soccer eyeing the left side of the map. Red buff was just dropped down, I believe, by Sam. And so it's such a unique game of chess that we get to sit up, get zoomed out. No, Ven does get his own red buff. We get to kind of zoom out and watch the active decisions here because the Bolts, they're hedging their bets in some of these roles. Jade Dragons are doing the same as well.
It's a tale of 2 games. The left side of the map is largely controlled by the Jade Dragons, and the right side is dominantly controlled by the Olympus Bolts. Seems like Panda Cat wants to throw his weight around.
Can you do this? 1 level lead for Panda. We're going to see the 1v1 beats from Barra are good. It looks like the mounted archery will get him out and alive. Sam for Soccer, though, brawling out with Venenu. Silence out from Awesome Jake, who does have the Dharmic Pillars, and it gets at least a tick onto Sam. Lightning Storm down, and it deletes Lasbra Hurrywin with his 4th kill of the game. And this one occurs in the jungle. Lasbra right where he shouldn't have been.
Man, Ven nearly able to get the reconfirmed kill on Sam for Soccer. The kill confirmed, if you would, considering the revive goes through, but the ultimate just off the mark. We saw Lazarus dive worked out for him. He did just enough damage. The Mannequin Scepter dot is actually what finishes off Sam for Soccer, but there's a Kepri on the side of the Jade Dragons. You got to work through a couple of lives before you hit pay dirt, and luckily for Sam, his speed buff hasn't been invaded. It's been up for like 3 minutes. Nobody's rotated over. Seems like the Jade Dragons, they want to keep up on the left side.
They do. It's around this Oni Fury. Panda Cat has both actives and a 2-level lead over Barracuda, so why not? Right now you got a massive advantage in the Hunter role. Barracuda doesn't have beads or his second active. Jade Dragons take down the Oni Fury. Sanford Soccer loses some health. Maybe be wishful thinking for the Olympus Bolts to find an engage there. Still, you're on thin margins here, Myth. 13 minutes in, 900 gold, 1,200 XP is not the craziest. It's just where it's placed, you know, and it's the left and the right side of the map that we're talking about here. And so smart maybe for the Jade Dragons. They got a 2-level lead on left. They're feeling fine about Panda Cat. Let's put our pressure there.
Garmic Pillars used by Awesome Jake just to create some space. Tier 1 tower will fall down, and it's Sanford Soccer who finally locks eyes with his own speed buff. This Mercury going to get a massive boon. Again, the passive of Mercury being the more movement speed you have, you run, it charges up a bar. When it's full, your next auto attack going to deal additional damage. You can full charge it with some dashes and the ultimate as well. So now, Sanford Soccer effectively moves faster and hits harder. It's been nice for the Olympus Bulls to limit that potential of Mercury in the last 13 minutes, but now the Jade Dragons have got timer for themselves. Yep. They've got timer on the Gold Fury, and I'm not sure that the Olympus Bolts will have timer. Considering how desynced that speed buff was when it dropped compared to when the Olympus Bolts dropped theirs, it's going to be very hard for Lasbra to reestablish control around that buff.
If I do wonder with Hurrywind here, in the order that he's gone, I feel like normally we'll see Book of Thoth fully stacked, some mana item in between that and the Book of the Dead. Do you feel like just the way that this game has gone for him so far, he felt comfortable just immediately going back-to-back into those two items? I mean, not a bad build by any means, but it still makes some sense to you to go Book right into Book instead of wedging something there in the middle?
Yeah, Hurrywind wanted to get his power. That's all he wanted. He said, look, I'm doing well. I found a solo kill early on, 4 kills to Hurrywind's name. Doesn't want to slow down his gameplay. Breastplate of Valor synergizes very well with Book of the Dead, of course, because you've got mana on the stats of that item itself, and some CDR means that you're going to be able to consistently deal some more damage, but going for this Axe style of build seems like that's not really the concern for the Jade Dragons mid laner. He wants to be able to finish off kills immediately, and we saw it put to work up against Lasbra already. My man took 2 charges of Lightning Storm and a Detonate and just died.
Yeah, Lasbra was missing. And so there's a Divine Ruin for Hurrywind as well. So the anti-heal, that could be important. Decent to apply there for the Jade Dragons mid laner. So the Olympus Bolts have had good answers up to this point here in this game. The last couple of minutes, though, there haven't been much in the way of answers for the Olympus Bolts. There hasn't been much. Almost a 1.5k gold lead is built up for the Jade Dragons. 600 gold in the last couple of minutes. And so it's the next rotations of objectives here, Myth. Specifically maybe this Pyro on the right side of the map, where there is still a slight lead for Haddix. Level 16 on the Hercules. 2 kills for the Olympus Bolt solo laner. He's absorbed the pressure, and he's dished out some pressure so far this game. This side of the map is where the Olympus Bolts want to fight. Can you force the ultimate out of Fino K? That would be a big win with the Pyro coming up.
It would be, but Fino K, playing so close to his own tower, is able to just leap his way out of there, and in finishing the blue buff, should finish off his Transcendence as well, now fully stacked. He's doing a lot more damage than Haddix, but Haddix is a lot more survivable in the team fight. The disruption factor of this Hercules going to be very hard to deal with for the Jade Dragons backline, specifically Hurrywind. He's probably going to be dove more often than not.
Specific here, I will hold that thought as the Dharmic Pillars gets used. Lord of the Afterlife up and down onto Polar Bear Mike. Neither tether will hit the stun. And so a 4-man dive onto 2 from the Olympus Bolts, immediately disengaged by the Jade Dragons. And important to note, Myth, Awesome Jake is still level 11, does not have the Frenzy yet, if that's where the Olympus Bolts want to go. And now does not have Dharmic Pillars, so the shred around this neutral objective is going to be just a little bit slower. Hurrywind is here, and he's got good confirm. Watch out for Sanford Soccer. He's rotating over from mid. Frenzy gets used, but it's by the Jade Dragons. Awesome Jake missing a lot of his HP, and Sanford Soccer is re-engaged from the left, but Jake, he has not taken enough damage. Lightning Storm will do plenty, and the Jade Dragons find the first kill.
Van alone in the tower, being dove by Sam, and Fine is able to work his way out. We'll see if Lasbra is just as lucky, as the Jade Dragons put so much damage into the Olympus Bolts, remove their support, take away the meditation, take a peek at the relics as well, beads from Lasbra, everything off of Haddix, and the objective remains standing throughout it all.
Man, Fino K is just wailing away on the Haddix as well. Pyromancer,
there goes.
He's going to get killed off by the Jade Dragons here. And so that, at least on the right side, that's where the Bolts maybe felt some comfort here. Maybe that's where you can push your advantage. You can get this objective. Now, no. And so now that gold lead is built up. 3,000. It's doubled in the last couple of minutes for the Jade Dragons. And then we're about to shift to the objective on the left, where the Jade Dragons have felt the most comfortable, where Panda Cat has maintained a massive lead over Barracuda throughout this entire game. It just feels like the side of the map that should have been comfortable is now anything but for the Olympus Bolts in the entire map. All of the lanes, all of the roles, maybe specifically in the mid lane right now with how strong Hurrywind is. Just feel uncontestable, but the Olympus Bolts are going to show up here nonetheless.
I had not realized how far ahead Panda Cat was.
Right.
I mean, 2 levels, very nice. It's 1,500, nearly 2,000 gold between these two hunters.
Yep.
Panda Cat has not been able to go back to base and spend up a lot of that gold just yet, so he's equivalent build to Barracuda,
Yep.
which is going to be very beneficial to the Olympus Bolts. They are forced into a position where they have to defend this Gold Fury if the Jade Dragons show up. So as long as the Bolts do not allow Panda Cat to head back to base, sure, he's ahead, but he's not able to utilize it.
It is still a level difference, though. So, build-wise, okay for the Bolts. Levels-wise, not great in the Hunter conversation. Jade Dragons maybe just waiting on that Frenzy to come back. That's 5 seconds away from Polar Bear Mike. So if you really want to pour out the shred, just wait for that Frenzy to get used. But the Olympus Boltsmith, they will not let this one go quietly. Gold Fury would be fantastic. Talk about closing up this gap for the Olympus Bolts. If you're able to make a steal, win this fight somehow,
Dead
you're
even.
right back into the game. The problem is if you don't get the Gold Fury and you disengage, that's one thing. But if you lose the Gold Fury and then lose a fight, the Jade Dragons are a good enough team that they might just push the game out of control from that point on.
The Olympus Bolts hovering nearby. Keep your eyes on Fine OK. He's going to try his best to close gap
Sam
onto
is charging his
Ven.
ult.
Gold Fury, it's burning fast.
Sam is charging his ult on the backside of the Gold Fury pit here. Dharmic Pillar's down.
Oh
and
my
Sam,
God!
He has found the backline. Venenu is being dove, but he'll dash away. Final Judgment still awaiting over the wall. Sam for Soccer, the Scarab Blessing gets procced. And Fine OK, he is solo diving the backline. This is feasting for the solo laner. A double kill for the Camazotz. Luckily, Haddix is at least able to grab one, but the last two members of the Bolts are alive around the red buff. Venenu from range pouring in the damage, but Fine OK lives, and he's got full HP.
Ven and Haddix drop down to half HP. Fine OK is going to maintain that chase. The dual lane is all it's going to require for the
nice,
Jade
Ven.
Dragons to take out that objective. A phenomenal dodge there. A nice juke is going to break the ankles of Fine OK. 3 for 2. Not awful. 3 for 2. And they get the objective. It's looking a little bit worse.
A little bit worse. Jade Dragons able to get the kill advantage and now the objective advantage. Positioning from Ven was so important there. And that was the first time I think we got a fantastic look at what the desk was concerned about when talking about Sam for Soccer and Fine OK and their ability to jump into the backline. It was just an ult from Sam and then a jump and some bat out of hells from Fine OK. And Ven had to position perfectly to stay alive. The backline dive was just too aggressive.
Yeah, it was the ultimate from Sam for Soccer. Fine OK blinks on him, and Ven lost out on all of his HP before he could even react. The beads were used pretty quickly, and luckily for Ven, Sam for Soccer didn't crit. Had Sam for Soccer crit, Ven's just dead there. So the Olympus Bolts getting off a little bit easier than maybe they should have. The Jade Dragons, though, at the end of the day, were able to extend their lead yet again, get the neutral objective, win out on the team fight. But the Olympus Bolts do show some signs of life. Specifically, Haddix looks very good in that fight, able to finish off the kill onto Hurrywind, as well as maintain his life. It's just whether or not the front line of the Olympus Bolts is able to create space before the back line of the Olympus Bolts have been crushed. If Haddix can get in before we see Sam for Soccer land the Sonic Boom, before Polar Bear Mike is able to find those abducts, that's where the value is going to come from the Olympus Bolts. So far, it's been largely reactionary play in the team fight from the Chaos team.
Yep, it has been. Difficult to react effectively when you're 2 levels down in the jungle, 2 levels in support, and 2 levels in ADC. Nobody else from the Olympus Bolts feels all that close outside of the mid lane, where Venenu, despite being dove relentlessly, somehow survives all of that and actually finds an important return kill there towards the end of the fight to at least keep things a little bit closer. But this would be detrimental.
Oh my goodness!
If Haddix dies off. Some ultimates poured onto the Hercules, and the Hercules does not die. That's Lightning Storm. It's a big team fighting ultimate down from the Jade Dragons. Though you have used your Dharmic Pillars if you're awesome, Jake. So you're going to have to wait a little bit longer for those to come back up.
Panda Cat forced to use his beads as well. Heavenly Sprint expended by PBM. A lot of resources lost from the Jade Dragons. And Haddix just heads back to base. It does cost him his own meditation, which he has decided to upgrade here. So about 2 minutes left on that healing relic for the Olympus Bolts. But you got to feel like the Bolts came out ahead off that trade.
Yeah, it took both of the passive items as well for Haddix to keep him alive in that fight. Bulwark still 20 seconds away. Mantle of Discord.
Never mind.
Just about a minute away.
Jade Dragon's coming ahead now.
They do come out ahead, right, with the Pyromancer. The Olympus Bolts are not going to shy away from the positioning here. The Bolts have just been relentless in their inability to back up. It feels like they have shown up to everything despite whatever difference the gold is at right now. 5-6K. The Olympus Bolts have been there every single time. It hasn't worked out yet, but it also hasn't knocked them out of this game yet.
Yeah, to contextualize it, it is the most relentless, aggressive, passive play I've ever seen. They show up to the objective, and they stare at you menacingly, but they're not really getting a lot of their footing behind them. They're waiting for the Jade Dragons to make a mistake. It's something that the Bolts have been described as in the past, a counterpunch team. They're always waiting for somebody to step out of line, somebody to dive a little bit too deep, somebody to commit a little bit too much from the Jade Dragons. But the Dragons have a composition to help them out if they do make those mistakes. How many times have we seen this dive get saved by Mike?
I say whoa, and Lasbra says no thanks. Dharmic Pillars get used by Jake here. On to Hurrywind. Okay, beads get used. Beads for Dharmic Pillar. You're feeling fine about that if you're Jake. That said, Lasbra also had to use his beads. That one for Sonic Boom from San for Soccer. And so ult and beads down, one apiece per team.
I wonder if anyone from the Olympus Bolts actually spotted out the beads from Hurrywind. I don't think many
That's a good
people
point.
had LOS. I mean, if Jake's really paying attention to the damage numbers as they pop up, he would have saw immune
That ward,
for the slow.
Is that ward where the Dharmic Pillar? No, yeah.
Yeah,
so
it is
maybe
where
that
it
ward.
was. They could have spotted it, but the relic change where you can see your own teammates' timers doesn't apply to the enemies. So
The ward doesn't matter, Dave.
if they could see through the wall, I mean, they can see the wall.
I'm thinking
Somebody
of-
had to be paying
I'm
attention.
thinking of his circle on the map. Now, if that turned gold, you look at the
Ooh,
mini map, that'd
that's
be
pretty
something.
sick.
That's a lot of info. So, no, you're right. Good point. We'll see if it becomes obvious to us at any point if the Olympus Bolts have an idea that Hurrywind's beads are down. Maybe the Jade Dragons start to lean to that themselves. You're going to wait about 100 seconds for those beads to come back up. The Zeus has been it. That's been your team this game, damage and killing wise for the Jade Dragons. So you need to play around Hurrywind's safety about as well as you can. But a bit of a slow dance starting up here around the Fire Giant. There will be a Fury in under a minute's time, and the Pyromancer will not be up before that. And so every once in a while, Miff, you'll see one team kind of pull off, send a couple members over there, and that's when you can see now the odd-numbered team get caught out. But neither of these teams will want to let the Fire Giant go quietly.
It looks like Panicat wants to go solo to that Primal Fury, so it's the Olympus Bolts grouping up first on the Fire Giant, just creating some threat and making sure the Jade Dragons can't spread out too far on the map. It's essentially the Olympus Bolts saying, hey, I know we're behind, but you have to respect our ability to shut down this objective. You can't just do whatever it is you want, and it works out for them. Panicat was hovering near that Primal Fury, which would have helped out a lot the Jade Dragons around this fire, but he's not allowed to because the Olympus Bolts are just creating threat on the map.
Awesome Jake picks up a Sunder here, Mifflin, instead of the Frenzy that we saw in game number 1. The mass amount of shielding that Hurrywind will be able to pick up for himself. Could be important to get off of the map, but it's happening again where Haddix is abducted. But this time the Lightning Storm not spent by Hurrywind, so that is a big win by the Jade Dragons. Dharmic Pillars are spent by Awesome Jake, and so especially in these jungle fights, now a big piece of utility is missing.
Haddix spots out the pull here. He could work his way back in. Barracuda forced to disengage, and it's Hurrywind drop low.
Lightning Storm, oh, it's big by Hurrywind. Detonate damage on the back end.
Oh, you're done.
It's going to set up so well. Final K has got a double kill, and he wants more. He's got 2 in the back line of the fight. Wait for the Aegis. The triples around the corner, my friend. San for Soccer will take it. And the Jade Dragons, they were patient, and patience pays off.
We'll see if they can keep this fight up. Final K does not connect the Vampiric Bat, so Lasbra should be able to walk his way out of there, but that's a consolation prize in the barest of terms. The Olympus Bolts lose out on 3 members thanks to a phenomenal dive and Lightning Storm from Hurrywind, and the Jade Dragons, well, they walk away with all their lives and a Fire Giant on all 5. 3 Tier 2 towers still standing, and that's not going to be true a couple moments from now.
Yeah, no, and what is 9,000 gold will be 10,000 gold here shortly. And now we've seen that a couple of times, Miff, where Haddix has been the one engaged on, but this time a little bit more patient by the Jade Dragons on the use of their abilities on the other end, and that bought him a fantastic fight.
If it's anything besides Zeus, Haddix is fine with that. He walks away and he full heals because he's Hercules. But because it's Zeus and the raw damage output that Hurrywin has, as well as the anti-heal from Divine Ruin, the Soul Reaver, just shield plus Chain Lightning, is going to drop Haddix to about half HP. Detonate afterward, going to proc your Bulwark of Hope and probably your Mantle as well. And when you've already expended all those resources, the front line of the Olympus Bolts essentially crumbles. Haddix is the majority of it. Awesome Jake on Ganesh is going to have to play this backline peel role. Lazarus, sure, he's kind of tanky. Kind of. He's got 2 defense items, but the Crusher and Stone Cutting Sword is the bulk of his build, so anybody who closes the gap onto him likely wins the 1v1 at this point, especially considering Sanford Soccer just bought a Deathbringer straight up. So the Jade Dragons in great position now to start pushing out the map. They've already stripped the tier 2 from the center and right-hand lanes. So the only important lane, the one furthest from the Fire Giant, is free game for the Jade Dragons. The Olympus Bolts are going to have to group up as 5 and put up a defense. It seems as if the Jade Dragons are very willing to take the 5-on-5 engagement. FineOK doing his best to push up mid, maybe even potentially threatening a 4-1 split. The Olympus Bolts have got okay defense. It's not as good as Game 1's compositionally. It's really going to come down to whether or not Ven can buckle up, tie up his cape, and find that hero play ultimate. If he's hitting 2 or 3 people, the Olympus Bolts, even at this massive disparity, probably can still win a team fight.
Awesome Jake has had a brutal game here on the Ganesh, 0-5. Only Haddix maybe has had a game that you'd consider all right by all metrics. But the Jade Dragons, you know, a lot of the kills, if not all of them, fell under Hurrywind early in this game. FineOK has suddenly surged forward. It's that hybrid build path he was talking about in the pregame interview that's given him a big advantage here. Transcendent Heartseeker now on the back end. This Camazotz might be priority 1, but then you've got a Zeus to worry about. Haddix has lost a decent chunk of HP here as the Jade Dragons begin to walk in towards the left side Phoenix.
And that is Haddix's beads early on, as well as his meditation. So maybe next time we see an abduct, Hurrywind will be willing to drop that Lightning Storm onto him.
Polar Bear Mike does abduct Haddix this time. Dharmic Pillar's out, Lightning Storm also down. But you've only taken about, I say only, you have taken now about half of the Olympus Bolts frontline HP. Sanford Soccer's engaged over on the right. Can he deal the last bit of damage to Haddix? No, he can't. The sustain is there. There's a Scarab's Blessing on a Sam anyway, but Sam gets a kill. The 6th of the game on Awesome Jake.
One more.
Through the Scarab's Blessing. And FineOK will end this game at least on a rampage. The Jade Dragons as 5 walking into the Bolts base.
Still 3 members of the Olympus Bolts alive, and it's the damage core of Barracuda and Ven. So the Jade Dragons showing some respect here. Going to work through the mid Phoenix first, but 20 seconds on Jake. 40 seconds on Haddix. This is a massive power play opportunity, but there is only 30 seconds left on this Fire Giant buff.
I mean, FineOK is just walking forward. He's taking some good poke damage from Barracuda and Venenu. This Thoth has to play so far back. Final Judgment, pivotal here, but Ven has lost so much of his health to just the Chain Lightning from the Jade Dragons mid laner. Hurrywind walking in towards the Olympus Bolts Titan now. Venenu has the Final Judgment charged up, and the game will not end. The Jade Dragons will not look for it. Fire Giant 10 seconds from falling off, and all the respawns are back.
FineOK, the only one hovering nearby. The Olympus Bolts trying to chase him out, but I think he's just fine here. The Jade Dragons strip away the left and center Phoenixes from the Olympus Bolts. Very hesitant play. I would have expected them to try and go for something a little bit more aggressive, but considering it's a 14-5 game, they've been pretty dominant in the team fights as of now. There hasn't been much threat from the Olympus Bolts. This Thoth pick has kind of fallen through, I'd say. We haven't really seen an ultimate, a Final Judgment that has changed a team fight. The setup was something that the Des was really worried about. It's not there. We haven't seen it. The concerns are well-founded. It hasn't been an Awesome Jake knock-up into an ultimate from Ven. We haven't seen Haddix setting up with the pools or anything like that. Ven has essentially been left to his own devices, just trying to survive the multiple divers of the Jade Dragons. Generally FineOK being the one accosting him in these team fights, and then Sanford Soccer afterward, once that dash is down. But there are still opportunities for the Olympus Bolts to fight back in, namely, they've got steal potential. I don't think they could take a fight around the Fire Giant whatsoever. If they meet the Jade Dragons in the jungle, they lose the fight. That's the barest truth of it. But if they are willing, the Olympus Bolts that is, to just send Ven into the jungle, a lone soldier, and say, hey man, use that ultimate, try your best to steal the fire. If you don't and you die, it's okay. You're not really doing much of the team fight anyway.
Yeah, they're not doing that.
So
Ven is on left.
Potentially, yeah, nope. All right, he's pushing.
Fire Giant will be here for the Jade Dragons, enhanced. Only Dharmic Pillars is anywhere in the vicinity, but Awesome Jake will not look for it. Enhanced Fire Giant for the Jade Dragons.
It's fast.
32 minutes in. You're looking at one more Phoenix on the right side of the Olympus Bolts base here, and the Jade Dragons will move themselves one game away from the Smite World Championship quarterfinals. Olympus Bolts showed up all right in game 1 around their Titan, have not shown up very well here in game 2. The Jade Dragons have just continued their game plan from the set that we saw the Dragons play earlier in the weekend to now against the Olympus Bolts. Aggressive, in your face, give everyone the opportunity to win one of these games. This game, it's been hurry, wind, and fine, okay. Maybe one more fight ends it.
It's a lot of damage on a Haddix early on. Barracuda dropped low as well. Draugr keeping the Phoenix alive, but just for a moment.
I mean, what are you going to do? What are you supposed to do?
Not that.
When Fine OK is able to walk into your backline, solo kill Venenu on his own when everyone's looking at him, you can't win the game. The Olympus Bolts lose their mid laner with 0 pushback. Their support has gone as well.
Whoa,
and
what
the
the
Titan might not have existed. I couldn't tell you. And this one is fast in kills, not necessarily time. And the Jade Dragons didn't break a sweat.
Was the Titan damaged before that? I thought the Titan was like full HP, but it burned
it
so fast. That was ridiculous. To answer your question, what do you do when Fine OK is diving Ven? Not that. That's not what you want to see. Maybe Aegis a little bit earlier, maybe play a little bit further back, but if you're playing further back, your Titan just dies because I saw the damage. No, that was a checkmate situation. The Olympus Bolts, they've got to rectify that a lot earlier in the game. If you find yourself in that position 30 minutes in, there's not much you can do.
I don't really play chess. What check is where you are about to take the king?
And mate is when you take it.
Right, so we're in check situation right now as far as the set goes for the Jade Dragons, right? I mean, the Olympus Bolts they're in check. No, we're sticking with chess.
Okay, I
we're
love
sticking
chess.
With chess. I play it so much. It's my favorite sport.
Oh, what's your MMR?
Couldn't tell you. Jade Dragons, they take a 2-0 lead here in this set. Can they go to the Smite World Championship quarterfinals? Find out after the break.
Don't Hey there, Smite fans, Aggro here. Look, every single year, the SPL just keeps getting better. Season 7 was incredible, and in Season 8, I'm sure our players are going to take their game to the next level. But in order to do that, they're going to need the best gear they can get their hands on. And that's why I'm so excited to announce the title sponsor for Season 8 of the SPL is Alienware. Yeah, that Alienware. Our players are getting the best of the best in computer gaming. These Alienware Aurora Ryzen Edition PC setups are insane. Not only will these be the PCs that the players will compete on once we are in studio, but Alienware is also providing one for each player at their home setup to make sure their practice is as good as possible. Now let's get down to brass tacks. The specs on these Alienware Aurora Ryzen Edition desktops are amazing. An AMD Ryzen 9 16-core processor.
That's a lot of cores.
That's plenty of processing power.
That's a lot of plenty of cores.
If you want to stream, this is the way to go.
I know a lot about my cores, so. I mean, Pilates, right?
64 gigabytes of DDR4 RAM.
What? Is that true?
That is true. I mean, this thing has 64 gigs of DDR4 RAM.
Which you can do literally anything with.
Literally anything.
I've never had more than 16 gigs.
That's quadruple the amount I have at home.
And one of the hottest commodities in the PC world, an NVIDIA GeForce 3090 graphics card.
Insane how much better this is than what I have.
The best graphics you really need, Ultra, of course.
Content's gonna look good.
What's the point of all the power if you can't see it? Players will also be using the Alienware 25-inch 240Hz monitors.
Man, when I load into scrims with this bad boy, I'm gonna feed so hard. And it's gonna be in perfect picture quality.
We are so excited to be partnering with Alienware for Season 8 of the Smite Pro League. And the best part is, this VIP treatment, it's not just for the pros. You too can get the best possible Smite experience. Just go to smitegame.com/Alienware and use code SMITEAW to get special discounts on some of Alienware's best products. Thanks again to Alienware. Make sure you're following them on Twitter and Instagram. That's @Alienware on both platforms. And you can join their community at alienwarearena.com. I know Mike didn't say the thing. Mike, can you say the thing for him?
You're telling me an alien wore this?
That's right, alienwarearena.com to join the global community. Of course, follow them @Alienware on Instagram and Twitter. But most importantly, go to smitegame.com/Alienware and use code SMITEAW to be able to get all of those just beefy discounts that are going to help you out. Especially, I mean, if you're looking at it, like, look, I think the best monitor I have is still potentially 60 hertz, which I might have to rectify sometime soon, because, like, that's the equivalent of the gamer Stone Age, realistically. You can go up to 240 hertz. That is such a great refresh rate. All your games will look smooth. Of course, if you get the beautiful computer that these pros are playing on, you'll have great graphics and, of course, an amazing performance. Plus, with a PC that could potentially stream if you're into that kind of thing. Either way, again, smitegame.com/Alienware and use code SMITEAW for that one. I've got Aggro standing by one more time. Well, I guess sitting by one more time here on the desk with me. And the Dragons, this time around, have a little bit of bite back, at least early on. There's a first blood for the Bolts, a couple more objectives so that kind of keep things, a little closer. But they're always looking for the fight. And then eventually they just kept finding them, and they kept winning them.
Yeah, I mean, this game started off in such a good fashion there for the Jade Dragons because of Whirlwind and this Zeus in the mid lane. I mean, he was absolutely dominant. Got this solo kill onto Venenu, and as I said on the cast, a little bit of salty tower boy revenge potentially there for Hurry. But it just continues to be pretty simple math. Give Whirlwind Zeus, lose, because that's what basically every team has happened. Every team, I believe he is undefeated on this pick since he started pulling it out at the Phase 3 playoffs. He played really well, but I think the biggest thing for me in this set has been how well Mike has played in support. That, when you think about when this team was at its most dominant and able to really just dominate the rest of the league, it's because Mike looked like he was just doing more than basically every other support. And I think that Mike has just had an unbelievable set so far and has been a big reason why we see the Dragons up 2-0.
You also get a huge performance once again out of this Mercury. The Camazotz looks good for fine. Okay, we get a lot of highlights, plus an 8.5 KDA that it's able to bring to the forefront. And that is just, I mean, a massive game for the Dragons all around, right? Everybody seemed to have something that was going their favor. And they were able to eat it alive. The Thoth had some moments, had a lot of good damage, and stayed alive in some circumstances. But still ends up going 1-4 here. Doesn't quite have what you want. Jake is the other point of conversation. How you had mentioned you didn't necessarily want him going back onto the Ganesh, although it wasn't the worst case scenario. Unfortunately for him, he's 0-7-2 and not able to provide a lot. 10,000 damage separating the mid laner. 16, almost 17,000 damage separating Fino K and Haddix. That is where you're going to be. I mean, he did essentially a whole other Barra and then some's worth of damage here.
Yeah, that's crazy. But, I mean, Haddix mitigated 80,000 damage that game. That's
a lot.
That's a lot. Wild. That is wild that he was able to mitigate that much and only have a few deaths. But Hurry doing, nearly 30,000 is really crazy as well. I just think that the way that the Jade Dragons are playing right now is really impressive. They're on the same page.
Yeah.
This Olympus Bolts team just not playing to the standard that we've seen from them and trying to match that. I don't think they've been throwing these games by any stretch. I really do feel like it's been the Jade Dragons forcing them to make mistakes and then showing up and playing really well in those moments and doing all the right things. I definitely want to give more credit to the Dragons than blame on the Bolts or anything like that. But surely the Bolts need to make some sort of switch up in what their draft strategy is. This Ganesh for Jake is the obvious starting point, but I don't think it's necessarily just there. Lasbra has not been as effective as we've seen from him. Going Gilgamesh into Osiris, still going with that warrior style, not really able to keep up with what Sam has been able to put out.
Worth mentioning, Dave did say when Lasbra came into the studio, that it was one of the first times he had thought he'd ever seen Lasbra without a hat. That might honestly could be affecting him. You never know. We anticipated this set going at least 4, probably 5. In fact, if somebody had said that this was going to be a 10-game day, it wouldn't have been really that surprising for everybody. Of course, the first set goes 4. This one seems like it's on pace, at least, for the Dragons to find a 3-0. Bolts will be first pick. That's why they're behind me here. What kind of things can they change going into this? Outside of just the Ganesh, outside of where Lasbra... I mean, the Osiris didn't seem to click the way they wanted it to. What was it the game before that? Was the Gilgamesh, the Warriors, is it time to veer into the Assassins?
I think it is. I mean, it is worth noting that Lasbra got a very big lead in that game in the early stages. They were winning that right side of the map pretty hard, and he was able to do some pretty good work there, but then just doesn't scale very well into the late game, kind of as expected out of a Warrior jungle. But now that the Bolts are back in first pick, they banned Zeus, Camazotz, and Erlong the last time around that they were in first pick. I think that you can go back to banning Zeus Kama. Maybe you first pick Camazotz for yourself, but not really sure if they're willing to do that with what their valuations are on all these different gods. They first picked Achilles last time. I think that can be fine, but Odin was left open, so there's a lot to be thought of there. I think that right now I'd be focused on 2 things from the Bolts. Well, 3 things, I guess. Number 1, don't give Hurry Zeus. I think that's pretty key because no one has
That's a good step.
Has really come that close to beating it. Number 2, I would make sure that Jake is on something other than Ganesh. Even if it's good, Jake's the type of player that I think really relies on that momentum. He's been pretty cold on this pick. Get it out of his hands and try and get him more comfortable. And number 3, give Lasbra something that can scale a little bit better into the later stages of the game. That even when they get these leads, they aren't doing enough to really convert them. So instead of trying to jam that style, I think that I would just try and scale it a little bit differently. So those are the 3 main things that I'd be looking at to change if I'm Ro.
Those are admittedly 3 seemingly easy things to try and accomplish, right? I mean, most of that is making bans, and realistically, most of that is very simple because you can't ban away everything that Lasbra could play, so he's going to have a lot of options. Same thing there for Jake. And, of course, you can absolutely ban away the Zeus, so it does feel like it's going to fall into the right area for them. Mercury. Well, I just saw Sam on the screen, and so that's immediately what I thought of. There's Fine OK hanging out as they get ready. But Mercury has been a problem, although it is something that feels like it's a little more manageable, I guess. Like
maybe.
In comparison to things like the Zeus, but still, it's definitely been a thorn in the side of pretty much everyone the Dragons have gone up against this week.
Yeah, I'm certainly fine with a Mercury ban. The only reason I didn't bring that up is one of the key factors is that they did set it behind last game, and I think that if they had, played a little bit better around that right-hand side and the Jade Dragons make a mistake or two, then things go differently. So it's not unbeatable in the early stages, but you just give him enough opportunities and Sam's going to make you pay on that pick. So I certainly would not mind seeing a Mercury ban.
Well, we can go ahead and see what the Bolts opt to do again. So far, their bans this set: Zeus, Erlang, and Camazotz in game number 1. Yamoja, Odin, Neath there in game number 2 was their response to how well the Dragons did in game 1.
And so, if I'm looking at those two band segments, their two opening band segments, and now that they're in first pick, they don't need to ban Odin because they could just first pick it. So they could ban Zeus, Kama, Yamoja, and then first pick Odin, and you've taken all those problem gods out and still get yourself a priority pick. Now, they do ban Zeus Mercury, and I think this is very acceptable. I've got no problem with that. I don't love the Neath ban. I would personally ban whatever you're not going to take between Odin and Yamoja right there, but if they really feel like the Neath was too much to handle, then that's fine, but I think that as it stands now, the Jade Dragons are going to get a premier frontliner.
And for a while there, when you talked about, there were two people in the league. It was Jake, and it was Inbound. And Yamoja on their team wasn't as successful as it was for everybody else. That changed dramatically for both of those players, although definitely more so here for Jake and the Bolts. So this is a solid first pick. Plus, last time, like you mentioned, it was Achilles' first pick for the Bolts. Then immediately it was Odin and Yamoja.
Right.
You might not get much better off. Camazotz, Odin's still available, but a lot of things that might cause some trouble for the Bolts down the road, and only a little bit of healing on their side as of right now. The Izanami is what gets locked in alongside it to help give some pressure.
Yeah, it's interesting. Gives you pressure, opens up something like a Geb potentially. Geb not really what you want against Yamoja necessarily, but can be fine. I like the Bolts going back to Hercules. Haddox played that game really well. Despite the loss, I think you got to look at it a little bit more objectively, and that he mitigated 1 million damage. He was frontlining effectively, did good damage. You can kind of check all those boxes. This Medusa is interesting. This is a matchup that I wonder how it goes over here in the duo lane, assuming that this Medusa is going to duo, which is not a foregone conclusion, especially for this team. But Medusa has pretty good range with her abilities. If she acid sprays and then starts trading Izanami near the wave, Izanami can dash away, but a lacerate into a petrify, that's going to cover all that range pretty easily. So I think that could be a pretty interesting matchup to watch.
Well, we can talk about this. Odin has been mentioned. We saw it earlier. It does typically, at least standard-wise, throw Camazotz probably to the jungle, Odin solo, unless Mike is doing something nuts. And we haven't seen Odin support in a little while. But benefits, Yamoja, Hercules, Medusa, they're going to have some struggles getting out of that cage.
Yeah, I think that with the Camazotz Izanami top 2, the Bolts go, nice, we don't have to worry about Odin cage. And, the Jade Dragons surprise them with this third pick. And I think that it could go to Mike. He's been clearly willing to play a lot of different stuff in support. I mean, the man played Hades support in an important game this season. So, he's willing to clearly play anything at all.
And they're up by 2 now, so it's like if this is the time to whip it out,
let her rip. Exactly. I think it can work. Final K has looked so good on this Kama. I'm kind of hesitant to take it out of his hands, but with Sam losing the Mercury, it makes some sense to maybe just give that over to him. But I really like this top 3 from the Jade Dragons because the Bolts are probably thinking about the same things we are, that they don't know where these are going to go. So what do you ban? And I think if I'm the Bolts, I just ban 2 mid laners to make sure that I get value out of my bans, that we haven't been duped into banning a god that they were never going to pick anyways. I think Sol Zhang Kui are looking awfully good as 2 picks that I would take away.
Yeah, Sol is the most played mage by Heroin this year. Zhang Kui definitely on the rise a lot lately. The most banned against them has been that Yanis. Hasn't showed its face in a long. I guess faces. He's got 2 of them. Hasn't showed either of them in a while.
That's for the best. Giannis is not. He's not very good.
To be fair, last year he wasn't good, and Hurry was on a worse team, and he still played it.
That is true. If there's a guy to do it, it's Hurry. He's definitely the greatest Giannis player of all time. But I still, can't imagine, you're just not killing tanks. You're not killing anyone with Yanis right now, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's probably going to, unfortunately, sit on the back burner. As much as I like the plays that can come out of there. Soul was a ban by the Bolts. You had highlighted that. Tiamat Daji on the other side from the Jade Dragons. The Daji feels, admittedly, makes a lot of sense. Zhang Kui joins the bans for the final 10, ultimately up there. And they grab a Circuit. We haven't seen any Circuit this weekend.
No, we haven't. A little bit of a ban rate, but no one locking her in. And I feel like this keeps this draft nice and ambiguous here for the Jade Dragons, because she can also support or jungle. But it looks to me, I want to say it's Circuit support, Kama jungle, Odin solo, but I could really see it being Kama solo, Odin support, Circuit jungle. I think either one of those is very, very defensible and also would fit the style of the Jade Dragons. Both Sam and Mike love playing this Circuit.
We can both agree, though, that Odin jungle is like the worst case.
Yes, that is the worst case.
It's just like a bad idea.
Agreed.
The only thing that could make it worse is if it was Camazot's support on top
Oh,
of
I
that.
thought you were going to say the only thing that could make it worse is if Mifflin was playing it. But, yeah, that's worst case, too.
Yeah, okay. Fenrir locked in on the other side.
Yeah.
He does notably, I was going to say actually struggles, but no, opposite of that. Has a fine time getting out of the Odin cage.
Yep.
And there's not a lot of built-in immediate CC immunity from the Dragon, so that's something that they're going to have to worry about.
Yeah, I like this Fenrir pick for Lasbra. It's nice and aggressive. It scales okay into the late game. I think that it's similar to what we were seeing out of him in these warrior jungle picks, but with a little bit more hard CC, which means it's going to scale a little bit better in my mind. So I have no problem with the Fenrir pick. I think Disco is pretty underrated, so I'm fine with that Discordia pick for sure. As it's Scylla for Whirlwind. Interesting. So not the Scylla draft that I would have been super stoked to see personally, but it can work. They've got a little bit of setup. Circuit is one of the better setup gods for Scylla, but not always the easiest to execute on. You've got Odin Stun. You've got a Crush that'll cover the vast majority of the cage. You can get out of the Emoji walls. That's very important. But Scylla just does not, when we're talking about mid-pressure being really important, Scylla doesn't really do that very well. And so this wouldn't be the pick that I would have expected, but I think it can work.
I guess we can bounce back a little bit. I was talking about Thoth at the time, but secure mages, there's some sort of conversation to be had right around then. But it's also worth mentioning because, when you talk about Whirlwind right now, the gods that I think of immediately, Giannis, because that's what he played the most. Soul has been up there. The Zhang Kui has been up there. Zeus more recently. And then it starts to fade away, right? You get through those 4 mages and you're like, okay, well, we've seen some Morgan Le Fay. He's not really a big The Morrigan player. Tiamat's up there as well, but that got banned away on top of all those others that were just listed. Scylla has been the only other god I think we've really seen him go to, so there might be a little bit of both right here, right? Hey, maybe it's not the draft, but maybe it's all that's left for him to grab.
Well, he's also played a little bit of Poseidon, though no one seems to have success with that god
Don't do
ever.
that. If anything, if there's ever a world championship, even though this is placements, if that's in the title of the event, don't play Poseidon.
Yeah, it's just cursed at this point. So I guess he stays away from that pretty wisely. I think the Morrigan would have looked really good here for the Jade Dragons because you would have had great transforms from the Kama and the Circuit and the Odin being pretty solid. I think I probably would have preferred the Morrigan, but I'm just not a huge Scylla believer right now. But to be fair, I wasn't really a Scylla believer for Paul last year because I didn't think that god was that good at that time, and it turned out she was really broken. So, pro players...
That might have also just been Paul.
Well, yeah, it was a little bit of both. A little bit of both for sure. We will see if Scylla ends up being the right pick here for Whirlwind, but the mobility is there for the Bolts. I think that's going to be hard for her to get guaranteed lockdown on some of these characters. Going to have to be accurate with that Sikkim, and that is always the make or break ability for Scylla at really any level is can you set yourself up with that Sikkim?
Well, the good news is for the Dragons, they've got about a 50% win rate on the Scylla. They had a 25% win rate on the Morrigan. So maybe at least study-wise doing that one. I had to look it up just to figure it out whether or not they would feel as comfortable with that. But it is going to be the Scylla picked in. Maybe we'll get surprised. Maybe it's going to be Hurry who could potentially pop off here. Izanami, Circuit, a lot around them, a lot of shuffleability here is the way I'm going to describe it for the Dragons. The Bolts seem a lot more straightforward, but we'll have to see who can win this one. If the Dragons can close it out or the Bolts can give us a little bit more of a set, in Game 3.
We've already got one reverse sweep this week. Will we get another? The Olympus Bolts got to turn it around here in game number 3, and they got to do it in 3 straight games against the Jade Dragons. Dolson, Mifflin. Doug, I haven't given you a shout-out yet. I'm sorry.
Is that
Doug,
true?
Not yet this set.
That's messed up.
Well, look, there's been something to talk about at the premiere moment of each of these games.
Yeah, and it's Doug.
No, you're right. When you're right, you're right. Doug, I'm sorry. Doug has been with us for Game 1, Game 2, Game 3. And if the Olympus Bolts have their say, Games 4 and 5 as well. Jade Dragons playing with a little bit of leeway here, Miff. Of course, you want to close it out in 3, move on to the Smite World Championship quarterfinals, and not worry about it. But they're going to mix things up. They're going to give Hurrywin the Scylla in the mid lane. Playmaking style, to be sure, maybe a bit harder to execute on. Be careful here, Panda.
Oh my God.
He is taking a lot. Awesome Jake. Can you find the autos? Level 2 at a perfect time. And that'll disengage the Izanami.
Yeah, Panda Cat just digs in his heels and says, if I could just get through a couple more minions, I live here. And he does. Levels up to 2 and immediately disengages. You know, I walked past the player booths between the games, and I heard Mike accurately predict every single one of the first phase bans from the Olympus Bolts. So I gotta think, even though this is a wildly different look at the Jade Dragons draft, that this is something that they're used to playing, something they're very capable of, and something they were hoping to be able to bring out here today.
Really?
Yep.
That's actually very impressive. Although Kabama's the one, I mean, all the coaches do great work, but Kabama's the one you said that has like the
Laminated 20-page, just
each of them a different possibility.
Journalized entries, man.
Yeah. So like he probably has this exact situation written down, and then the next iteration is this exact situation, but like one pick is different.
Yep.
So he's iterated through every possible pick and ban, I guess. Just like when you go take a test in college and you're allowed to fill out a note card, you just write everything on the note card.
I just put C's.
When all else fails, C is the correct answer more times than not. Barracuda, Miff, and I want to talk about him in this dual lane a little bit more because we've already seen a little scrapping early. This Medusa pick has seen some play. Might see first blood if Bear has his way.
Whoa!
Big from Polar Bear Mike. And Barracuda and Awesome Jake have got to make full use of that med. But these duo lanes are just tooth and nail, so close so many times to finding an early kill.
Man, that was a nearly wild turnaround. PBM finds the taunt onto both Jake and Barracuda and drops them both incredibly low. Jake, though, playing Yamoja, should be able to resustain his entire team at any point. And with meditation, Barracuda already back to full HP and mana. Yep. Feels like he was 5% just 2 seconds ago.
That's about a 2-minute cooldown on that. So if Awesome Jake and Barra can sustain up, which you're feeling all right in your ability to do so when you got Yamoja in your lane, could be all right. On the flip side, though, Polar Bear Mike's got Blink, so you got aggressive engage with Starter Relic from Polar Bear Mike, a little bit more defensive than sustain from Awesome Jake. And this Circuit pick, Miff, is one that the Olympus Bolts have played, but it's largely been Lasbro, one of Lasbro's better picks throughout the year so far here in Season 8. Polar Bear Mike has shown it to us a couple of times. I think expectations should be pretty high around this pick. What do you expect from a Circuit support?
I'm expecting a lot of aggressive plays. If it were the Leviathans, I'm expecting like 2 minutes stealth in the mid lane.
That's right.
But it's PBM, so I'm really projecting that he gets aggressive a little bit earlier on. You touched on Lazarus' selection as well, the Fenrir out of the jungle. And I'm looking at the other side, and just about everybody, if not legitimately every one of the Jade Dragons, has an answer to Brutalize. Hurrywin can use Sick'em to root him off. Final Kick can stun or just jump. Sanford Soccer can jump or ultimate. PBM has got 2 forms of hard CC. Panda Cat can either leap to escape or drop the silence. So Laz are going to struggle to find opportunities to use Brutalize throughout the early phases of this game. Could be that he decides to max Unchained first. Could be that he saves Brutalize for last and even goes towards the Seething Howl.
Lasbro's here. He's on the left, and he has picked up Mike, and it is perfect timing. Polar Bear Mike goes down for first blood, and it's Barracuda who grabs it. Lasbro hits 5, immediately makes use of the Ragnarok. No beads, no chance for the Jade Dragon support.
That's tough stuff. You think you're just able to farm up those camps for free, but no, Lasbro's hovering just nearby, and that's one of the downsides of going towards that aggressive relic selection. PBM has Blink, so no CC immunity available to him in that circumstance, at least until he ticks over towards level 5, which is going to be a little ways off. It's a 1-level deficit for PBM in the support role. Jake already sitting at 5, but PBM close it up.
Yeah, no problem for Polar Bear Mike. So Lasbro, without Ragnarok here for a little while, gets perfect use of the first one, gives some credence over to the Olympus Bolts in the dual lane. It feels like in the last couple of games, Barracuda has just not felt comfortable when left alone up against Panda Cat. Panda Cat was able to push that Heimdall lead a bit last game. Purple buff invaded, but looks like dropped down by Panda Cat, but he can't stick around to pick it up. Awesome Jake is just going to put some pressure in there. We've seen a lot of pressure around these buffs on the left side of the map so far this set here, Mifflin. Sanford Soccer effectively lived in the left side of the jungle there in game number 2. It's going to be a different look. What are they waiting for here? What pathing does Lasber take? He's on the other side. And Mike and Hurrywind will be spotted out by the minions.
Just sitting on corners, seeing if anybody stepped forward from the Olympus Bolts. The CC chain, the damage output already for the Jade Dragons mid 3v3 is incredibly strong. Sikkim plus Crush, probably doing about 50% of Ven's HP bar with PBM there. That's the other 50% done and dealt with, but nobody from the Olympus Bolts playing on that side of the map. So that means the macro farm, the macro game rather, going to go favoring the Jade Dragons. Rights and lefts now drop down. And Ven in some trouble.
Then we'll use the apple for the CC immunity, just in case. A little damage onto Mike as well. So Mike, not slowed down by losing first blood, but neither are Haddix or Lasbro. They've made their way over to Final K. There's Ragnarok on the final. Beads get used. Cage down as well, and Sanford Soccer is on the chase. And Laz, he cannot participate any further. Final K can't either. It looks like one disengage aside, but Haddix goes back in. Sanford Soccer, bat out of hell. Swoop 1 used. 2 and 3 should be enough, but Haddix taking pretty aggressive pathing here. Can the Hercules get in range of Sanford Soccer? He will not try, and Final K will be a wall against a kill, but Haddix have to dash away to keep himself alive, and now Jake and Ven are here.
PBM locks eyes with Jake and stops him from locking down Hurrywind. The disengage nearly good, but nice Riptide.
It's a double Riptide, but it's just not there on the strife from Ven. That would have been wild if you're able to combine everything. No apple anyway, but the Olympus Bolts rallying around this right side. Blue buff gets invaded and dropped successfully by the Olympus Bolts. Is that the difference maker in all of that? The blue buff invade that ends up working for the Bolts, other than, I guess, beads used by Fino K and maybe some ults traded on either side.
Yeah, that's just about it. But when the games are as high stakes as they are right now, again, to reiterate, if the Jade Dragons win this one, they stamp their ticket to Worlds. If the Olympus Bolts lose, they got to fall down in the bracket. So you take these plays. You go for these high-risk, high-reward scenarios, and unfortunately this one was high-risk. Pretty low reward, just getting the blue buff away from Final K.
Better than no reward.
Yeah, better than nothing, but Final K was fine beforehand, and he'll be fine afterward. Has the Breastplate of Valor in the first slot, so additional mana to his name, meaning that the mana sustain a blue buff, not as important as it could be.
Whoa, Mike, he's engaged on Ven here. He uses the apple yet again. CC immunity right on time. Awesome Jake will be the last separator. Seems like Mike has been just fine jumping onto Ven, seeing if he can bait out that ultimate. Ven has not had it now for what could be a couple skirmishes if one ends up breaking out here on the left side of the map. Discordia is such an interesting pick, Miff, where it feels like there's a few players in the league when you just, I don't know, you get to this point in the set, you haven't quite gotten it going, Discordia comes out and then reminds us all why it's so good. That is disgusting from the Olympus Bolts. It's a double jump in from Laz. Stripe is there from Ven. And now the Discordia able to assist in the kill.
Man, the damage from Unchained was ridiculous. Doug, can we get a look at Lasber's level order? I think he is maxing out that first ability.
Might do it again, jumps in, Hurrywind Sentinels away.
No, it's the Seething Howl.
It is a Seething
It's just
Howl
the additional power.
Yeah, it's just a lot of damage from Lasber wherever it's coming from. Well, we know where it's coming from is too. But the Fenrir rather has looked good so far for the Olympus Bolts, affecting both of the kills. One gotten, one assisted. Blue buff about to come back off cooldown. Haddix and Awesome Jake rallying around Lasbra, who's starting to heat up a little bit here in game number 3. But Polar Bear Mike is here as well. This is a 3v3 on the right side of the map. Mid laner starting to usher their way over towards right as well. Ven has got his ultimate coming from mid. Haven't seen an I'm a Monster yet. Maybe this is an opportunity for Hurrywind to get some good damage. Instead, Jake actually deals most of the damage here in this fight. And the 4v4 will disengage.
Yeah, early ultimate from Jake there does spell the end of that engagement. Haddix even using the boulder just to clear out the waves. The Jade Dragons realize that there's not much left fight in the fight left in the Olympus Bolts rather, and are able to secure their own blue buff yet again. Feels like the first game kind of a little bit more one-sided. Game 2 was the Olympus Bolts controlling the right side of the map, the Jade Dragons controlling the left, and they were kind of content with that pacing, just trading out map state elsewhere. But in Game 3, it's the Jade Dragons showing up to the Olympus Bolts power plays every single time, trying to slow them down. They're not splitting the map. They've left the Hunters alone on an island, and the Hunters are thriving on that island, both sitting comfortably at level 11.
Everyone is so close to one another right now as far as XP goes, but if you're the Bolts or a fan of theirs, you are happy with the way the gold has been going. 1.7k for the Olympus Bolts with seemingly no pushback from the Jade Dragons. A couple of kills and some good farming have gotten the Olympus Bolts right where they are now. And so the builds start to build up, for lack of a better term. Jotun's Wrath for Lazarus if we want to keep up with the Fenrir build. Into a Blackthorn, and Blackthorn has found a lot of value in solo lane here recently, but a good enough item obviously to make work on something like Lasper here in the jungle.
Great survivability, get you a little bit of additional CDR when you're high in the HP pools, as well as okay power. I think that it's just fine, especially considering Lazarus shores up some of his power with that Seething Howl. Every time he triggers that one, you're not really sacrificing too much, whereas Stanford Soccer is not offered that exact same opportunity. Has similar ability to give power to himself through the kit. The Screech can help you out with that slightly, but not as much, as well as Lazarus also getting that inherent lifesteal. Going to let him stick around in these engagements a lot longer. So I really do like Blackthorn on this guy, especially considering he's going to be diving. What does Fenrir do? He gets in your face, and he gets in consistently. And up against all this CC lockdown of the Jade Dragons, Lazarus is going to need that additional layer of survivability.
Yeah, Lazarus will. You talk about survivability. I look at Awesome Jake here as well. Goes into Thebes second, has Sovereignty first. When you got all these physical damage dealers jumping on you and your teammates, maybe rushing that Sovereignty is the most value that the Olympus Bolts can get in support right off the bat. And then, of course, Thebes will help out a bit down the stretch. So, the physical prot aura for Awesome Jake first, and then to follow with Ven's build myth. This has been what he's looked for seemingly all set long, which is into that flat pen tree. This time it's Deso into Magus. And so those strifes will set up for enhanced damage for Ven and this Discordia a bit later on. It's a dive no good onto Pandacat.
Yeah, but it is a large grouping from the Olympus Bolts on this side of the map. Luckily, the Jade Dragons do have vision on the Gold Fury thanks to those oracles, so there's not much risk for the Olympus Bolts to just walk in towards that. The Jade Dragons privy to anything they do around the neutral objective. Yeah, the pacing of this game is a little bit slower than we're used to seeing so far in this set, so I think I want to evaluate which squad is going to feel a little bit better going into the late game. As of now, obviously the Olympus Bolts playing with a bit of a lead, but the team fight presence of the Jade Dragons, once FineOK decides to rotate out, once he's got that capacity to start separating these engagements, is going to be very hard for the Olympus Bolts to deal with. So I'm keeping my eyes on the relic selection, seeing if whether or not there's going to be a phantom pickup for the Bolts.
That's right. That's a good point. You talk about setting up for I'm a Monster. Of course, there's a bit with Mike. Obviously Hurrywin can kind of rotate himself through that. But FineOK with a cage can really lock off a large portion where Hurrywin can easily drop down that I'm a Monster for a big burst of damage. And FineOK has proven throughout this set and throughout this year that the Odin looks good in his hands. And so that's something the Olympus Bolts are going to have to find an answer to. Some disengageability, that said, Myth, in the composition for the Olympus Bolts from that cage. But the others are just going to be locked in until the walls end up getting broken. As things have slowed down here about 13 minutes in, it's been a maintained gold lead for the Olympus Bolts. Both of the kind of medium neutral objectives stand strong right now. Pyromancer on one side, Gold Fury on the other, but Lasbra is going to pull the former. Polar Mike in range, so is FineOK. A quicker grouping, though, from the Olympus Bolts is going to put more immediate damage down onto the objective, but it is dropped. As Hurrywin drops I'm a Monster onto Awesome Jake, but it has not done enough damage. Venenu deletes him in the back, and the grouping of the Bolts inside the cage pays off. Sanford Soccer goes down second, and the Olympus Bolts, they get two more.
Looked like Ven may have bounced the golden apple straight to Hurrywin's dome. Yeah, it was a double tap, just insta-kill onto the Scylla, who Hurrywin, to his credit, was able to drop the majority of his damage before he fell down, but it was all into Jake, and Jake doesn't care. He's Yamoja. He's just going to go ahead and reset, use that meditation, meet up with Haddix, get meted there as well, and reset themselves all the way back to a healthy state and pick up the neutral objective as well. The Olympus Bolts have got themselves their largest gold lead of the set so far, I believe.
Yeah, I think so. The Olympus Bolts have felt like they've been behind maybe the entire set long, just the way the Jade Dragons have been playing. And so, Myth, you look at what had been working for the Jade Dragons up to this point that is not working in Game 3. Hurrywin has just not been able to find pressure in mid. Mike has been finding a lot of kills in Games 1 and 2. That's been anything but. The Circuit has maybe been a bit of a drop-off now for Mike. This game is far from over, but this trend fantastic for the Olympus Bolts. A Gold Fury pull when the gold lead is already above 2,000. If this is uncontested by the Jade Dragons and unstolen, the Olympus Bolts are going to pull a really, really nice lead given the state of the game right now. 15 minutes in, the Olympus Bolts extend another 1,000 on top of their gold, 3.4K.
Experience as well, looking just fine for the Order side, and the Jade Dragons not putting up much resistance, but 3,000 or so gold, not really the biggest deal this far into a match, 15 minutes in. But the Jade Dragons certainly have to show up to the next objective. I don't think they're in a position where they're going to continually allow the Olympus Bolts to do whatever it is that they want on the map. Jade Dragons currently sitting at a blank in the kill column across the board, but they're starting to hit some significant power spikes. Spirit Robe, Finisher Mike means that any form of CC applied to him is only going to make him tankier. Wind Demon finished for Panda Cat, so he's got some decent 1v1 potential now. Final K is already starting to roll through the defense. We saw it there. No damage output from Haddix. That's Blink expended from PBM, and it only cost Barracuda his dash.
That's right. That'll be back up shortly. Purple buff is here, but so are Lasbra and Ven. The Discordia has already shown us what some of that good lockdown and good burst damage can do, and Ven is getting real scary at this point. Double flat pen to start off. We'll go into the Obsidian Shard next, so you get some percent pen already with that tier 2 item. And so it seems like now, Miff, regardless of who Ven is hitting, there's going to be a lot of damage pouring out. And that's what the Bolts needed, right? A spark of life, you know, a good push forward somewhere. The good news is here in Game 3, it feels like it's been just about everywhere.
Yeah, everything's been going well for the Olympus Bolts. Haddix has kept Final K locked inside of his tower. Every single gank attempt from Lasbra seems to have worked out for him, has 100% kill participation through the jungle. And as you said, Ven's chunking. Take a peek at the Magic defense across the board for the Jade Dragons. It's just kind of duo defense from PBM, going for the Thieves immediately into the Spirit Robe, and then you've got maybe a Silver Talisman for Final K, but barring that, everybody else, they're pretty susceptible to just about a one-shot kill from Ven.
And that's where the flat pen will help out. Percent pen as some of that heftier magic damage comes online against Ven later on in the game. Haddix throwing caution to the wind here. We are walking between a tier 1 and a tier 2 tower. 17 minutes in, no one apparently. Mike wants nothing to do with it, but Final K jumps forward. Will there be a cage on the other end? Stun charge, stun connected onto Laz. Mike takes some good damage from Ven here in the mid lane. That's just a rotation of the abilities from Venenu that's chunked out a good bit of health from that Circuit.
Yeah, Draugr putting in some work there for the Jade Dragons, giving their tower a little bit of additional defense. The Olympus Bolts, likely if that Draugr weren't applied, would have decided to just go ahead and keep the pressure up in mid, but the Jade Dragons, with numbers and with that additional defense, are able to maintain the tier 1 for now, but it's a completely reactive style of play from the Jade Dragons. It's almost a complete inverse of what we've seen so far in this set. Games 1 and 2 were nothing but proactive plays from these guys, and, well, the Olympus Bolts seem to have taken the winds out of their sails.
That's right. It's the Olympus Bolts just showing up to the objectives, kind of hanging around, hoping the Jade Dragons slip up, and that just never came. In Game 3, a more proactive approach, as you've mentioned, by the Olympus Bolts. They've got an opportunity to do so the next time these neutral objectives are back off cooldown. Frenzy will be here this time around for Awesome Jake. Helps out around those objectives, maybe around a fight. Jake is going to get taunted in. Can the Jade Dragons find their first kill of the game so far? Lasbra does not want to be on the menu. Ragnarok looking for his food. Sanford Soccer pulled back, but uses the beads and immediately jumps on out. Kind of traded health bars on either side.
But we saw Panda Cat's damage output, and Lasbra saw it too. He was not able to stick around and take that 1v1. Is even forced to use his beads. Ragnarok doesn't connect despite a great ultimate from Jake, and it's Final K who's actually chasing out the Bolts.
That's right. Final K is going to try to make Venenu awkward here, feel awkward. And Ven does have to back away just a bit. And so you can see, you know, that there is some tankiness coming on for Final K. Ven has been chunking most people that he's come across. Did not chunk, in the true spirit of the word, Final K on his jump in now. Phantom, I wondered, Miff, how Phantom would impact, or if it would impact this game at all. Awesome Jake obviously forewent the relic, but Haddix did not. And with how important those cages might be, Phantom maybe makes some sense here for the Hercules.
It does. Jade Dragons pull out the Pyromancer and take it in that same breath. Immediately the Olympus Bolts show face around the Fire Giant, just making sure the Jade Dragons aren't sticking around, and they are not. Like bandits in the night, they take the gold, they take the experience, and they leave. And now the Olympus Bolts don't really have much opportunity to sit on the right-hand side. Had they realized the Jade Dragons had gone back to base in bulk, maybe they could have pulled out the Fire Giant, considering we're 20 minutes into the game, but taking a peek at Barracuda's positioning, it seems like Primal Fury is going to be the call. And the Jade Dragons, I think, have to show up to defend this.
Yeah.
We're getting to the point where the Primal Fury passive is going to be massive for the Olympus Bolts. If they're able to take it, they'd walk straight over to the Fire Giant. And the Jade Dragons seem to agree. They've shown up. They're in numbers, and Jake's alone just for a moment.
Only Ven has really felt damage checked in the last couple of minutes, so both teams, except for also maybe Panda Cat, will be learning just about as much damage as these two teams can do at the moment. Primal Fury is down to half. Blinks exchanged. Polar Bear Mike pulled back, but Polar Bear Mike back into the grasp of the Ragnarok. He wasn't in it in the first place. The apple no good, but the Brutalize is, and Mike goes down to Lasper first and foremost as the cage is out from Final K, and the Riptide is good from Awesome Jake to keep him where he is. Beads get used. I'm a Monster is there as well, but no kills for the Dragons.
Yeah, Hurrywin doesn't deal damage to Haddix. We got a good check at it. He landed that I'm a Monster, and it was immediately completely healed back up. PBM tried to use his blink to avoid the Ragnarok. Lasra able to pick him back up as well, and the Jade Dragons didn't really get an opportunity to take that fight. It was just the Olympus Bolts with great positioning, great zone. Haddix essentially locking down both Hurrywind and Panda Cat, removing the carries of the Jade Dragons from the equation. That's pretty easy stuff for the Olympus Bolts. Hurrywind needs some more items. That's all I can say. Because as of now, this build, it's not doing enough to peel with damage. You're going to need the help of your teammates, and your teammates aren't playing a defensive style. Final K is playing an initiator. PBM's playing an aggressive diver. So it really is just up to Panda Cat and Hurrywin to finish off the front line of the Olympus Bolts on their own.
I was going to say, I mean, the only monsters we've seen have been either onto Jake or onto Haddix. We haven't seen much from the mid laner of the Jade Dragons onto any of the squishies of the Olympus Bolts. Fire Giant started, but reset. It's a jump in now from Lasma around the Fire Giant. Mike brought back, and Barracuda thanking him for it. Phantom gets used, and that'll mitigate Final K's cage. Sam for Soccer has to swoop out of this fight, and the Jade Dragons want nothing more to do with it.
Okay, I said earlier that Hurrywin doesn't deal damage for the Jade Dragons. Yeah, nobody does. The entirety of Sam for Soccer's kit lands into Barracuda. Take a peek at his HP bar. It's full.
Oh, it's full, man.
Yeah, 100%. Awesome Jake walks into the entirety of the Jade Dragons, and he walks out at full HP. Lasra picks up PBM, and when you're able to dedicate Ragnarok to a frontline tank and it just works out for you, that feels pretty good. The Jade Dragons just can't take these fights, but they can't let them go either, because if they don't, Fire Giant's going to fall for free.
Yeah, you're right in that middle ground where if we do nothing, the game is just going to keep getting worse, but if we do something, the fights haven't been going our way, right? You're stuck between a rock and a hard place right now. Luckily, the gold lead not completely insurmountable, but definitely still at a point where you're starting to question the best pathing forward. Yeah, I don't know, Myth. I mean, I'm hard-pressed to imagine you just totally give up a Fire Giant. Yeah, that was it. I mean, you know, he did some damage.
Yeah, watch Ben hit a tank, man. Watch that. All right, I bet Ben's dropping somebody like 40% HP, man.
I misunderstood your that's it. I thought you were saying, like, that's it, that's the end gauge. I was like, yeah?
No.
Are you sure? Fire Giant this time. Pulled again by the Jade Dragons there, forcing the hand of the Olympus Bolts. Benenu on Sam for Soccer, Lasbra killing spree, but Fire Giant's low here. You gotta lock it down, and the Jade Dragons do so. I'm a Monster. We'll help you out in that regard. Panda Cat is out. Hurrywin, PBM, they are out as well. But it's a re-engage from the Olympus Bolts, and it'll catch out one. If nothing else, the Bolts don't have the FG, and 3 members of the Jade Dragons do.
For a split second, I thought Panda Cat was going to go like full Scarface and just mow down the entirety of the Olympus Bolts. His damage output's good. On the Jade Dragons, he might just be the only one. Lasbra, pretty far forward here, should be able to escape out. And the Olympus Bolts may not have gotten Fire Giant, but they're undeterred. It's a grouping on the right-hand side. Tier 2 tower falling down pretty quickly. And the Jade Dragons, they get to maintain the buff on 3 members. Hurrywin definitely needed it. Maybe they lose a Phoenix here as well, though?
I mean, Jade Dragons are always going to feel more comfortable around securing the objective when you got I'm a Monster, but
smart.
Again, if nothing else, you've secured it so the Bolts don't have it. Mike is going to split out this wave.
So smart.
Stop it from being tanked up by the Phoenix. What's happening here in mid? Asper stuck around. Final K grits the stun onto him. Ragnarok used now. Final K underneath the Phoenix. Beads get used by the Odin, and everyone will survive here. But a couple defensive relics used as well.
Man, Mike drags the minion wave out of the Phoenix, says, hey, you guys can try and siege, but good luck doing it with backdoor protections in play, and the Olympus Bolts unable to do so. Meanwhile, in mid, Final K nearly finds the solo kill, but only finds a little bit of farm through those waves and pushes them up. The Jade Dragons now at full fighting strength, 5 members all alive, 3 members maintaining Fire Giant for the next 2.5 minutes. But it's still the Olympus Bolts making the proactive plays. Pyromancer pulled.
And it's the Olympus Bolts who will get the Pyromancer. with ease. And so there's a slight downtick, Myth, 24-30 into the game. Maybe a little bit earlier than that, where the Fire Giant got secured. Now we're headed right back up towards the Olympus Bolts, because there isn't much, right, that the Jade Dragons, I assume, feel comfortable pushing down. Maybe you can get some damage, maybe a tower here or there. This is going to get canceled out. Final K cancels his own back. I don't know how far away he was from completing it, but thin margins, will it be impactful? Final K seems speedy enough. Lasber just got his ultimate back. It's another jump in, ulti used.
Great cage.
The cage is out. Ven is able to find some damage through the other side, though. Final K walking away just fine. This is a full 5 stack from the Jade Dragons. River's Rebuke out, and that'll force PBM off around the left-hand side. Haddix has used his ult as well. Same for Soccer on the re-engage around the back, but Ven able to position around his teammates, and he will keep himself safe.
PBM making sure Haddix stays in combat, so there's no way for him to re-engage, taunts him away, and it's the Jade Dragons running with their tails tucked. We got to see Ven's damage into Final K, by the way. Dropped him down pretty low off of that Strife. Immediately into the Unruly Magic, even without that Golden Apple. Had it connected. Final K maybe pushing daisies right now.
Oof,
but it's the Jade Dragons trying to defend.
Riptide walked through by Hurdywind, who had to use his beads. Lasbra not tanking up the tower, but taking a nice chunk of damage from Panda Cat. Watch out, Sam for Soccer. He's around the wall here. Mike in and finds the engage. I'm a monster. Goes on to no one as Lasbra leaps out from the engagement. Ven, are you going to find a Strife? Are you going to find some damage? You will onto Polar Bear Mike as the rest of the Olympus Bolts group up around the purple buff. And the Jade Dragons split 3 on one side, 2 on the other. Hurdywind uses his escape, but PBM, he wants more. In and out he goes empty-handed.
Haddix tries to pull him back in, unsuccessful. Lasbra, though, goes it forward, and he's found Mike.
There's a dark portal on the backside. Lasbra's got another. Final K at this point just chasing one down.
Hurry!
Big stun for Barracuda. Haddix is the one who grabs the kill, and Final K has been left to the wolves, and Lasbra, he's eaten. The apple is there as well. The Olympus Bolts buy their time, and they grab 3.
God, the damage output just is not there for the Jade Dragons still. 26 minutes in, we're starting to approach 5th, 6 items into the build, but even then, it feels like every time the Olympus Bolts land CC, somebody's dying on the Jade Dragons. Every time the Jade Dragons land CC, everybody's living.
This is a push now from the Olympus Bolts. You get a good look at maybe what they think they can do here. 30 seconds on Final K. Left side Phoenix taking a while to go down, but it's the Titan walked out. There's only one Tier 2 tower remaining. Respawn in 15 from Hurdywind. 20 seconds from Final K. Haddix low on health, low on mana. Panda Cat jumped on in the back. We've seen one miraculous Titan defense already this set. Are we going to see another? The Olympus Bolts, they rally around the Titan. This will not be a 3-0. We'll go on to a Game 4, and the Olympus Bolts decimate the Dragons in Game 3.
Blanked them, and the fastest game of the set so far. The Olympus Bolts convincing in their victory. A lot of it off the back of their jungler, the guy whose jersey you can see the back of right now, Lasbra.
He's got a hat on.
Yeah, he's got a hat on. It's that one. He popped off.
He did. Now, big game from Lasbra, and they needed it. The rest of the Jade Dragons in Games 1 and 2 had shown up to play. The Olympus Bolts swept by the wayside. And if you're a Bolts fan, there's still a long road to go. But this is the way you know that this team can play. Concerted effort. You get a small lead in the early game, and you push it out to a big one late.
Yeah, it feels like whoever's winning the early in this set is winning the game in that one. And this time it was the Olympus Bolts. Oh, look, the Jade Dragons clearly had a game plan in Games 1 and 2. They got countered out in P's and B's. That first phase of bans just targeting the core of the Jade Dragons draft. We'll see if they've got an adaptation now, because it seems like the Olympus Bolts have found a winning strategy.
That's right. No 3-0 for the Jade Dragons. Olympus Bolts, they take Game 3. Can they push us on to a Game 5 after Game 4? Stick around and find out.
Peace through tyranny. Pathetic fools! There's no escape! Transformers! Let's roll out.
That's right. If you've been watching for a while, you might have been confused there. January 5th, one whole more day here on the hi-rez showcase. And, of course, the SWC that will be happening throughout all of that. We have the schedule and everything, but all you need to know is that the 5th of January, a Wednesday, 6th, 7th, 8th, and then the 9th, that Sunday, are the days that you're going to want to be able to tune in. And hi-rez showcase, that's going to be happening there on the Wednesday. That's going to have your Season 9 update show. It's going to have your Slash Map reveal. A lot of fun stuff. The cosplay contest is always something I'm a big fan of as well. On Throwback Thursday, the day right after, it's going to be spending a lot of time with past world champions and hanging out with them before things get kicked off on Friday for us. If you're watching now, you're wondering, what are these teams playing for? Well, it's a spot right there in that Friday for the quarterfinals. That'll be going on, of course, with a halftime show. A lot of fun stuff going on there, all leading up to the World Finals. It's going to be a fun weekend. Only 3 weeks away as well, so make sure you put it on your calendar. Every time I say that, it feels too real to me. And it's going to blow my mind that next week it's only 2 weeks away. And then eventually, with the way time progresses, only 1 week away, Aggro. And that...
Gore, we're down after we're done with today.
Yeah.
We will have 5 esports broadcasts left in Season 8 because we have 2 more after today.
True.
And then
wow.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday of the Smite World Championship.
I can't tell if I'm having an existential crisis or not. Either way, we can instead let's focus on what's happening. We have a lot of fun esports that are going on.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what we're getting. We were worried, at least I was a little bit, that this was going to be a 3-0, especially with how dominant the first 2 games looked from the Dragons. The Bolts, though, pull this one back. And Aggro, they don't just pull it back. They demand this game. I mean, there's nothing the Dragons had that they could have said and stopped this.
No, there was just not enough damage from the Jade Dragons, and they were not able to get it off properly. But as I said last game, I felt like the biggest difference for me was how well Mike was playing in support, and that it looked like that old dominant style that we've seen from him in the past. In this game, the whole game plan was kill Mike. He doesn't go beads. He's not able, Lazarus was nice and patient on when to use his ultimate to pick him up. And it just made it impossible for anyone to really get any sort of setup because Mike was constantly being the first one killed in these engagements. And I feel like that the good news is that that's easy to remedy. You can just change that up and give Mike a god that he's going to go beads on, take the Fenrir away from Lasbro, whatever. But all of these clips, it's Mike who's getting picked up by Ragnarok, and it's Mike who's dying first. And the Jade Dragons are starting all their fights 5v4. The Scylla did not work out very well there for Hurry. Just not enough consistent damage from that pick, as we were talking about being a potential problem. The Camazotz looked nowhere near as dominant in jungle as it has in solo recently. So I think this draft for me was just a little bit of a misfire here from the Jade Dragons. And if they remedy some of those things, I think that they would have been in a much better spot. Also, don't give Jake Yamoja. No one should get Yamoja.
That healing was a lot. It was interesting watching because some of the highlights make sense. You see the Ragnaroks coming through. It just leads into the inevitable. And then some of them you'd be watching Vin or Bera, and they'd be in the middle of the fight. It's not like they were trying to avoid it actively. And for one of them, Vin's just surrounded by dragons, and his health bar goes down by that much. Barely 100 damage maybe that finds its way towards them. Yeah, that's going to be a problem for them. And, of course, something that they can fix here in game number 4. A definite time to bounce back. That's the glory of being up by 2 games. You still only need 1 more to confirm your trip to Worlds if you're the Dragons.
Yep.
If you're the Bolts, you still need to find 2 more, 2 in a row, and make it 3 for the hat trick. It's a lot in order to ask for it, and of course they're going to be second pick this time around as we move into game number 4, picks and bans, and figure out how they're going to adapt to this. Now the bans for the Dragons have been the same every single game. Amuz and Cobb, Hell, Oleron. Does any of that change this time around based on that last one?
I don't think so, because now they're in first pick. You still have the opportunity to take some of those priority picks. You're likely to get Camazotz again. You can get something like a Zeus potentially if they don't decide to take it away from you. And with the Bolts opening with a Yamoja ban, I think that that's pretty impactful for how they're likely to end up playing it. So the Jade Dragons actually ban up Odin. This means that if I'm the Bolts and I'm willing to give up Zeus in this spot, that I think they would just take Fenrir instantly to try and just make sure that they've got someone who can stick on him really easily. But the Dragons don't have to take Zeus in top 3. Remember, the one game they got it, they picked it 3rd overall. Bolts do ban it, So to me, this looks like a pretty easy Camazotz lock-in that you would send over to Final K and solo.
Yeah, he looked good on it earlier. No reason to try and dodge it now. One of the most picked gods that we've had this weekend here just in Group B at 64%. Not quite the win rate you want down there, but again, that's just the Group B win rate. When you expand that a little further, it's a little closer to 50. I mean, it's been going back and forth for a lot of these players. But his first pick win rate, or his first pick rate, period, has just skyrocketed this week.
Very high.
In terms, and admittedly, it's exactly what you said. You know, we talked to Fine OK in the interview prior. He said the axe changes helped him out, and there's a couple of other things that make him just really good in the solo lane. But on top of that, name a matchup where you're like, man, Camazotz just sucks into that. And if there is one, I can't think of it off the top of my head. And admittedly, that is, well, there's like 100+ gods in the game. Maybe somebody has to cause them trouble. But they have to come at a price themselves, so the Bolts need to figure that out as they figure out what they're going to lock in here soon.
Yeah, last time they picked Osiris Ganesh in their top 2 whenever they were second pick. Something tells me they're not going to go Osiris Ganesh here. I mean, certainly that Ganesh pick did not look very good for Jake, and that's all he's played besides the Emoja. So interesting which direction he is going to potentially go. You know, I think that you could, yeah, Terra is a good option, man. I mean, Terra definitely hasn't seen any play at all in this series, which is surprising considering these 2 supports. And I think that going for something like Terra Olorun, yeah, Olorun open as well for the first time this set, because the Bolts abandoned every game. Terra Olorun top 2 looks really, really strong for the Bolts. I like it a lot.
And it gives them a hell of a team fight. I mean, you do have to mention the fact that Camazotz is great into something like the Sanctified Fields, but outside of Camazotz, which admittedly maybe they can still flex. I mean, we talk about it, what was run against Olorun a lot during Phase 3 playoffs was Camazotz, the Morrigan, Cthulhu. The Titans ran that. The Titans made it look good. The Titans also got a trip to Worlds as the top seed, so maybe you could take a note from them. That being said, the Dragons maybe not going to be following exactly that note since it has been Fine OK playing this Camazotz more often than not. But Sanctified Fields plus an Earth and Fury, it's hard to argue against that 15 minutes in when you're looking at any fight in the jungle.
Yeah, that team fight is super strong for sure for the Bolts. So the Jade Dragons, they have to kind of make the choice. Do we want to try and match their team fight prowess, which is going to be difficult up against Terra Olorun, it's just the top 2, or do we want to try and just bypass the team fight entirely, try and draft pressure in the side lanes, draft pressure in mid, and just make sure that they can't get to a team fight in an even 5-on-5. That, you know, yeah, their team fight's going to be better than ours, but whenever it's time to do it, we're just going to be further ahead than they can handle. The Ganesh makes sense. It's a classic counter pick up against the Terra. And they go back to this Neath, which the Bolts had banned quite a bit up until now. So I think that, you know, going for a little bit more of an early game look just based on these 2 picks alone.
It's an interesting aspect because, like you said, you know, game 1, you get this Neath. The Bolts decide, you know what, that was a problem. Ban it out every game since then. But it was a problem alongside the Emoja and the Mercury. And then there's Zeus that gets through, or Mercury gets through, or God help you if Emoja gets through. Not something you want to deal with here. So Neath locked in there for the Dragons. Still waiting to potentially see what they'll pair it with there for the ultimate mid 3v3. Ganesh will join in, but whatever's in the jungle. Hercules, once again, is the bounce back for the Bolts. Not only a ton of damage mitigated a couple of games ago, but a really good performance in this last game as well. It feels like it just fits very well for Haddix's playstyle.
Yeah, absolutely. No reason to take that out of his hands. He's playing really well on it. I love the Freya ban. That's the obvious one here for the Bolts. You could ban Soul if you want to be worried about another magical ADC. I don't think Kronos is super playable right now, so Soul's the only other one that would make sense to me in that slot. This Neath could still go to duo, and I think do fine over there and still build the same style and find some success. It's just a matter of what they want for Hurry in that mid lane. And with the Bolts banning Soul away, that's the obvious thing that he could go to. Could go Zhong Kui, but I'm not interested in being Zhong Kui up against Terra Olorun. I feel like you're just going to get completely outscaled with how your ultimate works versus theirs. So I think this Neath is probably going to the mid lane. That means the Jade Dragons might be really physical heavy in this draft.
It is going to be something that is a little more easily countered. We've mentioned that in the past, how, like, hey, if you're Fizz heavy, especially if, like, your main mid 3v3 is, all of a sudden you get a Sovereignty and things start to slow down a little bit. They already had a problem with not dealing enough damage last game.
Right.
We'll see if that affects them here around. Soul, Freya, you had mentioned that. Fenrir and the Daji banned away on the Dragon. So trying to slow down and isolate Lasbra a little bit more. Prior to that, we got a Gilgamesh game, we got an Osiris game, and we weren't necessarily huge fans of what we saw there. We'll see if he sticks to the Assassins here. I mean, if you're looking at this team fight-wise, they're already pretty solid. What else can slot in pretty well to what the Bolts have?
I think I just go, yep, Chiron. That's darn, I wish you would ask the question faster,
Yeah,
Gore,
I
so
needed to get it out there. I'm sorry.
I know, man. No, I just think that Ven on this god looks so good. You know, you love the cleanse to get through the Ganesh cage really easily without taking the slow. You'll still take the damage in Prot Shred, but you won't be CC'd at all. You need some physical damage coming out of mid and something that can actually contest this Neath, assuming that's going to the mid lane. I think this Chiron pick is really, really good here for the Bolts. I like it a lot. It was between that and Uller or Medusa, those traditional hunters that can go mid with AMC banned, but I think that Chiron is one of Ven's better gods, specifically of the hunter pool, so I love him going to this pick.
I mean, you go back to, what was it, the beginning of Phase 2, when Chiron really jumped up in the meta and was being played by every hunter. The Bolts were the only team that were locking it in, and Barra barely touched it. It almost always went to Vin just to make sure it was comfortable. It feels like it's going to be good here. Erlang Shin, he's been a pretty big target ban for the last few days. And he gets picked up.
Whoa.
And now the Dragons are either going to show Vin how to do it, or have Vin show them the reason why it didn't work again, because they lock in a Thoth, and that is, admitted again, very low on the list of things I expected.
It is, but I like it here because it means that you can hit this Ola from outside Sanctified Field range. That his ultimate's never going to make him better against you, pretty much, unless you're dashing in. So I think that makes sense. The Erlang pick is very risky to me because I think it does not deal with Ola super well until it does. Like, if you're ahead on Erlang, you can just beads the Sanctified Field and insta-kill the Ola but if you ever fall behind on Erlang Chen against this type of draft that puts a lot of pressure on your Purification beads now with this Hunbat's lock-in, I think it's going to be very difficult for Sam to stay relevant in this game if he falls behind, so early game going to be especially critical for him this time around. But, I like the Thoth up against the Ola and up against the Chiron. Those are picks that you can poke pretty well. You stay out of their effective range pretty well. The dive really isn't very good from the Olympus Bolts. They want to group up and Deathball at you. And Deathball comps usually kind of just get eaten by Thoth because he just keeps you at a distance. Hieroglyphic assaults you down. Because he's hitting so many people, it comes right back up off cooldown. Can just back up, place another wall, do it again, do it again, do it again. You don't have to worry about this big dive from, a Thor or a Camazotz or something like that on the other side. They're trying to play you pretty straight up and honestly. So I think that as long as Mike, Sam, and Fine can survive the initiations of this team fight, because the initiations here from the Bolts are unreal with Fear No Evil and Earth and Fury and Sanctified Field. They are tough to beat. But if that front line can stay alive and stay staunch, I think the Bolts backline, or the Dragons backline, has a chance to be really, really tough to beat.
Now, it's a good team fight for them, like you said, if they can live through that initiation. But what about this lane phase? Like Erlang Shin, you mentioned at level 5 might struggle anything over in the duo lane. Hunbat's, especially once he hits level 5, is going to be able to isolate people pretty well. Especially with Neath going into the duo lane, we haven't gotten to see that a whole ton. What are the matchups going to look like early on? Are the Dragons going to be able to hold on long enough?
Yeah, that's the question. I do think that the Dragons have the better laning phases overall. I mean, the Camazotz Hercules is pretty much a push, but Hercules seems to be winning that pre-5 at the very least most of the time. The Neath Ganesh up against the Ola Terra both have pretty decent kill potential, but I'd give the push potential to the Dragons. And then Thoth versus Chiron. Chiron should be getting pressure there, but it's pretty easy for Thoth once he hits level 7 or so to keep up. So I think that Sam's going to have some pretty easy lanes to gank. Overall, duo lane looks like where I'd be going early, but that's where junglers can always go early and find kills, especially on a god like Erlang Shen. I think that overall, this game has to go well for Sam in the early, and the front line for the Dragons is where we're going to see this game won or lost.
Well, the Bolts have to win this to push us to game number 5. If the Dragons are able to win this one, then they are going to be able to secure themselves a ticket to the SWC quarterfinals. Would love if they could end it right here. They would be ecstatic for it. We'll see if they're going to be able to, or if the Bolts are going to make this one a little bit longer in game number 4.
Olympus Bolts rolling with just a bit of momentum after game number 3. Will that momentum carry them on to a game 4 victory, which would then, of course, push us on Mifflin to a game number 5. The J Dragons still one game away from a berth in the Smite World Championships quarterfinals. The Olympus Bolts, they bring out some picks that have worked individually for them all year long. But that's not what I want to focus on, Mifflin. I don't want to focus on that at all. Stop bringing it up. What I want to talk about is the Jade Dragons and the fact that we saw Thoth get crushed earlier on. And we're going to go back to it here. Hurrywin playing the Thoth in the mid lane.
Yeah, and Aggro brought up a decent point of you're probably never going to be inside the Sanctified Fields, but it is worth noting for Thoth that time dilation affects projectiles as well. So the projectile speed of his damage is probably going to be avoidable for Barracuda throughout the majority of this game. Hurrywin.
The longest execute is a slowed down final judgment. Beat! Oh my god! Not an expected pin is there from Lasbra. Can you get the return kill? You got it.
Wait, what?
Barracuda's found one on left. Lasbra survives in mid. And the Olympus Bolts off to an incredible start here. Lasbra jumping on in. Barracuda grabs a kill on left, and it is Hurrywin who dies at level 1.
Is that allowed? All right, so I was going to go to like a whole minute-long spiel on why Thoth is going to look pretty good this game.
You still can.
Because I think it's going to look okay. Well, I thought it was. I don't think it will anymore because Hurrywin and Sam in some trouble.
No, yeah, okay, good. If that's another kill, Miff, I don't know what we're talking about for 20 minutes, right? Lasbra,
a bloodbath.
You're off to a 2-0 start. Yeah, things not looking great for the Jade Dragons. Not looking great anyway, but
not ideal.
Not the end of the world just yet. This is relentless. This is absurd. Hurrywin has just not been able to walk forward here in this lane. He's level 2. He's at half HP. He's already died.
Oh, nice.
And this is what we got over in the duo lane. It looks pretty simple. The walls just forced Panda Cat into an awkward spot, and he had to trade against it.
Maybe his backflip was down, or he had leveled Unravel? I'm not quite sure, because I didn't see the backflip before that point. Haddix now surrounded. Could be in some trouble here.
Sam for Soccer jumped on as Lasbra's in. Yet again, that's already the knockback.
Oh,
that's
no.
everything Sam for Soccer's got. But Lasbra's got a little bit more in the tank. Final K does as well. The return kill is in.
Yikes.
We are still fighting over in the duo lane. This is relentless. The Olympus Bolts in a set where the team that has won the early game has won the game.
Yeesh.
The Olympus Bolts are bringing it in game 4.
They really are. Just aggression across the board. I don't know what happened between games 2 and 3 and now 3 to 4, but the Olympus Bolts have completely shifted their style. It's a different style of draft and play style as well. This is early game aggression through and through everywhere on the map. I mean, it's not often that every lane is thriving like they are.
Look, it's a good thing I'm actively drinking coffee, because if this game is going to keep at that pace in game 4, I'm going to need every little bit of it. Yeah, no, we'll pull back the curtain a little bit. I am drinking coffee as we speak, and I need it.
Right now?
What do you mean?
Like, how are you speaking?
This is a unique trick. I'm not going to go into any more detail. I don't want to share the trick. The Olympus Bolts, though, Miff, they've drank some coffee after a game 2 loss that the Jade Dragons rolled over them. Looked great in game 3 and off to a fantastic start here in game 4, and a lot of it spearheaded by Lasbra on this Hun Bats. 2 kills off on a start here, 3.5 minutes in, and now he's got the Fear No Evil. So that's where you have to start looking as the laning phase continues on, is where do these Fear No Evils start to get placed to set up for some kills. You could ask the same for Sam for Soccer. He does not have the 9 turns blessing, does have pin. But it won't matter. Haddix gets to push under the tower. A second tower shot actually might have allowed Haddix to excavate and get real close to finding a kill a bit after that, but no more kills to be found.
You know, not this time, but Haddix certainly happy with how that engagement went, considering it was a 2v1, and Final K is the one who is worse for wear. I'm expecting Lasbra to start making some rotations over towards the duo lane relatively shortly. Specifically, Polar Bear Mike doesn't really have the greatest answers to Fear No Evil. You drop Dharmic Pillars, sure, but you're still feared into a wall and potentially even your own wall. So he doesn't, I mean, Lasbra really doesn't have any bad options. When your entire team is doing this well, you don't really have anywhere you can't go to gank. Maybe you don't want to rotate over towards the soul lane, because if you don't kill Final K off the initial burst of CC, he's just bad out of hell, out of anything. So keep your eyes on Hurrywin, keep your eyes on PBM. I believe those will be the targets for Lasbra, whereas Sam for Soccer, he's got to start bailing some water out of this ship soon, because it is sinking slowly. But the gold lead, as it stands, very significant at the 5-minute mark.
Well, Myth, I wonder if Panda Cat starts to be a bit of a life raft here as well with the World Weaver. Not in the mid lane. We've already seen a Neath mid and the damage that Hurrywin was able to do in that game and the setup he was able to provide in that game. Obviously, a little bit more travel time for that ultimate, but still that opportunity. Looks, Haddix doesn't have beads, Lasbra doesn't have beads, Jake doesn't have beads. Maybe not perfect targets, but those are targets that that Panda Cat can help set up for if you want to snowball one of these fights.
If I see Panda Cat send an ultimate Haddix's way, I'm raising hell, man. We've seen what happens when you drop all your ultimates on Haddix on Hercules with Neath. It just did not work out for them. And I'm not sure that this is a composition that can do it either. Sure, Sanford Soccer is going to have a little bit more damage on this Erlong Shen, but the lockdown, definitely not there. Haddix's survivability certainly is there. Already has the Blackthorn Meditation available, as is his ultimate. But it does seem like it's going to be the similar style of play from this Neath. Mannequin Scepter in that first slot, immediately going down the Transcendence tree. That's going to be a Mannequin's Hidden Blade eventually, assuming that the Jade Dragons get to that point. But the Olympus Bolts, I'm sure, would love to end the game before that happens.
Yeah, I hope we're getting to that point. It's a bad look for the Jade Dragons, even to get into upgrade threshold on the starter items. It's a Greater Scorpion grouped around. Sanford Soccer wants more, though. Double taunt, double knockup. It's all hitting now for Sanford Soccer out of the jungle. The follow-up onto Laz is an immediate ultimate dropped. World Weaver over from the duo lane. Hit awesome Jake, and Lasbro's gotten his kill in the meantime. But now Venenu, he wants more in this fight. The chase down onto Hurrywin, and it is good. The Olympus Bolts have come to play. Can you smell it, Myth, when there's a Game 5 around the corner if this result holds?
Crazy. First off, the World Weaver went on to Haddix, so I'm raising hell. That just can't be correct in that scenario. Final K gets clipped by the Fear No Evil, was not able to utilize those beads to escape that situation. Gets immediately shut down, doesn't even get the opportunity to channel his ultimate. Now the Olympus Bolts, they are far and away ahead. They're stripping away the jungle. They're controlling the neutral farm as well. Red buff taken 6-1, 7 minutes in.
Everyone's
7
like
kills in the game.
1,000 gold behind.
Yeah, every single one of them. There is a legitimate argument to be made if this pace keeps up for like 2 more minutes that the Jade Dragons might legitimately want to surrender just to stop the pacing. There's something to be said about it. I'm sure they won't, but this is brutal.
And it's all with Lasbra, almost. You know, he said all the kills. I can do math, I promise. 3 kills, 2 assists, 1 short of 100% kill participation. Can you add another here, though? Final K does have Bat Out of Hell. That'd surely be a fruitless effort. Maybe just get the ultimate. But Lasbra's really turned his game around. In the games 1 and 2 that Sanford Soccer was providing most of the setup, Lasbra has started to turn this set around. And the Hunbats is hitting properly here. Hurrywin does not have beads for the next minute. Talk about Lasbra and his options. Mid lane has got to be one of the better ones.
Yeah, now he is taking his eyes towards it. Hurrywin has been able to kind of reestablish some equilibrium in mid. It's been a little while since he's been accosted, stuck inside of his tower. Hey, man, let me create intrigue, use one of your phrases. Oh, this could work.
All right. Don't never ult Haddix.
Come on.
Don't you dare.
Yeah.
Don't ult Haddix. I swear, if you ever ult Haddix, I'm going to
raise hell. Leave me alone.
You must be raising hell here, Myth. Lasbra drops the ultimate on the Sanford Soccer, but this one falls short of finding big impact for the Olympus Bolts. Sanford Soccer is able to walk away. Hurrywin, though, soloed by Ben in the mid lane. He'll return the favor after a solo kill earlier in this set went Hurrywin's way. And the Olympus Bolts needed that one. Not really, but it helps after Haddix dies over in the solo lane.
Panda Cat taking the Hunter 1v1 up against Ven. Ven using the giddy up to push him out, but it's Lasbra left alone. BBM goes for the dive.
Pillars are here. Final K wants to dive as well. Lasbra's surely going to fall. But can the Olympus Bolts ends are back. Sanctified field out from Barracuda. He is coming in fully stocked up and ready to go. Polar Bear Mike doesn't have much to escape this fight, and he will not. Barracuda notches one in the mid lane. And so Panda Cat grabs a kill, but Barracuda has a couple as well. Effectively, the only even lane on the map right now is Duo.
Man, that massive gap in mid is going to be stifling going forward. That is 3 levels, 3-0-2 for Ven. Hurrywin already playing what I would consider an unorthodox god. Might be one of the last times we see him this year. Thought that is, not Hurrywin. I'm sure he's going to be just fine. Gold Fury, though, not fine. That's going down.
That's brutal.
I don't like thoughts, man.
Right, I'm saying with the other insinuated.
Yeah.
Absolutely tough. No. Been just fine here for the Jade Dragons. Not in game 4, of course.
Or 3.
But
they got some kills.
Games 1 and 2. Zeus looked incredible for Hurrywind. You wonder if this holds, which the Olympus Bolts don't show much of a sign of slowing down. 3,000 gold up, 10 minutes in. If maybe we're hanging up Thoth for game number 5. I don't know if I'm reaching for that one.
Give him a second, okay? It's level 9 now. Once he gets that second relic, things could get a little bit better.
You think Jake solos Hurrywind right now in a straight-up 1v1?
If they're fighting in the jungle, yeah. I think Jake wins that fight, and I don't think it's particularly close, if I'm honest.
No.
Yeah, Hurrywind is pretty far away from the power spice that he
needs
needs.
some farm time. Needs some farm time. Panda Cat could be a bastion of hope for the Jade Dragons. 2 out of the 3 kills on the Neath, fully stacked Transcendence. Brawler's Beat Stick. But you're going to need some time to really wind up and get in that one-shot potential threshold. And so in games like this, Miff, where you find yourself down pretty far early on, are you I guess you're looking for what? Individual picks if you're the Jade Dragons? You're hoping that a World Weaver can set up a kill on a singular member of the Olympus Bolts and you can disengage?
I mean, that's one way in. You're maybe hoping for some overextensions from the Bolts as well. Like they try and get involved in Soul Lane. That could make it a little bit easier for the Jade Dragons to fight back. But individual picks could go a long way. It's just hard to do when Haddix is behind your tower.
Yeah, between Tier 1 and Tier 2 at 11 minutes. Pretty indicative of the way that this game has gone. Tier 1 gone. Haddix leaves the fray. It's another World Weaver onto Haddix.
Body blocked.
Fear no evil out from Lasbra, and that sends Fine-OK running to the hills. Bat Out of Hell gets used. Some damage follows up there. On the other end, actually, very close to killing off Fine-OK. So you swoop down from the Bat Out of Hell. If nothing else, space has been bought, and so you get a Tier 1 tower in mid if you're the Bolts. You rotate over, you grab a Pyromancer. No, thank you very much. Just the way the pathing looked there for a moment, a little bit of pause that the FG might have been considered, but it's not. Panda Cat at least, Miff, able to grab a Tier 1 over on the left, the singular saving grace of the last minute or so.
Hey, he's also got a level lead over Barracuda, so that's something going forward. Maybe the Jade Dragons can return the favor to this Tier 1 here, but it's the Olympus Bolts, 12 minutes in, exactly where they were beforehand. Hurrywind dashing in aggressively, seeing if maybe he could chase out Lasra, but he cannot. Spoiler alert. Well, whatever the opposite of a spoiler is, because you've already seen it. For now, I think the Olympus Bolts... Yeah, recap alert. There's not much for the Bolts to push. They've already taken the Tier 1 mid tower, so you don't want to probably step up to a Tier 2, even if you are this far ahead. The Fury and the Pyromancer are going to be down for the near future. This could be an opportunity for the Jade Dragons to slow down the pace of this game, try and find a little bit of farm, get those secondary relics available. Sanford Soccer, Hurrywind, and Mike all sitting at level 11. Aegis going to go a long way when you're taking this much damage.
How is Mike a level ahead of Jake?
Jake hasn't been splitting as much. Mike has to sit in mid because Hurrywind is getting dove.
I guess that's true. Mike is not there. Hurrywind isn't either, but for 2 different reasons. Panda Cat.
Yikes.
You've got a lead over Barracuda, but does that last much longer? Ultimate down from Awesome Jake. Aegis used by Panda, so are the beads, and Panda Cat will survive. He's got to use everything, but he remains on the map. The Tier 1 tower and left, however, does not. The Olympus Bolts, maybe if that's all they were really concerned about, getting some of that extra gold.
Yeah, and taking both relics from Panda Cat probably feels pretty good as well. Had that not been a double Spirit Arrow, Panda Cat just falls down. Nice Dharmic Pillars from Mike to separate the engagement. But now Tier 1 mid tower gone. Tier 1 solo and duo gone as well. Which means that if the Olympus Bolts, or when rather, the Olympus Bolts group up on this Oni Fury, the Jade Dragons, if they decide to show up, have nowhere to retreat to. It's essentially show up, win the fight, or show up, lose the fight and the objective. Best of luck playing into this deficit. Silver linings where they lie. Hurrywind has ticked to 12.
Miff, I'm getting the vibe you don't love the Jade Dragons' chances here in Game 4.
I called for the surrender 7 minutes ago.
You said if it continued on the same pace.
And it has.
It has continued on the same pace. 4,300 gold ahead are the Olympus Bolts. 14 minutes in. That is a hefty, hefty gold margin to fight up against here. Still level 11 is Awesome Jake, though. You could drop that ultimate and help your team spread out some of that damage. I wonder, again, you wonder if, Frenzy's been such a topic of conversation, if that's something PBM or Awesome Jake start to consider. As they reach level 12. PBM, actually, as we've mentioned, the first one to reach that mark. So you get the idea, Miff, that the Jade Dragons at least want to be on this side of the map. The Oni Fury respawns. Needless to say, the Bolts are going to be here. We wondered how the Jade Dragons would reply. And for now, a full 5 grouping in the left side jungle is the answer.
If the Jade Dragons butt heads with the Bolts, they need to win out on the engagement because they're not escaping the fight. So the Olympus Bolts, with all the house money, are going to pull out the Oni Fury. They don't even necessarily have to tank it, trading aggro back and forth, and it's falling fast.
Fino onto the Oni Fury, but it's reset well by the Olympus Bolts. Great communication. Dharmic Pillars down, and the Bolts secure the Oni Fury, nearly there by PBM. Final Judgment flies through. It doesn't get much damage there. The Olympus Bolts actually looking to disengage here. Final K kind of doing as he pleases on the Bolt side of the left side of the jungle. But the Oni Fury secured, and the Olympus Bolts not looking for the fight on the other end.
Not much to fight over right now. Fire Giant,
Pride.
not necessarily on the menu.
More
Pride.
gold.
Gold goes a long way. You already got so much of it though. They're not Scrooge. They're fine, man.
Yeah, all right. I was about to dive us into like an economic conversation,
Let's
like how much gold should people have, right? Those sorts of things. No. We're gonna stay away from that, Niff. We're gonna see.
That's dangerous.
Which is why we're gonna stay away from it. The Pyromancer is gonna spawn here shortly. At this point, look, the Olympus Bolts are the ones pulling the strings of this game. The Jade Dragons just hope that they can reply in some form. Final K uses the beads and the Bat Out of Hell, or maybe it was just the Bat Out of Hell. It was indeed just the Bat Out of Hell. Stop turning gold, it confuses me. My brain is small. He's still got beads, but does not have Bat Out of Hell. The Olympus Bolts are going to put some pressure onto Final K here on the right. May be able to convert that into a successful Pyromancer here in just a few seconds.
Could even, honestly, I'm looking at the builds now. Telkine's all ready for Barracuda.
Titan's Bane.
You've got Titan's Bane finished up for Ven.
Frenzy.
Yeah, maybe just
Hydras.
bypass. Yeah, let's just go to Fire Giant, I think, for the Olympus
You're
Bolts.
shot calling for the Bolts right now? Are you calling FG?
Yeah, if you guys are listening, maybe just go for the Fire Giant. Best case scenario,
they're not,
you get it.
to be clear.
They're not. Worst case scenario, the Jade Dragons show up and you probably win that team fight. I guess heat check with the Pyro. That's fine.
Right.
No way Mike's dropping any resources to try and steal that one away. Dharmic Pillars so important right now.
Well, is a fight going to get forced before Final K has that Bat Out of Hell back off of cooldown? Forced to no, but Pyromancer secured. Jade Dragons again here, they're hovering around these objectives, but not doing much in the way of trying to steal. Hurrywin does have that Final Judgment, but maybe saving that ultimate for big damage numbers in the fight, Miff, is more important than trying to steal away the Pyro.
Yeah, let's take a peek at the damage numbers as well.
Yeah, please do, Miff.
Yeah,
what are you
Hurrywin's
seeing?
sitting
Tell
at
me.
4,500.
Give me a peek into your brain.
Legitimately not that bad, 4,500. He's only about 2,000 down on Ven, and Ven is playing a much more aggressive, much further ahead character. So once Hurrywin starts to get involved, especially around this next item, Rod Zahudi, likely what he's looking towards in that third slot, that's going to be very nice for him. It's the exact same build that we saw on Scylla, and it wasn't doing a whole lot of damage with Scylla, so it's more so about the poke on Hurrywin right now. I'm not super confident in his ability to apply it, considering that any individual diver on the side of the Olympus Bolts can likely either TKO or straight KO him. Lasbra, Haddix, even Ven in a 1v1. I think Jake might still win that fight. Barracuda certainly.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'm looking at it. Jade Dragons, as long as they play intelligently around the siege defense and they survive the sanctified fields, that could be an opportunity for them to fight back in if Fear No Evil is also down.
Which it's not right now.
Neither is Sanctified Field.
Neither is Sanctified Field, right. Panda Cat was lining up the World Weaver for a second there. So with Fire Giant still on the map, the Olympus Bolts are going to group up over here on left. Maybe considering working down a Tier 2 tower. I suppose at this point in the game, Miff, the Bolts are considering that the Tier 2 on left less risky than going for the full-on FG pull. If we can just get this without needing the Fire Giant, we'll be in a pretty good spot. Panda Cat charges up the ult. We'll use the backflip to get out of the fray. Fear No Evil down. Panda Cat used the World Weaver and an immediately shotgun onto Lasbra, who's able to walk away from the fight nonetheless. 3 ultimates down from the Jade Dragon.
Haddix.
Fear No Evil down for the Olympus Bolts, but here's Sanctified Field. We're going to chase back in. Final K will not survive, and Barracuda, he's on his killing spree.
Hurrywin still doesn't have his beads available. Going to be 2 minutes of those come back up. We'll see if the Olympus Bolts decide to stick around and keep up that chase. They will not. Instead, reset. They've already taken down the Tier 2 tower and Final K at very little cost to themselves. Just a couple of relics off of Haddix and Lasbra. Ultimates going to be coming back up shortly. I think the Olympus Bolts, reset. Still have 20 seconds left on that Camazot's respawn. Think maybe you'd head over to the Primal Fury. Who needs it? Primal Fury is only a primer for the Fire Giant.
That's right.
You just go straight there. You don't need any help. You're like too much gold ahead.
That is fantastic analysis. You are too much gold ahead, so why not pull the FG? You're
I-
not wrong, though. Look, you got to simplify it.
Yeah.
You're right.
Make it easy.
They're so far ahead, it just doesn't matter. You also have a Frenzy. There was a Jade Dragons ping on the FG, so this is known, or likely assumed by the Jade Dragons that this would be happening.
Mike has to.
And it is going quickly. Polar Bear Mike doesn't have Dharmic Pillars yet. Might come down right on the back end of the Fire Giant. The Olympus Bolts take the FG. Mike has used the Dharmic Pillars as well. Haddix could be a sacrifice here. On the back end of the fight, and the Olympus Bolts are going to let their solo laner fall to the wayside as they will get out with the Fire Giant on everyone but Haddix.
Hurrywin went for the Charon's coin, so he got some percentage pen online. Maybe just picking it up, realizing that he doesn't have very many opportunities to take fights and get gold going forward. Charon's coin a little bit cheaper on the gold department, and it works out. He does significant damage into Haddix there. The Jade Dragons, I think this might be one of their best fight potential moments. 5 versus 4.
5 versus 4, but no World Weaver, no Dharmic Pillars, no Final Judgment going into this fight. Fear no evil here for Lasbra on the other end.
Okay.
And it's the call by the Bolts that it is not worth our trouble, not worth the potential Fire Giant loss to go in and try to take down that Fury. So the Jade Dragons will get that one comfortably. Still find themselves just under 7,000 gold behind.
You didn't have to say it.
6.2K.
Oh my goodness. Hey, look, experience is only 1.2K. That's not awful, legitimately. Experience gap's starting to close up.
I appreciate you throwing a life raft in because that's necessary here at this point. But it's these next 2 minutes and 40 seconds, right, where the Olympus Bolts, they only have 2 tier 2 towers to work down. And so you have to imagine now that Haddix is back on the map. You got 30 seconds till Frenzy. Got to be looking at one attempt on a Phoenix, you'd think.
Yeah, I do think so, and it seems like the Olympus Bolts
at least one
also want to attempt it. They've got phenomenal siege, space control, blink in, Earthen Fury. That sets up pretty well. Doesn't have blink actually. Walk in, Earthen Fury. You could also have Fear No Evil be the initiator. Sanctified Field is a great no-play zone. You could just drop in the middle of the Jade Dragon's Phoenix. Haddix has been incredibly tanky, and that has not changed in the last 3 or so minutes despite him falling down. I think the Olympus Bolts are very much right to group up here.
Yeah, why not? Haddix is going to take a little bit of poke damage, though, from Hurrywin, who's positioned himself behind the wall. Fear No Evil out from Lasbra. Taunt through from Sanford Soccer, but no good. Then, out of his ultimate he goes, and Hurrywin has gotten the execute kill, and the Phoenix has taken literal 0 damage, and the Olympus Bolts are repelled from the left side Phoenix after losing their mid.
That was one of the best Dharmic Pillars I've ever seen. Mike dropped it on like 5 guys. Fast food chain right here from Mike from the Jade Dragons.
Look, and their burgers and fries. No way.
Hold on. Not sponsored, by the way. The Olympus Bolts try their best to try and finish off that left side Phoenix, and I agree that they were right to try and do so, but maybe staggering the engagement would have paid off a little bit more so. All of them walking in at the exact same time made it very easy for the Jade Dragons to stack up their own abilities. We saw a great ultimate from Hurrywin. Mike drops the phenomenal ultimate himself. Even Sanford Soccer is able to stop Lasbra's engage, even forcing out the Hunbots' beads with the 9 turns blessing. And the Olympus Bolts all take damage together because they're standing in like a 5-unit square.
They're too much gold ahead. They're standing in a square. I appreciate that, Miff. You're keeping it nice and simple for me.
5
here.
Guys reference?
No, you're right. 5. All their burgers and fries are there. 5 guys on the map for both of these two teams. Still pretty early in this game, so we're far away from the enhanced Fire Giant. The Olympus Bolts will only have 30 seconds left on the current FG. Not much more to be done. Maybe you put some pressure on one of these tier 2 towers that's still standing. But that probably instills a little bit of confidence, doesn't it, Mifflin, that the Jade Dragons underneath the first Phoenix Siege of the game able to lose literal 0 HP on the bird. They immediately delete Venenu, and the Phoenix loses almost no health, and the Jade Dragons, they won't roll the dice. And the tier 2 tower on right, if I'm remembering correctly, will be the sole objective knockdown of the Fire Giant for the Olympus Bolts.
And now they can reset and spend the next minute establishing ward dominance around the Fire Giant pit. I think the Jade Dragon's in a much better position this time around to try and put up a defense around the Fire Giant. 5,000 gold, 25 minutes in is a lot less impactful than 5,000 gold was at like the 12-minute mark, and that's exactly where the Olympus Bolts were. The Jade Dragon's doing a great job of putting a Band-Aid on this bleed out. So, now, definitely has potential to show up around the fire. But even then, I think it's more so about the steal potential than it is the actual engagement.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, and that's what you look at Hurrywin for. The final judgment from range keeps things interesting. A Soul Reaver is a good power spike for Hurry out of the mid lane. Ven hits a pretty good one, though, as well. He's got Heartseeker. And the big pivot, remember, when we saw Hurrywin playing this Neath earlier on, was that Hidden Blade. And Panda Cat has now upgraded the starter item to the Hidden Blade. And he's got Titan's Bane on the back end of the fight as well. Or on the back end of the build as well. And so Panda Cat's got some great targets here with these World Weavers. And depending on how those connect and where they connect, the positioning of who they connect on, can tilt these fights despite a big gold lead for the Olympus Bolts.
This might be wild speculation and completely out of pocket, but
Probably
I think
is. It's you, right?
If Panda Cat goes for Rune-Forged Hammer in that 6th slot, Mannequin's Hidden Blade applies a slow. That slow applies before the 20% HP shred. Then Rune-Forged will proc immediately. You've got 20% additional pen from Titan's Bane.
Okay.
The passive of Rune-Forged is 20% straight up more damage. That could help out a lot with the one-shot build and some survivability. The stats on Rune-Forged, giving him a little bit of a health infusion, would help out a lot with Lazarus Dive. Could be a potential item that he's looking towards.
If it's a Rune-Forged, they'll buy you lunch for a week. Taunt in from Haddix, or on to Haddix. World Weaver there, but doesn't do much damage. Final K was around the backside of the Olympus Bolts this entire time. Bat out of hell. Now used by the Jade Dragons. It's only Hurry and Mike who still have their ultimates, but Lazarus still has his on the re-engage. Mike is rooted in place, and he is killed by Venenu. The grouping from the Jade Dragons is good, but it's a disengage. The Olympus Bolts, they still have got everyone, but their health might just be too low to confirm this Fire Giant. There's still poke. There's still kill potential from the Jade Dragons just because of the health bars.
Barracuda and Jake both have healing to keep you up and available, so that's exactly what the Olympus Bolts are looking for, just trying their best to regen a little bit before this fight starts off in earnest yet again. And the Jade Dragons, they're not in a position where they can step forward and stop this from happening. And taking a peek at their relics as well, they probably don't want to walk into an actual fight, so Hurrywin being Thoth is pretty ideal. You could stand further away than the Olympus Bolts can return fire from and try and slow down some of that heal.
Must have been an incredible Fear No Evil from Lasbra that got Vino's, Sam's, and Hurrywin's beads all in conjunction with one another. So those won't be down for this Fire Giant. And the FG down to half, way below half. It was burning quickly. The Jade Dragons baited in just a little bit. Sanford Soccer dueling with Haddix over on the left. The first round of ultimates back off of cooldown after the initial fight, but Sanford Soccer was left alone on right. Venenu grabs that kill. There's a respawn back from base here for the Jade Dragons as PBM is back in the fight.
Man, Hurrywin is dealing so much damage right now. Fear No Evil, the wall connects with Mike, but only Mike.
But the Fire Giant is still so low. Awesome Jake will pop his ultimate yet again. Hurrywin looking for the final judgment. The Olympus Bolts take down the FG, but there's going to be another sacrifice. 0 clean Fire Giant so far this game. The Bolts will get it again, but 45 seconds of the buff will be wasted waiting for Awesome Jake to respawn.
But what can the Jade Dragons do to close up that gap? Primal Fury, a pretty decent target. You're not really looking for it for the passive, but the golden experience certainly going to go a long way here. The Jade Dragons effectively have slowed down the push, as you said, for about 40 seconds. So the Olympus Bolts have to wait it out, and that allows the Jade Dragons to start looking towards some of those 6 item slots, get those relics back and available. Only 40 seconds until every single one of their beads is ready for the next engagement, and having maintained at least one tier 2 tower throughout that last Fire Giant siege should buy you another 15 to 20 seconds. The Olympus Bolts,
let me ask you a question.
It's not a foregone conclusion. Yeah, go for it.
Are you nervous for the Olympus Bolts right now?
A little bit, yeah.
I'm nervous for the Olympus Bolts right now.
I'm more nervous for me.
Why?
Because if the Jade Dragons win, 21 minutes ago I said surrender.
To be fair, the game looked
real bad.
It looked surrender territory 21 minutes ago. And I say I'm nervous for the Bolts, not by any sort of analysis, just by gut feeling. Where the last couple of fights, they've gotten the opening kill, but the Fire Giants haven't been super clean. The last Fire Giant siege, they got nothing done.
Squashed on the Phoenix.
They got a tier 2 tower on right. And so I say I'm nervous because the advantage has been there, but the fallout from that advantage hasn't been quite as hefty as you might expect. And the experience leads. The experience is gone, right? If anything, the Jade Dragons have one now. Mike is 1 level ahead of Jake. Everyone else is level 20. Still that gold, though. fully 6-slotted as Lasbra. Sanford Soccer missing a 6. You know, those are the sorts of things you still look at.
And, well, you got to remember how the last Phoenix Siege defense went. It was a 5-guys ultimate from PBM that completely stops the Olympus Bolts. You can't rely on that every single time. Keep your eye on Lasbra, though, hovering around the edge of the fight. He's looking for that blink engage with the Fear No Evil, likely looking for Hurrywin as well. Hurrywin has been doing a lot of damage in these fights.
This is what Panda Cat's been doing, just sitting way back, charging the World Weaver, waiting for someone from the Bolts to disengage. You imagine the shot calling just has Panda Cat waiting to be told who to throw that ultimate onto, and then everyone from the Jade Dragons piles on. It's hit Haddix a couple of times, hasn't done the massive burst damage you're hoping for.
They gave up.
The Olympus Bolts back away. And so, Myth, you wonder if this is the style of game. There's still 1 minute and 15 seconds left on this Fire Giant buff. This is the type of game where the Bolts are going to have to win a fight around the Fire Giant in order to win the game, because they have just not been able to get it done. Another, I don't even know if you call that a siege, but another kind of wandering around the Phoenix goes without a single tick of damage hitting the left side Phoenix.
Hurrywin's just sitting super far away, and Haddix is trying to initiate, but he loses out on like half of his HP to 3 rotations of Hurrywin's abilities. Lasbra can't really find the opportunity to blink ult in, but he can find the opportunity to finish off a tier 2 tower.
45 seconds.
Maybe a 4-1 split. That is one way to slow down the Jade Dragons. Hurrywin can't be both places at once. So now he has to shift his attention more so over toward the left-hand side and maybe even potentially expose himself to Lasbra.
Haddix has got Fine OK and Sanford Soccer in mid, but there's no equal push from the Olympus Bolts on the left side. You've got 25 seconds left on the FG buff. And it looks like Reset is on the verge of being called. Barracuda was channeling his back, did not go through with it. Lasbra hovering just behind the wall here. Awesome Jake walks in, drops one of the pillars. You got 10 seconds left on your Fire Giant buff. Are we really about to fight when it's about to fall off? It looks like the Bolts say no as they back off.
Man, the Jade Dragons defense is super annoying, all right? If you engage in earnest on the Olympus Bolts, you're getting locked in place by Dharmic Pillars, and that's if you're able to get through that iron wall of artillery damage that is Hurrywin right now, sitting nearly at the top of the charts. This is very difficult for the Olympus Bolts to siege into. I think eventually you just have to, like, all in. You have to roll the dice. Say, all right, guys, let's blink in there. Let's pull out the Fear No Evil. Let's force some beads. Let's sacrifice some lives. The Olympus Bolts are looking for the clean siege, and I don't think they're going to get it. It's going to have to be dirty. You're going to have to trade a couple of your teammates for it. Yep. But I think that the longer they wait, the more opportunities like this, where they allow the Jade Dragons to stall out this game, the less and less the gold matters. I mean, you're still sitting at like 8,000 gold in the lead. Who cares? I don't care anymore. We're already starting to approach 6 items across the board for the Jade Dragons.
Myth. Hold me, I'm scared. I'm nervous right now.
For the Bolts?
Thank God the AC is pumping in here because I'd be sweaty otherwise. Yeah, I'm nervous, man. The Bolts have, and this is just by nature of the ebbs and flows of this game. The Bolts, they got me all confident at Game 5. I'm nervous because I'm not so sure. The Jade Dragons, I'm excited because of the turnaround potential of this game. What a story it would be if the Jade Dragons go down as big as they did early and survive 2 Fire Giants from the Olympus Bolts. This is enhanced, a slightly larger advantage for the team that is able to secure this one. Every active in the game ready to go. Every ultimate in the game ready to go as both of these teams group up around the enhanced Fire Giant. The Jade Dragons have kept themselves in this matchup. 1 team fight win away from the Smite World Championship quarterfinals if you're the Dragons. If you're the Bolts, a Game 5 against the Dragons with a team fight win. But the Fire Giant has taken forever to get pulled up to this point. Still slow by the Olympus Bolts. And the longer we dance around here, the more this poke damage is whittling down the health bars.
Hurrywin's in a different zip code, man. Is this allowed? It's the Dragons in first.
And it's Sanford Soccer who is taunted. 2. Haddix walks back. Lasbra alone in the back line with Hurrywin. Lasbra gets the 1v4 kill. Finally, a World Weaver from Panda Cat finds its way in the back, but it's only Lasbra who goes down. The chase is on. The Olympus Bolts, they smell victory. Panda Cat, you gotta chase them down. The beads get used, so the stun does not connect, but the damage sure is there. The Olympus Bolts, they smell blood in the water. They smell Game 5. Panda Cat backflips away from danger. The Bolts not concerned about the enhanced Fire Giant. They want to push this 4v3 right down the mid lane.
They're grouped up on the Phoenix, and without Hurrywin, that's the best line of defense for the Jade Dragons gone. Can Final K, Sam for Soccer, and Panda Cat do it on their own?
Oh, that's big. On to Final K, but they are not able to delete the Kamazots. Not just yet. Venenu still dealing damage, but he is losing a lot of his HP.
What?
In the meantime, Sam for Soccer goes back in, and he's able to grab one. Now it's Final K and Panda Cat up against 3 members of the Olympus Bolts. Awesome Jake's health bar slightly low. Panda Cat, he's got a full build there, and the Olympus Bolts will walk out of the base.
No way they stick around for that one. The respawns were already there. Panda Cat, there's nothing he does here. That's intimidation factor. Look, the Olympus Bolts play that team fight so incredibly well. The very moment that the Jade Dragons engage around the Fire Giant, what happens? Lazarus says, oh word, finally, you're not all 5 stacked on top of Hurrywin, blinks past the entirety of the Jade Dragons and nearly finished off Hurrywin on his own. I believe it was a little bit extra damage from Ven over the wall that helps out.
We're not going to end the game on a team fight around an Oni Fury, surely, right? That's not how this is going to go. World Weaver onto Awesome Jake. Fear No Evil down. Oni Fury destroyed by the Olympus Bolts, but it's Dharmic Pillars from Polar Bear Mike into the sanctified field of Barracuda. Final Judgment takes some nice damage, and you're right, Myth. The game will not end on a fight around the Oni Fury, but Oni Fire minions for the Olympus Bolts will be working down the mid lane.
All right, so now the Jade Dragons do have to contend with a poorer map state on this next Fire Giant defense, but it's not worst case scenarios.
Fire Giant's still there.
Yeah, it's still there. It's enhanced, by the way. It's been enhanced for a while.
Never went back to it.
Okay, Fire Minion Waves in mid. That should be pretty easy to deal with, especially when you've got a guy like Thoth on your team. 6 items, very nearly finished for just about everybody. It just is Awesome Jake on the side of the Olympus Bolts trying to finish off his, and just about everyone else on the Jade Dragons, except for Final K, trying to finish off theirs as well.
Whoa.
Speaking of Final K,
Fino!
yikes!
Oh no, Fino! Barracuda gets the opening kill. The Olympus Bolts have a massive advantage now. The Kamazots, MIA, Sam for Soccer, joins
GG?
his teammate in the grave. PBM alone with both of the carries now. You got a tank and you got some damage. Maybe that's all you need, but the Olympus Bolts will not turn back for the enhanced Fire Giant. Lasbra walks in. Silence from Mike. Might just save his teammates, but I'm not sure he'll be able to save his own life. Dharmic Pillars, decent enough to save his life. Final Judgment, right down Main Street, gets some good damage.
Lasbra dropped low. They still have to walk through Hurrywin, and that is no small task. The Olympus Bolts licking their wounds, healing up in the center of the map, and it's just Hurrywin standing between them.
You might just have to push it here. The Bolts have gotten nothing done on their sieges. This is maybe your best opportunity to end the game, to push us onto a game 5. But Hurrywin, he's got big damage, but the Bolts have it as well. They group up around the Jade Dragons.
Hold on!
Panda Cat's gotten the opening kill. The Olympus Bolts, the health bar's melting.
Whoa!
Unreal triple for Panda. Doesn't matter. Bolts send us to game 5.
What is with us, man? And these reverse sweep sets. Yeah, somebody grab the broom. Quick, the camera's not on us just yet. Good stuff, Dave. This is nuts.
You pulled back the curtain and we didn't even have to.
I thought the camera was, but it was on the winners, the Olympus Bolts. Look, the Jade Dragons had nearly insurmountable odds throughout the early game. Remember back to minute 3 when the Olympus Bolts got first blood in mid. There was a duo lane kill as well, and I think even Final K died in solo, but it didn't matter because the Jade Dragons somehow were able, thank you very much, to hold on to their base for just long enough to get this game to a nearly even state.
Is that the we need to come to consensus on what a reverse sweep looks like. Is it the direction of the sweep or the direction you're facing? Or the way you're holding the...
You want my back to the camera?
I don't know. Myth and I are going to discuss what a reverse sweep looks like. It could look like a Bolts win here in Game 5. You cannot miss it. I swear to God, if you miss it, I'm going to yell at you personally. Game 5 coming up next.
I might miss it.
That's right, we're in a Game 5 scenario. One of these teams is going to make it to the Smite World Championship after this game, guaranteed. I can promise that, as much as I can promise that we have some brilliant, beautiful new merchandise for you. In the event that you want to root for a team specifically at Worlds, we have Championship Edition merchandise, hrz.io/all-caps SWC merch. All of that last bit needs to be in capitals. Of course, you can get your favorite team's jersey in the black and gold. Jersey's not your style. We got joggers, and of course, we've got a mouse pad for the championship. All the team's logos, and of course, in that beautiful black and gold with the Smite World Championship written all across it. All of it is available at shop.smiteproleague.com or hrz.io/SWC merch, which will take you directly there. Either way, you're going to be able to get some beautiful black and gold merchandise, root for your favorite teams in just 3 quick weeks. It will genuinely fly by faster than you think, and the SWC will be kicking off. And one of these 2 teams is going to be there. Maybe both of them, depending on how Sunday goes, but at least one of them will be. It's just taking a little while to figure out who, Aggro. The Bolts have pushed us all the way to Game 5.
I feel like our reverse sweep potential frequency has gone way up this year. The teams have gone up 2-0 and then lost the next 2 way more often.
Realistically, you roll it back, SK Gaming kind of ruined it for everybody. Like they started off the trend, and then PK continued the trend, and now everybody just gets some reverse.
Yeah, they all think it's cool, but look, I mean, this game I think is brought to you by this guy. Lasbra just had so many big plays in this game. I mean, the kill in mid for First Blood. How many 3 to 4 man Fear No Evils did we see from him in this game? And really team fight turning moments. I was really impressed with Lasbra in this game. Thought he was an absolutely huge factor in this game. And here is the end from Barracuda's perspective. I want to see if Herwind, where this evade and punish goes, because that was a great Aegis from Hurry. This was really close, man. And remember, if the Jade Dragons defend here, they win the game. They could have very easily marched it down and gotten that Titan killed.
Ooh. If there's another
close.
body in front of Barra there,
I know.
that Titan doesn't die.
Yeah, that is so close, man. You can see the guys just locked in.
Watch Barra's camp.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like, yeah, ooh. Not even close, baby. He knew he had it the whole time. An unbelievable game there from the Bolts. But I think you got to give a lot of credit to the Dragons, because this game should have been over really early.
Yeah.
Like, the Bolts were off to a great start. They were behind in every lane, but Herwin's Thoth in the late game, in the early game was abysmal, but that's kind of Thoth. In the late game, it was fantastic. He was consistently hitting that poke like we were talking about here on the desk and making it very difficult. Panda was able to survive a lot of engagements that you feel like he had no business surviving, had a great escape on that left-hand side in between his Tier 1 and Tier 2. The Dragons stuck around, but I think that ultimately it came down to Lasbra having too many good Fear No Evils, and this Erlong Shen for Sam just not able to be effective, and it's because of the picks that the Bolts had. Erlong is one of these characters that feels like he can do things that no other character can. He's got 3 CCs that don't DR one another. He's crazy. But he has a lot of bad matchups, and he really struggles into certain gods, and whenever he starts to fall behind, that CC just doesn't. He doesn't live long enough to get that CC off, and he doesn't deal any damage alongside that CC. And you can have games like that where Sam looks very ineffective during it. So Erlong Shen is one of those types of gods that by nature is kind of feast or famine, and definitely wasn't feasting that game.
And one thing I think that stood out to me, at least, because we talked a lot, and especially early on, I heard the casters mentioning it a ton, where it's like, okay, so for some reason we're attacking Haddix again, and it continues to go through. You look at, roughly similar damage between the Hercules and the Camazotz. 40,000 damage mitigated, separated between the two of them. A lot more from the Hercules, where Haddix was able to survive through a lot. Picks and bans, game number 5. Dragons are your first pick team. Hell, Amuz and Cobb, and then a god that starts with O. It was Olarun for the longest time. Odin was last game. We'll see how they try to change things up. Umoja Mercury, Zeus were the bans for the Bolts last time around. So far, at least the top 2 of those are still the same.
Yeah, I think I'm fine with another AMC ban here for the Jade Dragons. Olarun instead, which is interesting. I still think that maybe I'd consider banning AMC, though your first pick now, and Hurry's looked good on that god.
Yeah.
I don't see why you couldn't first pick it. Force them to take something like Freya in order to deny it from you, but you could always get Soul on the back end. So you're guaranteed to get a Magical Hunter that is good, even with the Olarun ban. I don't mind this adjustment whatsoever. And the Bolts may be trying to tempt them by leaving Mercury open, but decide not to. So, yeah, I think if I'm the Jade Dragons, the Camazotz has looked good, but not unbeatable. These last few games, the Bolts did have an opportunity to take the Camazotz first pick in Game 2 of this set and chose not to. And I like this call. AMC first pick here.
It is not often we get into a meta where AMC first pick is viable, let alone something that could win a game.
Well, AMC is only either first pickable or unplayable.
Yeah.
Those are the only two. Those are AMC's two states, and we are in the latter.
Well, good
Or
news
the
for the
former.
Dragons.
The former.
Yeah, the former. He's first pickable, and he's doing pretty well so far. We saw what the Bolts were able to do with him just yesterday. Now it'll be potentially Heroin, although Panda Cat does love this pick as well. So depending on how the draft shakes out, they can always flex around something like that. Camazotz and Terra, which treated Jake pretty well last time around. And notably, when I think of the Leviathans right now are a good example of it. Whenever Emoja's gone, Terra's a good way to go to. Camazotz, Terra, who cares about that? They played it last game. Let's instead talk about this Mulan, because it's something the Dragons love. And it's, again, one of the only teams, if not the only team, that really plays it.
We were talking earlier, does Camazotz lose any lane matchups? He might lose this one. Mulan has enough damage and sustain that I could see Mulan winning this lane matchup. I'm not a solo lane expert by any means, but how quickly they locked it and all that kind of stuff. And if you aren't coming in with a game plan for what am I playing against Kama in lane, then you're not doing your job very well. So I have to imagine that the Jade Dragons like this matchup. I like the Fenrir pick right away. Make sure that Lasra gets an impact god that can really shut down this AMC. Of course, Stinger's going to be a problem for him, but Stinger's a problem for everyone. So you're just going to have to take that L whenever it comes across. So I like this Fenrir pick quite a bit for him. And then the Freya ban makes a ton of sense. And like you said, this very easily could be AMC duo that Panda Cat does really like this pickup. But I love the Terra selection here from Jake, and I think that makes AMC a little bit less attractive there in that duo lane, because that lane is long and it's very easy to just get rooted by the Terra and die for it.
We did see it was Freya Soul last time around with the Ola run already off the chopping block, so that'll be potentially another way to isolate some of the Bolts, force Panda Cat into something different. We'll see what he ends up playing. I mean, Heimdall, Danzaburo, things that he really likes playing. Of course, a lot of fallbacks, although not necessarily as popular over the last week of play as we've seen in the past. Discordia was the ban from the Dragons. The Bolts end up going for none of the magical ones that I had anticipated. Go for the Neath. And then Medusa will be taken out of the game as well. So a lot of hunters that have disappeared and a couple of mid shots over there towards Vin. But he played the Chiron last time.
Yeah.
Granted, they don't have a magical carry here for specifically Bara, but Soul Chiron is not an uncommon duo for the Bolts.
Yeah, you could just go Soul here if you're the Bolts and give that over the Bara, and I don't think the Jade Dragons are going to take Chiron away from you, so you still end up getting both of those and feeling pretty good about it. Hachi's the other one that you expect to see whenever a lot of hunters are taken off the board. They're giving Ven that final pick. Ven has played a lot of mages. Chiron was his only hunter pick of the set. Otherwise, it's been Merlin, Thoth, and Discordia. So maybe we see him go back to that traditional mage tap.
Everything so far. No, I'm pointing at you, Dave. Not at all. Stay over there. You're casting. Hang out. You got to chill out for a game 5, man. Nobody can hear him. I don't know why.
No one can. Yeah, I don't know why you're talking to him.
As though he was going to talk to me. No, he's distracted.
I'm right here, Gore.
Yeah.
You can talk to me.
We were chatting. We've been chatting for 4 games. I haven't gotten to chat for 4 games.
Yeah, and you're sick of it. I get it. I get it.
Well, hey, Hachiman is pretty standard overall. Same thing for Fenrir, Terra, and Camazotz. All of this has been pretty much par for the course for the Bolts. Is the Dragons that instead can change up the pace of their gameplay.
So I think Zhang is obviously on my mind for what Hurry could play. I mean, that's been his pick that he's gone to. I think that with Khepri, it's very good. I don't love it against Terra, but it's not horrible because he's root immune during the ultimate. He's not horrible against Fenrir.
I forgot about him.
Yeah, I think that this is fine here for Hurry, and it goes more into that team fight sort of mentality that they've had to really go for. In Susano for Sam, I was really curious about what Sam was going to take. I was thinking a Willix is a possibility between the Fenrir on the other side, the Camazotz both having leaps, and then Mulan having a knockup. I was thinking maybe a Willix if they wanted to go more early game. But this draft is interesting because typically in Smite, it's easiest to generate mid pressure and then spread that pressure throughout the map because you can easily get to all the buffs. But what the Jade Dragons have done with this draft is that they've established pressure on their side lanes. AMC Khepri is insane clear, and then Mulan is going to get pressure over in solo. They're not going to have pressure in mid most likely because Zhang isn't very good early game at clearing the wave or fighting. Susano kind of the same way. So they're trying to transition their pressure from side lanes into the mid lane, and that isn't always as simple to do.
Yeah. Well, I will say the Khepri, because it stands out to me the most. Notably, I'd mentioned how it was like such a big deal during the Phase 3 playoffs.
Yeah.
One of the most banned gods that we had during that event, but still won virtually all of his games. Only lost one during that weekend, so it was very important for them. Feels like it should be a good pickup here for the Dragons. You just made a face at this TMI. You do not like it.
No, it's fine. I mean, it's not the early game sort of pressure that I thought the Bolts might be going for. But I think it can fit. You know, it scales pretty well into the late game. It's not a great matchup against Zhang, but it's also not horrible. Like, he can really easily chase your jump, but then even after he chases your jump, you're still kind of tanky. So it's not the end of the world that he's able to stay on top of you like that. So I think that this is a fine pick here for Venenu. I was expecting something a little bit more pressure heavy, but with Discordia banned, you know, that's a pick that we know he likes. The Merlin didn't look very good.
Yeah.
The Thoth didn't look very good, and Thoth isn't a matchup that I really like against Zhang anyways. So I think the Tiamat is very okay.
They really missed the memo, right? I mean, this is like a qualifier, very important matchup for him. It's not a World's Finals, but like this is where you're supposed to lock in Poseidon.
Ah, true. And then lose for it right away.
Well,
yeah.
and have like
And
one
then
of the
instantly
worst
lose.
like Krakens that anyone
Of all
could
time.
remember,
Right.
and it's everyone's eyes are on it because it's a finals. Oh man, unfortunate. Well, we're not going to see that one though. The Camazotz, the Terra. I mean, it feels like they've got a lot of carry potential here, and especially if they get into some Team 5 phases, the Bolts are going to be able to do fine. But the Dragons have dragon picks is the only way I can describe it. Like every single thing on their composition. AMC you can argue about like being the top of their role. Khepri is in that conversation in Guardians. But realistically, I look at this and I think, yeah, that is very much the Jade Dragons. Where is their ultimate win condition? Like are they playing through this Mulan? Is it all on the AMC or where do they focus that?
Yeah, I think that overall the Jade Dragons game plan is going to be to deathball. Like, they're just going to group up. They're going to be one big mass, and they got some big boys there with the Khepri and the Zhang Kui, and they're just going to run at you. And their composition is very low range, is what I'm seeing here from the Jade Dragons. Whereas the Bolts, they've got Tiamat, one of the longer range mages that can do a lot of the stuff that she wants to do from a distance. How well can the Bolts kind of tether off the damage from the Jade Dragons? But as far as game plan goes, I think it's going to be all about these side lanes. Which side lane is going to be easier for Sam to gank? Which side lane is going to be able to get more invades off? That's going to be the name of the game, and making sure that Hurlwind isn't getting ganked too much in mid. That Mike is there to keep him alive and maybe help him rotate some of these fights a little bit later and clean up.
Feels like there's going to be a little bit of a balancing out of how much can Sam and Mike do to alleviate what Lazra did, especially after that last game. We will see who is going to Worlds. Game number 5. It's the Bolts, it's the Dragons. Let's find out.
We've already got one reverse sweep already this week. Do we have another one in Game 5 between the Bolts and the Dragons? Dragons came to play in Games 1 and 2. Bolts came to play in 3 and 4. Hopefully we get both here in Game 5. One more time, Dolson, Mifflin, and Doug. I got you, Doug. We're bringing you the fun between the Jade Dragons and the Olympus Bolts Worlds quarterfinals. One game for the Worlds quarterfinals. Of course, a chance. I don't want to undercut the tone. A chance for the loser to still make it there. But you'd love to just get it done right here and right now. And in a moment with that level of pressure, Mifflin, the Jade Dragons go to Mulan, Susano, Zhang Kui, and AMC. I leave out Khepri because maybe the most standard out of the whole team comp.
It is a very Jade Dragons composition, isn't it? With their back against the wall, they decide pressure, and maybe a little bit of team fight with a Zhang Kui going a little bit forward into the game. I'm expecting a highly contentious early game, especially considering Lazra back on that Fenrir will likely want to try and throw his weight around while Sanford Soccer is still working on his scaling. Soul Lane all of a sudden has got a fair deal of kill potential, I'd say, since Final K is playing the premier lane bully. But taking a peek at the relic selection for the Jade Dragons.
Are we worried about Ragnarok, you think, Miff?
I think so. A little monotonous. 5 beads.
Yeah, all 5 of the Jade Dragons got beads. Because think about think about what turned this set around, right? It was Lasbra on Fenrir, ulting PBM, who didn't have beads on the Circuit that game, on cooldown every single time. And so you can burn the beads and still get Ragnaroked, but you'd at least like to have the beads on the first attempt, right? And so the Jade Dragons will not diversify their relic choices, but will unify the risk as Awesome Jake pulled in here with PBM. There's some body blocks maybe around the corner. A jump over the wall from Lasbra. Brutalize. Yes, please. Olympus Bolts first blood on the cringe gank from the cringe gank king himself. Lasbra makes his way to duo lane at level 2.
What a blast from the past, man. Only Lasbra.
That hasn't happened in a while.
With everything on the line in a game 5 says, you know where I should be at level 2? Probably the duo lane, and he was right. He nets first blood for Barracuda, who has been playing phenomenally today and now has a massive gold advantage going forward. But this could be a double-edged sword. If Pandacat's able to clear wave before PBM gets back, well, that's a lot of farm for AMC.
Is it a single-edged sword now that you've lost your beats for the bolts?
I think it's just a dub for the bolts at this point.
No, right. I mean, I appreciate you throwing a life raft to the Jade Dragons. Like, maybe there's a world where Pandacat gets a level lead or something here. No, now he's also lost his beads. So the duo lane of the Jade Dragons don't have beads for at least 103 seconds. What is that, Myth? A minute and 40 seconds? Thank you very much for the answer.
Yeah, no problem.
And so Lasbra at level 3... I don't know. I'm not going to try to do the math on how long it'll take him to get to 5. But if you really want to min-max your moment, less time than beads, there you go. So maybe a chance for Lasbra to head on over to the duo lane. Won't have his blink, though, for a minute. But that'll be up instead of beads. I don't know. We're setting up a scenario here where maybe Laz can push this lead over on the left side with the ultimate, with the blink, all coming off cooldown. But I think, Miff, we do need to talk a bit about the solo lane here. Final K up against Haddix. Mulan up against the Camazotz. Camazotz has been a lane bully, a game carry here throughout this week in qualifiers. Mulan has not been a pick we've seen, but maybe holds a similar mantle.
Yeah, I think that the fight very much favors Mulan in the lane. Haddix really not under much threat of death right now. With Bat Out of Hell finally coming up, he's ticked over to level 5, so all of a sudden Final K has lost a whole lot of his kill potential, but that doesn't mean that Haddix won't be stuck exactly where you see him, forced to use his meditation in his own tower as well. But as far as headed back to base in a body bag, I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, no, likely not. Maybe with a little pressure from either of these junglers. So Lasbra will tick over to level 5 here momentarily. Mike maybe at slightly less of a threat. Mike is also level 4. Once he gets to level 5, you know, really the opportunity is starting to get mitigated for an immediate return gank from Lasbra. Doesn't mean it can't happen if PBM and Pandacat start to overextend in that lane. But we've talked plenty about Lasbra for good reason. He showed up at level 2 in the duo lane. Sanford Soccer on this Susano Myth, I think, carries a certain level of weight with it when you talk about expectations. Similar to the Mercury, you know what you're going to get, or what the ceiling is, and maybe even what the floor is for Sanford Soccer on a pick like this.
They want Panda.
Maybe they do want Panda. 25 seconds on the beads for Pandacat, but Hurrywind is here.
This is gross. They're just hovering.
Purple buff's about to look, Pandacat's going to walk right into this. Are they going to stay in time? Does he know?
He spotted him.
Oh, he dropped
the hive over the wall.
Unlucky. He spotted him with the hive over the wall, and the mentality of Pandacat, smart enough, that would have almost certainly been another kill for the Olympus Bolts, but empty-handed on the re-engage attempt.
Man, that game sense is ridiculous.
Oh, I'm walking over to purple and waiting for it to respawn.
I'm literally currently in the shop thinking about my next purchase as I wait to respawn, man. That is a nice heads-up play for Pandacat, able to maintain his life and get his beads back and available. So Jade Dragons find some equilibrium yet again. All their relics available to them. So Lasbra gonna have to work a little bit harder if he wants to engage these fights with Ragnarok. Speaking of Lasbra, though, unorthodox build. He said, I'm going to be initiator. I'll just go for Blackthorn before I finish the Jotun. So he's got Shillelagh in that second slot. This is going to help him out with survivability, but CDR is going to take a little bit longer now with this style of build.
Yep. So the Ragnarok slightly fewer and further between. I haven't seen much from Sanford Soccer, as if we've seen much from any players this game, but is this the threshold, Myth? You're at the 6-minute mark. You're starting to wind up a little bit. Do you expect to see Sam start to scrap here over the next couple minutes?
Maybe looking for counter ganks. I'm not sure how strong his initiation is, especially around the mid lane. Aggro broke it down pretty well on the desk, saying that the side lanes are really where the Jade Dragons are going to try and play through. And I think now specifically just the duo lane, considering Haddix has got the get out of jail free card that is Bat Out of Hell.
And likely won't need it. Still sustain up here in this lane. But Lasber and Sam for Soccer, they're both here. A little bit of damage from Sam onto Lasber. He'll jump away. Haddix takes some damage and a bit of the ultimate from Fine OK. Holds on to the Bat Out of Hell, so that's a win for Haddix there in that lane. If Fine OK was headed back to base here shortly anyway, then no biggie. But Miff, there's been so much going on in other lanes on this map. Attempted ganks, first bloods. We haven't talked about this Jean Kui. We might need to right now. Hurrywin's got to burn the beads. Sam for Soccer is in behind Ven, who also has beads. Will not get used. He'll jump out instead. Both mid laners receive a little bit of pressure.
Earthen Fury expended by Jay, realizing had San for Soccer teleported to his mark, would have likely killed Ven in exchange for his own life, but that option is removed by that burst of healing that Terra's ultimate provides, so the Jade Dragons played a little bit slower in the middle of the map. Ven holds on to his beads, Hurrywin does not. Lazarus playing Fenrir, and he's got Ragnarok, and, well, that means that he's got a pretty decent target to start looking towards as well. Hurrywin likely going to spend the next 2 minutes inside of his tower, if I had to guess.
Maybe not by any choice of his own, right? It's just the way that the game has flowed. And then you wonder, you know, how this Jean Kui starts to take a hold here in this game. You're a bit behind in your early game right now. You got Divine Ruin. You're going to get some decent damage online with whatever the artifact item you're purchasing is. Are your eyes just later on in the game here, just Jean Kui, you want to build up enough at this point where you're not super concerned with the game as it stands? What you want to be able to do is W key in a few minutes, 10 minutes time maybe.
I think that once he ticks over to 12, that's going to be a good opportunity. Right now, not so much.
Maybe not at level 9 when you still don't have beats, but Hurrywin does walk
Good
forward
abduct.
here into Venenu. Abduct is out for Polar Bear Mike. There's also a Scarab's Blessing, and there it is onto Hurrywin. Can Hurrywin buy enough time, though? Can the Jade Dragons collapse back into this fight?
Wow.
3-man Typhoon from Sam for Soccer, but Scarab's Blessing is gone, and so is Hurrywin's health bar.
What?
Bat Out of Hell from Haddix finds its way under the Tier 1 tower, but the last swoop used as a disengage.
The Olympus Bolts grouped up as 5 early on. Barracuda making the rotation to confirm the kill onto Hurrywin, and Haddix is here as well, making sure that nobody on the Jade Dragons can feel comfortable inside of their Tier 1 mid tower. Panda Cat a little bit slow on his own rotation, does not get there in time to make an impact. And it is the Olympus Bolts who come out ahead in the engagement, put a little bit of damage into the Tier 1 of mid, and I mean a little bit. It's barely reflected even on the map, and establish vision control around the Gold Fury.
Panda Cat has beads. Won't use them on the initial route, won't use them on the stun. Awesome Jake will toss out the ultimate, but Sam for Soccer, he's on a rotation into the duel lane here. Pulls Awesome Jake back in. Jade Dragons desperately need a kill here, and they'll get one. Panda Cats receive pressure, but he will turn it back tenfold. Awesome Jake falls, and the Jade Dragons officially on the board.
Well, there's your silver lining on the Jade Dragons. Sam for Soccer finally getting involved at the 9-minute mark and has a slight level advantage over Lazra, who has just now ticked over to 9. This Susano is your stopgap measure. He's your bridge into the mid to late game, and he's going to create some space for Hurrywin. It seems like the Jade Dragons still very willing to play with some confidence, are able to invade that red buff as well. Keep your eyes on them, though. The beads finally back available, which means the Jade Dragons have the opportunity to play aggressive.
Yep, they do. I'm still just waiting for these rotations out from the solo lane, Miff, because we've seen what Camazotz can do plenty over the course of this week on the mid to late game rotations in. Looks like Haddix considering a Transcendence, which we've seen as a pretty popular second item on the Camazotz solo pick. But Final K as well, because we've seen instances of Mulan doing so well on rotations out of lane over the course of Season 8. Haven't seen it here in a little while. But you feel like it synergizes pretty well with Final K's playstyle. So maybe, Miff, we're looking at Gold Fury, looking at Pyromancer as an opportunity for these solos to get involved.
Yeah, Final K is dealing a lot of damage right now. If he closes gap onto Ven or Barracuda, even Lasbra, none of them are winning the 1v1 up against him. Mystical Mail already finished up, so yellow damage certainly there, as well as a good deal of defense. It's really up to Ven to zone out Final K with damage once he does decide to rotate out. Whereas on the other end, Haddix has got a different mentality for how he would like to play, and it's, I'm going to go in and I'm going to try and one-shot somebody. Transcendence in the second slot for the Camazotz. It's going to take a little while to stack up. None so far, but I think around the time he finishes stacking, it's going to kind of coincide with around the time he decides to start rotating as well.
Would be a good power spike. Will be a good power spike for Haddix. Awesome Jake is throwing out the Earthen Furies at will. Gold Fury is low here by the Jade Dragons. Who cares about a kill lead if you've got the objective? Polar Bear Mike Uses the Scarab's Blessing onto himself, but there's Final K in the back line. There's Hurrywind doing the last bit of damage, and Final K on the disengage with the Mulan. The Jade Dragons show up around the Fury. They will get it, and a kill to go.
The Olympus Bolts don't have left, or much left rather, to chase this one out, so they just have to watch as the Jade Dragons reset back to base. That was a dangerous Gold Fury call. It was. There was everybody hovering nearby. The steal potential was there. Unchained from Lasbra has got similar burst damage to what the Jade Dragons were using to confirm, but luckily for the Dragons, it goes their way, and Lasbra goes back to base in a body bag.
In a body bag, but the Pyromancer will be joining Laz, who's now headed back from base. So the Olympus Bolts at least able to get an objective, shrink up that gold lead just a little bit. It was actually close to 2K. A little bit over 1,000, so my math completely wrong, but
hey, not completely.
Has shrunk down back to about 400 or 500 here, so about having that gold lead. So the Olympus Boltsmith now in a position where the early game had gone pretty well. You got a couple quick kills, but now the Jade Dragon starting to dictate pace a little bit further. That was the first rotation from the solo laners, and Final K very impactful in the back. Can a tier 1 tower get taken down 12 minutes in? Final K would sure like to think so. Haddock's a bit low here, but no further push from Fino and PBM, sensing maybe a rotation out from the Bolts.
That tower's been dropped low enough now that you might as well qualify it as down. Final K, once left alone with Haddock, should be able to finish it off, but he's not left alone. He's surrounded.
Final K's got his ultimate. Be able to cancel it out, but he's brought right back into the awaiting arms of the Olympus Bolts. Final K does not have his beads, and the burst damage takes too long to fly in. They have not killed off Final K, not just yet. The stun is there on the back end. Double knockup from Sanford Soccer with the Typhoon. Will keep things interesting, but the Olympus Bolts finally grabbed this kill, but that has allowed time for Hurrywind to rotate through.
Haddock still has Bat Out of Hell, and it will be forced out. Does not want to get pulled back in by Sanford Soccer, and the Olympus Bolts, similarly to what we saw on the left side of the map, are able to disengage after finding their pick. Final K was just a couple seconds away from receiving that Scarab's Blessing, but PBM's cooldowns just a little bit too long.
And needs a little bit extra CDR, has the Relic Dagger already. Follow with PBM's build C. What he elects is the proper route as the rest of the game unfolds. Both supports going Thieves early, no surprise there. Similar ideas in the Hunter builds here as well. Both Crusher, both Aussie. Looks like both Wind Demon after that. Still a 1-level lead, though, for Panda Cat over there in the duo lane. Nothing that will really worry Barracuda, who's got a couple of kills. But come rotation time, could be an impactful lead. And I think Hurrywind starting to hit an important point here, Miff, when you talk about level 12, around that area. Rod of Tahuti, an expensive second item, but it is completed now. And so the Zhang Kui starts to hit a bit of a power spike. Panic Hat takes a lot of damage. Beads on the back end. Barracuda nearly gets a solo kill from Panic Hat. He wants to turn it around on his own. Aegis is there. Stinger is out as well. But Panic Hat locked in place. No honor with Barracuda. The rest of the Bolts are there, and they will put down Panda.
You can see Panda Cat scratching his head saying, man, you know what? I had him. He was dead, but certainly not when he's surrounded by 4 of his own teammates. And PBM, you knew they were there, walks in alone, but only able to take a little bit of his HP bar.
I know where I am.
Yeah, I'm fine. And I got Sanford Soccer in the wings.
This is a 4 versus 3. There's going to be a numbers advantage if the rest of the Bolts can rotate through. Earthen Fury down from Awesome Jake. Lasbra in. That's not where he wants to be. There's a knock on the other side. It was a 1-kill advantage, but no more. The Olympus Bolts drop 1, and it's Lasbra on the back end. A bit of an overstay. In these Typhoons, Smith, that one only hits 1. But we've seen a 2-man Typhoon already, a 3-man Typhoon already. Sanford Soccer already starting to hit his mark on this pick.
Man, the Susano has looked very good for him. He's initiating a lot of these fights. He's counter-ganking incredibly well. He's everywhere the Olympus Bolts don't want him to be, and that's including their own red buff. Ven forced back to base. He cleared out the bat camps, realizing that Jade Dragons were hovering nearby, and they want to keep up the pressure. Tier 1 mid tower? Yeah, that's theirs. The Jade Dragons stripped this one away. This could open up the door towards the Primal Fury as that respawns in just under a minute, or even the Pyromancer as that one's coming back up. Panda Cat, despite falling, well, he's still about just even with Barracuda.
Yep, healing is an important question here in this game, Miff. Of course, when you have Hurrywind on the Zhang Kui, you've got a Terra. Final K's got a little bit in that kit as well. So Brawler's Beat Stick for Sanford Soccer, mentioned the Divine Ruin for Hurrywind. And also, once we start looking at anti-heal on the other side, it's going to be important to notice the Pythag's piece. Haddocks, can you get into the Bat Out of Hell? Yes, he can. Ultimate use, though, by Final K. Then you look at the flip side, Miff. You got Sustain in the kit of this Camazotz. You've got a Terra. You're going to have some life steal for Barracuda there as well. So you're starting to see just a bit of itemization into that anti-heal. Feels a little bit more so, though, for the Jade Dragons right now. And Ankh picked up a Divine Ruin a Brawler's Beat Stick, a Contagion for Final K. All of it centered around mitigating that healing.
I would say the Cursed Onk finds value if you're playing against Terra on her own, but you're also playing against a double meditation composition, right? The Olympus Bolts are going to be proccing the passive of that Cursed Onk in just about every single fight.
This fight is critical here, Mifflin, with how close that this game is. A big
lot of
sweeping
damage.
fight changes the face of the game for the next 5-6 minutes. Primal Fury is up, and it is full HP. That's what we're fighting over on this side of the map. Hurrywin's ult is down. Important to look at there, but so is Earthen Fury. Bat out of hell, about to be back up. Got a full 5 rotation over to the Fury. But it looks like the Jade Dragons playing a bit more cautiously, though you could say the same about the Bolts as the Dragons walk forward.
Yeah, Hurrywin has released his spirit, so he's lost a good deal of his damage mitigation, wants to stack that back up by sucking the souls out of some of these minions. Look, I just think that as of now, the Jade Dragons are in a position where they can take fights. They would love to take any engagement that they can, but it's all revolving around 2 cooldowns. It's Hurrywin's ult and PBMs.
Yep. Same for Soccer. His ult has been impactful as well, but I agree with you there, Mifflin. Those are the 2 ultimates you got to look at as far as walking in and being able to walk out alive. Watch out for this Mulan. Fine, okay. Could rotate around the backside of the Olympus Bolts. Ven has both of his actives. Barracuda does as well, but that won't stop a Mulan. Polar Bear Mike puts an abduct onto Haddix, who's up here for some reason. Bat out of hell is going to have to get used, and used it was. The Olympus Bolts hovering around the Primal Fury that was down beneath half HP. This is disoriented from the Olympus Bolts. Individual members going in on one side or the other, but it's right back to the Primal Fury. Go the Jade Dragons, a separation of big health bars. Final K and Hurrywin walking forward. Primal Fury low. How much are you willing to risk if you're the Olympus Bolts to steal it away? And
wow!
Because the Primal Fury gets taken, but you need to get out of the fight alive on the back end, and Final K's got other thoughts in mind as Awesome Jake running away from the ult.
Jean-Qui's ultimate comes back up, as does the Jade Dragon's potential to take an engagement. Haddix falls down, but he'd already made the hero play. Screech stealing away that Primal Fury feels very nice for the Olympus Bolts and keeps this game at dead even. What was that, 100 gold? Like a couple hundred experience as well. 18 minutes in. The Jade Dragons and the Olympus Bolts have kept this set incredibly interesting all 5 games, and they're going to keep it going for the next probably 10 minutes or so. There's not much left on the map to separate these 2 teams. Pyromancer, that's a paltry sum.
Yeah, Miff, now I'm nervous for a totally different reason. It's because both teams are making me nervous. Neither team with a massive lead. But we're going to do it all over again around the Pyromancer. Oh, no!
Wow!
Solo, the Scarab's Blessing is perfect. And Panda Cat gets the kill onto Lasbro. The Scarab's Blessing gets used, though, by Polar Bear Mike. Jade Dragons get the Pyromancer. Are you going to get a kill onto Awesome Jake as well? Yes, you will. Lasbro and Jake go down for a Pyro.
Are they going to go to the Fire Giant as well? The Jade Dragons are grouped up as 5. It's just Sam for Soccer who's low HP, but it will be a reset. 30 seconds left on Awesome Jake's respawn. We're 19 minutes in. I think the Jade Dragons could reset and just walk straight to the Fire Giant, at least force a fight from the Olympus Bolts. There's going to be a moment here where if the Dragons do pull it, the Bolts are going to have to defend at a huge numbers disadvantage. You've got eyes on Ven in mid. San for Soccer should be able to cut off the rotation. Pinged out is Ven's positioning.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a pull.
Good thought there, Mifflin. As there is a separation by the Jade Dragons. All 5 members of the Dragons around the FG. The respawns are out from the Bolts, but you got to factor in travel time here. Haddix,
you good?
He is taken low by Final K. He has Bat out of hell, but he's not going to use it. Mounted Archery also used by Barracuda. It's all disengaged from the Olympus Bolts on the backside of this fight as the Fire Giant continues to get worked on. Now Venenu is low. Everyone from the Bolts is losing their life right now. Finally, Lasbra is able to turn around the kill on a Sam for Soccer, but the Dragons have been on the FG the entire time. Mike, be careful, my friend. You don't have Scarab's Blessing, and you are low. The Bolts may be able to find a big advantage. Massive stun in from Laz, but there is no follow-up, and Hurrywin puts him down.
Panda Cat picks his stinger back up. The Olympus Bolts have to think twice if they want to stick around in this fight. Jake uses both dashes. Now you're stuck.
Oh no, the walls are there, but they put him in his grave. Final K grabs the kill, and Barra and Haddix, the last 2 alive. It looked like for a moment the Bolts were going to grab some big kills, but it's only Sam who goes down, and the Jade Dragons, we thought it was even, but now it's anything but.
Man, the Olympus Bolts in the last 2 games, their team fight was airtight. There was no chance for the Jade Dragons to find these free picks, but what happens in that fight? Sam for Soccer essentially souls out Lasbro with the help of a Scarab's Blessing to not trade out his own. We see Awesome Jake going in desynced with the rest of his team. Haddix dropped down to 10% HP before the Fire Giant is even legitimately pulled by the Jade Dragons. The Olympus Bolts seem to have lost a little bit of their focus, and You can't do that. Not in a Game 5 situation. Not against a veteran team like the Jade Dragons. They will punish you for every centimeter you step out of line.
And what a difference, like, 2 minutes makes.
That's wild.
We're even into a 4,000 gold lead now for the Jade Dragons. 3,500. I'll throw a little love to the Bolts. 4,500 though in the experience department. And this is a massive shift now in this game. And Sanford Soccer has really come alive in the kills department. Lasbro's looked for engages, but just hasn't been there. 1-4 on the Fenrir. A polar opposite game from what we saw in game number 3 that gave the Bolts a chance at this reverse sweep. That still could happen. But you got an uphill battle. As Hurrywind at 4-1-4 as well has started to turn around his set. The dominoes are falling in the right direction right now for the Jade Dragons to take this in game 5.
Uh-oh.
Haddox finds an engage on the final K here in mid. There's a stun onto the Mulan as well. You don't want to lose your solo laner, not one aggressive like Final K has been, but it looks like he'll be just fine.
Yeah, he should be able to re-sustain with his kit as well. Fire Giant going to go a long way to keep him topped off. Meanwhile, Hurrywind trusted Final K. Everybody else from the Jade Dragons rotated in like, hey, bud, you good? But Hurrywind keeps up that push with Panda Cat and is able to take out that tier 2 tower. Do the Jade Dragons want the Phoenix now? There's so many towers left you can take easily.
There are a lot of towers left. Is this an area where the Olympus Bolts can punish the Jade Dragons? Are the Jade Dragons doing too much? We're waiting for another minion wave. We're going to give this one a go. That Phoenix has already taken a lot of damage. If the damage finds its way in, it's good. Double stun from Laz on the backside, but yet again, there's no follow-up. Haddox is abducted. He is stunned, and he is in the bat out of hell. Mike uses the Scarab's Blessing on himself. Might be a small win for the Bolts if you can get into the fountain and get back, but this Phoenix is low.
Final K and Panda Cat still have their ultimates available, and the Olympus Bolts have used just about every single one of theirs. Still have the Ragnarok, and beads are down on Mike. That could be a target.
Good engage from Jake. Good engage from Sanford Soccer. Hurrywind is deleted. Awesome Jake. Ragnarok desperately searching for someone to gobble up, but nobody is there on the other side. The Phoenix still stands, but the health bars starting to whittle down just a little bit for the Jade Dragons. The Olympus Bolts stand strong.
45 seconds left on this Fire Giant. Lasbra forced back to base here. Mike dropped low.
Sanford Soccer, he goes in, but he's alone. Final K is here as well, but he is down to half HP. The juggling of aggro here, masterful from the Jade Dragons. But now back from base comes Lasbra. Does not have Ragnarok, does not have the health to continue, and the Jade Dragons refuse to back away. Until now they've realized this is a fruitless effort.
Hurrywind knows he's only got 20 seconds left with his fire. The rest of his teammates dropped incredibly low. The frontliners, well, they tanked the Phoenix. I think the majority of Final K and PBM's HP lost to that bird, and there was nothing for them to finish off. Oni Fury, though, nice consolation prize, and Fire Giant going to be spawning in just under a minute. The Jade Dragons now find themselves with a comfortable gold lead. They've got a map state advantage. Everybody's looking very strong. 9 out of 10 affected kills by Hurrywind. 5-1-4, and he's hit a massive power spike. Soul Reaver finished off.
His
burst damage is there.
Been no answer for Hurrywind just yet. So you're hoping that at some point down the stretch here for the Olympus Bolts, you're able to find an answer. You wonder if anti-heal needs to be a more important topic of conversation around this Zhang Kui, because that has been difficult to lock down. And so we'll see if the Bolts start to itemize in that direction. Interesting route, though, here from Lasbra. So he sold off his starter item and completed a mask 24 minutes into the game.
Yeah, he don't do damage anymore. he doesn't take a lot of damage. He doesn't do much damage either. Yeah, 15% less damage taken, but he also heals less and does a lot less. So that means that Lasbra has fully committed himself to the kind of facilitator role. He's looking for Ragnarok, and that's it.
We're an Oatbot, baby. All right. Because think about it. Under the Phoenix, Lasbra had walked forward after coming back from base. And immediately died.
Yep.
Or he stayed alive, but his health bar effectively was keeping him out of the fight. So maybe it makes sense here. Lasbra, he needs the ability to walk into one of these fights and find a target. Unfortunately, a couple of the priority targets still have their beads. In 15 seconds, both of the carries will have their beads back. One of them will. Panda Cat will be 15 seconds behind that. But the Jade Dragons slow playing this one a bit. Back in base is Lasbra. What direction does he go? Onto the left side, Phoenix. That could be the go button here for the Jade Dragons once they see the jungler.
Yeah, not super easy for Lasbra to clear that wave, by the way. It's an enhanced wave, and he's got Lono's mask.
Yeah.
I guess he thinks that the Phoenix should be able to defend itself, so he doesn't want to show himself on the map and give the Jade Dragons the opportunity to start pushing their way in. So good internal calculus from Lasbra, realizing that his Phoenix is strong enough, and he doesn't give that advantage.
You think that's an immediate pull from the Dragons?
100%.
Yeah.
100% immediate pull. But instead now they have to play hesitantly and wait for the Olympus Bolts to show exactly where they all are. Now, the Jade Dragons in a very good position. All their relics still available. All their ultimates up as well. They pull the fire.
And Sanford Soccer's got the bubble as well. It's going to be so hard to get one of these targets locked down. Lasbro jumps into the backline, but a rare miss on the stun from the Fenrir. But some good damage numbers out. But Awesome Jake has been so quick to throw down these Earthen Furies. And the Jade Dragons will just wait for it to time out and back off. One big ultimate down. Stinger's gone from Panda Cat as well, but Earthen Fury, such an important ultimate for the Bolts, has gone missing.
Massive team fight to a loss. Now, you're already lacking damage because of Lazarus' build. You've lost some burst now from Earthen Fury going down as well, but doesn't look like it. Hurry's hurt.
Whoa, Sam's got a double pull here. Venanu loses half of his health bar with just a slight engagement from Sam. That's enough to just make Ven think twice. All right, guys, we're a little bit too far forward. Let's go back to the other side of the Fire Giant pit for the time being and try to reset this game. 27 minutes into the game, 3 minutes away from the enhanced Fire Giant. Jade Dragons behind early, but have roared back in commanding position, 3K ahead of the Olympus Bolts here in a winner-take-all Game 5 Smite World Championship quarterfinals on the line. Loser moves on to face the winner of one of our matchups tomorrow. But the Jade Dragons would love to avoid that. Haddix would love to avoid dying off here. Bad out of hell will help him. There's a double stun from Lasbra, and he gobbles up Hurrywind, but brings him right into the rest of the team. The Olympus Bolts are now running from the target that Lasbra brought to their doorstep. Awesome Jake will fall as well. Lasbra, Ven, and Bera, the last three alive.
You fools! This is exactly where I want to be, screams the back line of the Jade Dragons as they shut down Haddix and Awesome Jake. Sure, you're able to reposition them, Lasbra. Sure, you don't take a lot of damage. Your teammates do. Jake does. Haddix does. And they are shut down. Fire Giant now on all 5 members of the Jade Dragons and only 2 Tier 2 towers standing between them and the exposed birds of the Olympus Bolts. Lasbra, limping around the jungle, has not had an opportunity to make his way back to base just yet. The damage output of the Olympus Bolts needs to be focused because they do not have a lot of damage to play with. So if they are trying to kill any individual target, all 5 members of the Chaos team need to agree on who that target is, and that has not been the case in the last 28 minutes.
Right, I mean, Lasbra Ragnarok Hurrywind, who then got placed down inside the Olympus Bolts team, and there was no damage at the end of that fight for Hurrywind. There's been no answer for this Zhang Kui at 5-1 and 6. Outside of an early death early on in this game, the Olympus Bolts have just not had an answer for it. Barracuda's starting to get underway, or not starting, getting close to being finished with his build here. Some crit down the stretch. Ven has got some great burst damage in his build. But it's just not been applied consistently enough here. Bolts will not contest around this Primal Fury. Maybe there is some confidence myth for the Olympus Bolts, the way that last Phoenix defense went. You at least made the Jade Dragons think twice about how they wanted to walk in, so maybe you're feeling a little bit more confident in your ability.
I'm crazy me that you think that's them thinking twice. I think that's the Jade Dragon saying, hey, thanks. I was really having a hard time trying to figure out how to get into your back line, so this was way easier for me. Under the Phoenix. Okay. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Best case scenario is Lasbra delivering a hyper carry to his back line. Well, it better not be Hurrywind, I guess. And anybody else. Yeah. Lasbra with that Ragnarok ultimate. Tier 2 tower in mid, stripped away as the Jade Dragons start to work their way down the duo and center of the map. It's a split engagement. Seems like the Dragons are confident in their ability to win their ones.
Well, you know what sucks is Hurrywind is the only one without beads right now. Everyone else in the Jade Dragons still got their beads.
Hurry's like, bring me. I don't have beads. He just DM'd Lasbra. Hey, I don't have beads.
Yeah, don't have beads, by the way. Bring me into the backline, please. I'm begging you. So, what could be the final siege of this set? Will it be a reverse sweep hope still alive for the Olympus Bolts, or the Jade Dragons flip the script around in a Game 5? One more siege, one more team fight could be the difference maker, but we have seen some crazy base defenses up to this point. You cannot rule anything out between these two teams. Every relic in the game is here. Every ultimate in the game is here. Sam for soccer, he wants Haddix. Lasbra, he wants Fino-K, but Fino-K will walk out just fine. Ragnarok is gone. Polar Bear Mike takes a good bit of damage on his way in to the Phoenix, but the Kepri rocking up or aggroing up this Phoenix just fine. Earthen Fury is down from Jake.
Yep.
And the Dragons just leave.
Yeah, okay, boys, reset. Earthen Fury's on us. Let's just go ahead, give it a bare second as Lazarus' ultimate is down as well. Now the Jade Dragons re-sustain with Fire Giant. They walk back in. Luckily for the Olympus Bolts, this might be the most resilient Phoenix ever.
Sam is back in. Bat out of hell. Not used to escape, but used to find the backline this time from Haddix. But look at Final K is just controlling Barracuda on the end of this fight. The Phoenix finally falls, and the Jade Dragons push no further.
They can start to work their way towards the center of the map. Hurrywin drops his ultimate as a deterrent tool there. Says, hey, don't keep chasing me. I'm actually a little bit squishier than I'd like. I don't want to take the fight. But in doing so, loses out on one of the best team fight abilities of the Jade Dragons. So after stripping away that left side Phoenix, they don't take away any of the Olympus Bolts' lives and instead are forced to reset. 30 seconds left on this Fire Giant is not enough for them to siege, clearly, considering, what was that, combined like 5 entire minutes trying to take out that left side Phoenix from the initial push that we saw at about the 20-minute mark. So the Jade Dragons going to go ahead and reset, get ready for yet another Fire Giant, enhanced Fire Giant this time. That means whichever team is the recipient of this buff no longer needs to concern themselves with backdoor protections. And I'm sure the Olympus Bolts would love to have that to their name, but they have not been very successful in taking neutral territory fights. If the fight erupts in the jungle, it goes the way of the Dragons.
It sure does. Maybe something the Olympus Bolts can hang their hat on, Myth, is Ven here. You're going to send a whole lot of Tiamat minions down the left side of the map. That'll at least slow down the fire minion push. That'll allow you to show a little bit more face around the FG that's spawning up in 45 seconds. And so some space created, at least here by the Olympus Bolts. And you got plenty of time to rotate through the Fire Giant. You know, the Jade Dragons aren't doing anything funky just yet, so you can push out that wave a little bit further if you'd like, if you're the Olympus Bolts. But the question still, you know, it's the same, Myth. Everyone on the Dragons has just died once. You know, burst damage, the full-on engage onto a Ragnarok target still might just be the issue because Hurrywind outside of that early kill has just been untouched. He's got 22,000 damage here in this game. That cluster at the top of Jade Dragons on the damage charts outside of Ven, who's put together a fantastic damage game on the Tiamat, has just been too overwhelming. The Jade Dragons have just had too much.
And speaking of the single target selection of the Olympus Bolts, even if Lazra does pick up the Ragnarok, well, sure, you can beads it. If you pick up Hurry when he's killing your team. If you pick up anybody else, they either beads it because there's not a whole lot of threat on the side of the Olympus Bolts to strip away that relic, or, barring all of that, all 5 beads are down, and it's not Hurry in his mouth, you still have Scarab's Blessing to save your life.
Yeah, you're right. There's a lot for the Bolts to work through here. The opposite style of composition I want to play against when dealing damage is my issue. I don't want to kill anyone twice. I can't even kill them once.
Yeah, me either, man.
You know, we're working through beads. We're working through a freaking Zhang Kui. Now there's a Scarab's Blessing on the other side. Are you kidding me? This is aggravating for the Olympus Bolts. You know, a crazy play is what this team needs. Though you're going into this Fire Giant fight, maybe feeling a little bit better. All eyes on Venenu. He is full build on this Tiamat. Late game Tiamat. Better believe there's lots of damage to be done. Fire minions grouping up on the left side of the map. They will eventually find their way into the Titan room. Final K has lost half of his HP. That's the most positive health trade we've seen from the Bolts in a little while.
Yeah, Lazra jumped in and stunned him and did maybe half of one of the individual blips, 50 damage, onto Final K, and Final K was not able to connect the bow shot onto him, so Lazra walks out of there.
No chance.
On his own.
I refuse. No chance.
Okay, go on.
Fire minions. I swear.
Yeah, you better not.
Right, yeah, please, go back. But the problem is now this is going to give the Jade Dragons the advantage numbers-wise around
here's the
this
pull.
enhanced Fire Giant.
And there it is.
And the Fire Giant gets pulled by the Jade Dragons the moment that Haddix goes back to base. Is there a miracle play to be had by the Olympus Bolts? Lasbra on the other side of this Fire Giant pit. This can delay the game. It's not going to win you the game, but it'll give you the opportunity to win it later on if you are the Olympus Bolts. Sanford Sucker is low. How is this happening? How are the Olympus Bolts finding this much damage? Lasbro's on the opposite side of this engagement. Stinger is down, but the Olympus Bolts have done you one better. They're in a 4v5, and they have pushed the Jade Dragons off the FG.
Yeah, Lasbro's just like walking around the edge of this team fight saying, hey, wouldn't it be crazy if you guys gone on me? Please go on me instead of the Fire Giant. And, well, he does pull the attention of Panda Cat away just for a moment. Haddix forced back to base yet again to defend his own Phoenix, and that opens up the door for the Fire Giant. Enhanced, by the way, 35 minutes in.
It's a repull. The Olympus Bolts reset for Lasbra. You got Haddock still over on the left side of the map. It was a perfect juggling of aggro from the Olympus Bolts just a moment ago. You're going to have to do it again because your solo laner's over on the left side of the map. The Fire Giant, this is slow though. The Jade Dragon's not fully committing to it just yet. Barracuda is low on the backside of this fight, but Final K chunking down some damage as well. Now the Fire Giant committed on. Can Lasbro make a play? No, he cannot. The Jade Dragons get the enhanced Fire Giant, and Lasbro will die in the pit as well. And the Olympus Bolts, they got to leave.
Sanford Soccer forces out Barracuda's ultimate a little bit earlier on in this engagement, so all of a sudden Hachiman is looking like a great target for the Jade Dragons. They don't need to concern themselves with crossing gap all the way to the left side of the map. They can just push here on the right. Tier 2 tower used to be there, if you'd believe me, falls down incredibly fast. And the Jade Dragons, they don't need minions. Backdoor protection's not an issue.
It's just been a brutal game for the engage of the Olympus Bolts.
See ya.
1-5 for Laz, 0-5 for Jake. That's your engage. That's it. If you're the Olympus Bolts, and it is not, they're 1-10 combined. You can't ignore the assists across the board, but it's just not been there for the Olympus Bolts. The Jade Dragons walk in with an enhanced Fire Giant into the Olympus Bolts base. Final K soloing out Barracuda under the eye of 3 members of the Olympus Bolts. Panda Cat taking some big damage numbers here from Haddox. It's bad out of hell. Will tick a little bit down as well. Right side Phoenix gone. Mid lane Phoenix gone. All eyes over onto the left.
Panda Cat's going to resustain all the way back to full HP once he auto-attacks a minion twice, thanks to that Death's Embrace. So right and center Phoenixes have been taken. The Olympus Bolts have committed a lot of resources to scaring the Jade Dragons out of their base, and they are successful in doing so. The Dragons go ahead and reset all the way back to the Oni Fury. Going to get some enhanced minions working through the entirety of the map. Why play it quick? Why leave it up to risk? 37 minutes into Game 5 to stamp your ticket to Worlds. The Jade Dragons are not going to leave it up to chance. Instead, reset completely, finish up their builds, get some potions of power, pick up some additional wards to group up to stop the very last Phoenix remaining for the Olympus Bolts. This next team fight very well could be the last.
I mean, you're right, Mifflin. Why risk it? We talked to Final K before the set started. And he said, look, we take our chances against any team here in this group. Even if we lose, we've got another shot, and we're feeling confident in our abilities to beat one of the 2 teams that could be at the end of this tournament. But that's like if we have to, right? You want to?
I don't want to.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. I want to go to Worlds right now. I want to be there right now. I don't want to deal with that. And so why push the envelope if you don't have to? This is such a commanding lead for the Jade Dragons, and you still got 1 minute and 40 seconds. This has been such an eventful enhanced Fire Giant, so impactful for the Jade Dragons. You've got so much time left on it. And the Olympus Bolts haven't shown you the ability to defend their Phoenixes.
They have not. Haddox dropped down to 50% before the fight even starts. The Jade Dragons playing with a whole lot of time and a whole lot of map pressure as the center and right lanes have started to push their way towards the Olympus Bolts side of the map. The Jade Dragons finally regrouped as 5, should be ready to put up a defense. Seems like Lazaro wants to go defend mid, but the second he does, the Jade Dragons are going to know, and they're going to engage.
Olympus Bolts have roared back in this set, but they've got to make some magic happen here towards the end. But how many times have we seen this story? Oh, okay. Soccer is deleted. That is the most positive play we've seen from the Olympus Bolts in like 20 minutes. They get a kill onto Sanford Soccer. They have a 4v5 under their left side Phoenix, but is the 1-man advantage enough?
Barracuda sinking some good damage into PBM, is able to force the Jade Dragons out of their fountain again, but where is Lazarus? He's defending.
Well, Final K down Barra. Big kill on the back line of the fight. And Mulan sends her regards. Final K says bye-bye, Barra. Hurry with the double kill. The Jade Dragons reverse sweep will not happen today. They might lose Game 3. They might lose Game 4. They will win Game 5, and we'll see you in quarters.
Let that be a lesson to everyone. Nobody beats the Jade Dragons 3 times in a row. You can see the energy on Mike. These guys are excited to move on.
Look, this is what you play all year for. You play all year. Of course you want to win Phase 1. You want to win Phase 2.
That would be nice, yeah.
You'd love to win Phase 3.
Can they do that?
But the Smite World Championship is what all of these teams have their mind on all year long. And the Jade Dragons have moved themselves one step closer to realizing that moment. It has got to be a weight off of the shoulders of these teams, favored or not, right? Favored or not going into this week, being the top seed in this group or not. It is a weight off your shoulders to now not have to worry about it. In 3 weeks, they'll be playing their first game at Worlds.
Man, what an exciting set, too. You can never accuse either of these two teams of having a boring match, right? These guys push every single game the distance. I think the shortest game was, 28 minutes? Otherwise, they were all going at least half an hour. Goes all 5, but the Jade Dragons, with mental resilience that you cannot scoff at, are able to crush the reverse sweep. The Olympus Bolt storyline, it would have been cool. With the Jade Dragons, they want to win.
What am I thinking about here? If I'm Sleekness or the Valkyries, I'm very nervous to play against this Olympus Bolts team because the amount of fight and back-end resilience from the Bolts here is making me a little bit nervous. Bolts nearly get the reverse sweep. The Jade Dragons stand strong. Game 5 and the set and the Smite World Championship quarterfinals. On to the Jade Dragons. We will take a break. When we come back, Desk will break it down.
I've never seen that bounce before. Not once have I ever seen it used that way. I don't think Layers had either, man. That is nuts.
The Jade Dragons wild ride takes 5 games to get there, but at the end of the day, they're going at least to the World Championship quarterfinals. They've guaranteed their trip there. They're going to have a lot of fun doing so. But it takes them 5 games to get there. It's Gormizer, it's Aggro for one last time. One last breakdown of the day. The Dragons are the ones that get to stand on top this time around, although there were some moments, especially in the early game. It was bouncing back and forth. Honestly, even at the end there were some moments where it's like, okay, wait a minute.
Yeah.
It seemed like the Bolts had a lot of fight in them. Unfortunately, they just weren't able to do it today.
Yeah, every fight it felt like, okay, the Dragons are winning it, but only by a little bit. But they have won it, and they've got a Fire Giant. They're going to left side Phoenix, and they're not grabbing it because their siege just wasn't very good. Yeah. There was such a low-range composition that it was very difficult to get in and actually be able to break the base of that siege. But, man, what a game this was. I thought that the duo lane played so well from the Jade Dragons. Mike and Panda Cat, I mean, come Worlds time, you have to expect that these guys are going to step up, and they really, really have. The hurry on the Jean Kui was really good. Sam made the Susano work. I mean, Panda Cat's basically like doing the corner lean, like he's playing Rainbow Six or something like that, coming around the corner with that stinger and making it work really, really well. I felt like the front line from the Jade Dragons was able to do so much in this game. They baited out this Terra ultimate over and over and over again. I don't think Jake really had a super impactful Earth and Fury, for the last 30 minutes of the game. They were just able to play around it too well.
I will say, it feels a little bad. I know we watched a lot of Panda Cat highlights in there, but at least one of those plays, the thing I was watching was the 6th save that came from Mike. And
yes.
Panda Cat got the kill afterward, but that was one of those moments that really helped push them forward and escalate the fight the way they needed it to. Of course, the Bolts still have their opportunity on Sunday, and there's a lot to be talked about there, and we'll talk about it a little bit later. Right now, we get to highlight what was that? It was a 9.0 KDA for Panda Cat. You see Heroin 7, 1, and 7 on this Zhang Kui. And, of course, Final K has a pretty decent Mulan game throughout this one as well. 2, 1, and 10. It just feels like everything finally clicked there after a rough game 3 and 4 to get things going back for them. And now they get to do exactly what the Leviathans are doing, right? They get to watch the rest of groups. They get to start prepping everything in their notebooks, looking specifically forward towards Worlds and figuring out what's going to be going on there. And I feel like they learned a lot this set. This is a great opener and a great way to then be able to not only earn your ticket because you won, but then sit on this for a couple of weeks and figure out what this patch has in store for you when you are on the big stage.
Yeah, 2 things stand out to me after looking at that post-game stat screen, and it's number 1, that Sam puts out 25,000 damage, Lazar only puts out 8. Obviously, Fenrir is going to have a difficult time dealing damage, but that's still a pretty big difference in player damage. The other thing is that Jade Dragons comp that is going to be all in your face. They have, like, no range at all, and the only way for them to fight is going to be all grouped up right on top of you. Only 6 deaths in 40 minutes. That is crazy.
It's kind of wild.
And says a lot in particular about how Mike played on that Kepri, giving that damage reduction on the 2, rezzing the right targets, using the shell, that kind of stuff. It was a really big game from him.
Well, they made sure to put on a really good show and, of course, earn their spot to the Smite World Championship. We can go ahead and ignore what we're saying about it. We can go see what Panda Cat has to say about this win.
Panda Cat ADC for the Jade Dragons and Reverse Sweep Denier standing by with me for the post-game interview. Panda, what does a win like this kind of tell you about your team? You go up 2-0, gets pushed to 5 games, you're able to stay mentally strong down the stretch.
It just shows that we're prepared to take the sets the long run, and we're ready to go to all 5 games every set. Some trolling involved, so some of the losses weren't too bad because we trolled a little bit. So it was like, okay, let's just reset. But I'm just proud of the team. We stuck in it. We stuck in it mentally and physically, and we just played it out.
Talk to me about the pacing of the duo lane in this set. And maybe this is just my inexperience with SPL level play. Felt like there was little extra in that lane. Felt like there was more scrapping, more 1v1 attempts. Did you feel that way throughout this set, or business as usual?
I don't think there's many 1v1 attempts. Okay, I think we kind of fumbled the duo lane quite a bit this set. Yeah. I think Barrett killed us. The Neath game I died in lane, and then Jake and them died like the first wave of the Ganesha game.
Right.
It's just a lot of early fighting. It's just the way the meta is. Like, the first wave is so important, so you fight for the wave, and whoever gets it gets a pretty big advantage. So, yeah, past the 1v1, there was no 1v1ing happening. Like, I was just staring at Barrett, he was staring at me, and I was literally, if you look at my player cam, I'm giggling the whole time because it was just like,
waiting for a fight.
What's just happening? Yeah, we're just looking at each other. So.
Final thoughts here from you. All season long, you play through these, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. You go through the playoff events. The goal is always Worlds.
Right.
Do you feel a weight off your shoulders now? You're going to quarterfinals. You can kick back and relax for the next few weeks.
Yeah, for sure. This is, I think, my first time in a while that I had to qualify into Worlds. Usually I'm, not to like toot my own horn or anything, but, top seed, so we get qualified in automatically. So it was a different experience, definitely new, but, we're definitely we're ready to go. We're going to review what we need to review, study what we need to study, and just get ready to hopefully win Worlds.
That's right. Scary-looking team, to be sure. Congrats on the win here in Game 5, the berth into the quarterfinals of the SWC. That's it for this. We'll go back to the desk to end the day.
The thing that I'm taking as the takeaway there is, while they're not used to qualifying throughout these weeks and just automatically getting that ticket to Worlds, Zapman a couple of days ago was talking about how he likes playing through these qualifiers. And
yeah.
I'll say it, Zap's won a lot more recent World Champions than a lot of others, so maybe it's going to be worthwhile for them, especially when you talk to the Dragons last year and the beginning of this year, and they're like, you know what? What's the point of being the best team all year if you get to the very end and you're number 2? This is probably a much more, at least, fulfilling experience for them.
Yeah, and I think the way that they win this set, in particularly that Game 5, going through some adversity, this Jade Dragons team has always been kind of known as this like early game. They're just going to run you over. That's the only way they're going to beat you. Having to come back from adversity in the set and then come back in that game and really win a long, drawn-out, team fight-oriented game, I think does show some maturity from this squad that, they were not showing games like this. They were constantly making mistakes during Phase 3 and during Phase 2 that prevented them from winning games like this. Panda's playing a nonchalant like he always does, but I feel like winning a Game 5 in that fashion certainly is a sign of good things to come for the Jade Dragons.
Yeah, and again, has to feel good now knowing you're going to the SWC, and you're not too worried, at least over the next couple of days. Probably like you've got a week and a half, and then the stress will ramp up again. Right around New Year's, you'll be like, oh, wait a minute, we have 5 days, by the way, to get things ready. We'll figure out what they're doing. Here is the schedule if you've missed today. That is the first set in Group B that has gone more than 3 games. Of course, tomorrow we're going to watch Sleekness take on the Valhalla Valkyries. Winner of that, well, they get to go up against the Bolts. So tomorrow, someone's getting eliminated. Sunday, someone's going to Worlds. We'll figure out who that is throughout the weekend. Group B has been a very interesting dynamic throughout all of this. It kind of surprises starting off at the very beginning with Elysium getting knocked out, but this Dragons Bolt set stood up to what everyone expected. Sleekness and Valkyries is going to be an interesting one to watch because Sleekness, especially from what we've seen, at least in Match 1, maybe not necessarily their matchup versus the Dragons, are looking like a team that could take on the Valkyries and do pretty well. We'll take a look at Group A as well. In case you missed that a little bit earlier today, Scarabs took on the Leviathans. Leviathans stamp their ticket to Worlds. And the Scarabs still have that potential. Winner Dogs and Warriors will be the first match that we watch tomorrow. Loser goes home. Winner goes up against the Scarabs. And we live in a world where we might watch the Scarabs and the Warriors go up against each other one more time. 5 games last time. We'll see, I guess, who learned the most out of that if the Warriors are able to win, or if the Winner Dogs can really throw a wrench in everyone's plans and take a dub down there in that third-place match, and then potentially in that last-chance qualifier. A lot that's still going to go on this weekend, a lot of fun to still be had in aggro. It feels like we've done so much, and there's still so much more.
I know. There's so much going on. It's been really fun, and that's what the World Championships and the placements are all about. But super excited to see these SEC teams tomorrow. They finally get their chance, their final chance to try and beat some of these SPL teams and not the ones at the very top like the Leviathans and Dragons where they're obviously going to have some trouble. This is their time to put up or shut up and see what they can do.
It's going to be fun. That's tomorrow, 11 a.m. start time, same as it's been all week. We'll make sure to see you there. Of course, we still have 2 more teams to qualify this weekend, so it's not done yet. But thanks so much for tuning in today. And, of course, thanks so much in advance for tuning in tomorrow. We'll see you Saturday for some more Smite.
Patriot.